to join the 5th team for the rectification movement as well. While Karma and I joined the 5th team, Lin Tiong, our companion from Peking, attended the 2nd team meeting. She returned from the experience with tales of a sharp struggle, which she reported in detail. At the 2nd team meeting the leader also spoke first, but in this case, the leader was notorious for his reticence and came up with probably the shortest self-criticism in Longbao annals. "I don't know how to talk," said Pei Liangshun. "I'm like a tea kettle with its spout knocked off. I don't fight bad people and bad things because I can't speak out. So I'm no locomotive for the team. As for my strong points and my weaknesses, you all know them as well as I do, so what's the use of discussing them? Just speak out what is on your minds." Now his strong point, as was well known, was his skill as a farmer and his conscientious devotion to his task. He was always the first one up and the first one to fall to at the task. It was he who rang the bell to summon the team to work every morning, and it was he who led the work in the fields, being usually the first to finish the row he was hoeing, the pile he was turning or the ditch he was digging. He was also good at deciding on the key task for each period, and though the 2nd team's crops had never been outstanding, it was generally conceded that no other team leader was better qualified than Pei. His major weakness was his old good-fellow attitude, his lack of struggle spirit, his reluctance to criticize anyone who did wrong or even to praise anyone who did right. Under normal circumstances this was a serious fault for a team leader. On the 2nd team in 1971 it came pretty close to being a disaster because Fast Jin with his hurt pride and his sarcastic mood tended to dominate the team and was able to rally round him such henchmen as Splay Fu Tseng and Li Xiaoping and checkmate any positive effort from any other quarter. The main forward drive came from the young political director of the team, Lu Hojian, who was also the captain of the Longbao militia, a post in which he had succeeded Fast Jin and thus assured for himself the latter's undying enmity. Lu Hojian was eager, hard-working, and brave, but he lacked both social and technical experience and tended toward a simplistic dogmatism politically. Worst of all, given the situation on the 2nd team, was that he frequently overslept and showed up late for work in the morning. These lapses made him an obvious target for criticism and tended to undercut all the mobilization and high-minded revolutionary exhortation that he engaged in. The many late meetings he had to attend as team political director and brigade militia captain and all the sleep he lost as a result did not provide a valid excuse for his being late. In fact, just because he was so prominent everyone expected him to set a good example for others regardless of the cost to himself. When Pei Liangshun, the team leader, asked for criticism, Fast Jin led his group in praising him, but when Lu Hojian had said his say, Fast Jin led the group in a sharp, sustained attack on the young political director. They called him lazy, ignorant, and unfit for political leadership. They drove him close to tears. Hojian told the propaganda team afterward that he was unable to sleep that night and developed a very severe headache that would not go away. Team members thought the attack by Chin's clique was very one-sided and unfair, for Lu Hojian had done much good work since his assumption of office in the spring. During the planting rush he had organized a shock team of young women or iron girls, named after the Shensi anti-Japanese heroine Lu Hulan, and a second shock team of older men called the Tough Bone Team. He had not only helped formulate a scientific plan for the crops for the year but had also organized some experimental plots with signs explaining the treatment, the seed, the amount and kind of fertilizer. He had led the whole team in land leveling and the creation of irrigation channels as well as in study in the field. For all this the propaganda team had cited the 2nd team as outstanding. It was only later, toward the end of hoeing, that Lu Hojian had relaxed his efforts, met less with the other team cadres, began to quarrel with team leader Liangshun, began to worry about offending people with criticism, and lapsed into an indecisive and subjective mood. For all this he deserved criticism, but not in such a way as to negate his achievements. Lin Tiong from Central described the situation of the 2nd team to us as a place where the two hues and the two conflicting forces in the village manifestly confronted each other. In short, this was the place where the class struggle had broken into the open. We decided to drop the fifth team temporarily and follow the proceedings of the second team for a day or two. On the evening of the 12th we finally found time to attend the second team meeting. It was held in the building where a section of the primary school met each day because the big new school building at the site of the old Japanese fort could not hold all the children. This was a neglected adobe structure of 3 one-story sections very similar to the fifth team headquarters. There were no frames at all in the wide open windows and no door at the open doorway. A few battered desks and benches served as furniture for the daytime scholars, but most of the team members could find no seats and had to bring their own bricks or stools to sit on as usual. If the second team had an office of its own, no one mentioned it. This schoolroom seemed to be the only meeting hall available. On this evening the main speaker turned out to be KITSAI, the brigade leader, who still registered as a member of the second team because he lived here, in second team territory, and had worked as a second team member before being elected brigade leader. According to a recent decision, he was supposed to do his field labor from now on with the first team and thus serve as their daily contact with the leading group. But since he had not worked with them in the past, it made no sense for him to speak before them or listen to criticism from them. With KITSAI on the stand and brigade affairs the topic, there was no sharp confrontation, such as had made the meeting so lively one day earlier. We saw little evidence of Chin's clique in action and so missed out on the class struggle that had so alerted Lin Tiong. Nevertheless, since KITSAI was the brigade's leading cadre, we were eager to see what he would say and what people would say about him. As was the custom everywhere we went in Shensi in 1971, KITSAI began with several quotes from Mao. He chose 2 sentences that stressed the protracted nature of the struggle for socialism. In China, the struggle to consolidate the socialist system, the struggle to decide whether socialism or capitalism will prevail, will take a long historical period. Classes and class struggle exist throughout the stage of socialism. This class struggle is long and complex and at times very acute. That these quotes had been chosen with care became apparent as he launched into his presentation, for the first point that he stressed was the same as that stressed by Kuo Changke-yuan at the fifth team meeting the night before, what KITSAI called his half-revolutionary thought. Before this rectification movement I thought of not working anymore. The objective reason for this? I can't read. I am getting old. Political work demands so much care nowadays. It's not like our rough and ready style after liberation. So I got to thinking half revolution. Also my family is doing better than ever before. I have built a new house and our standard of having is rising. So I start thinking HKE a half revolutionary and find that I am not so eager to serve as before. Now that is quite wrong. Lots of illiterate people are doing well. Takei and West Gully both have illiterate leaders who are older than I, so my thoughts make no sense. Nevertheless, that's what I am thinking. Now the movement has gone on for a year and I have done some more thinking. I studied the advanced examples of Yang Shi Tsai and Chao Yitli. I now realize that if you don't continue the revolution you can turn against the revolution. It's wrong not to carry the revolution through to the end. All I have to do is compare the old society with the new. I was a shepherd and a hired laborer. Now I am a communist and a cadre. If the people want me to be their servant, how could I face Mao Zedong if I refused? I ought to use 120% of my strength. If the people ask me to serve, I should be a good ox for the people and I should never worry about earning enough labor days to live well. It should be simply, serve the people and raise production so that all can eat. So now I no longer calculate backward or forward. My thinking is, if they need me for a day I'll work hard for a day. When I die that is the end. I resolve to transform Longbao's backward face so that I can die at ease. This year I did less work in the fields. I didn't join enough in collective labor. Also I have been subjective. On several questions I didn't consult with others but just made decisions on my own. I don't discuss enough with the cadres and the masses and so I get divorced from the masses. And lately I also became rather proud. I thought this year's crops were growing well and so we were much better off than before even if we didn't reach 400 caddies per mil. But this is not a good way to think, for once we feel satisfied we can't go forward. The fact of the matter is we are way behind in Horse Square, not to mention Shensi province or the nation. 1 mile to the north they are harvesting 400 to 500 caddies and we haven't reached 300 yet. As for Takay and Sikau, we can't even catch the tail of their yields. Taking less part in collective labor is the main sign of divorce from the people. I belong to the second team but have not worked with them much or met with them much. Chn Young Ki the Takay brigade leader goes to the field whenever he has an hour or half an hour. Why shouldn't I go to the fields before breakfast? Some of the problems of the second team are my responsibility. Mao Zedong says wherever there is difficulty there we should go. If there are problems they must be dealt with. But I didn't solve many problems for the team. I heard that they had burned out an electric motor but I didn't look into it. This is bureaucratic. I have so few achievements and so many shortcomings. So this is what I have to say about myself tonight. Hereafter I'll work together with the people whenever I have time and I will consult on problems. I will carry out the learn from Takay movement. At another time I must criticize myself before the Communist Party branch and the whole brigade. Please criticize me, it's not easy to see the dirt on one's own face but others can see it quite clearly. If you don't point out my shortcomings, I might think I was correct. I have been using Mao Zedong's 50-word quotation as a standard. I'm all for it, but I realize that I don't have the necessary vitality. That's all. I welcome criticism from you. If you don't criticize, you harm me. Considering the importance of KIT's job, the second team members made only mild and quite general comments. Instead of raising their grievances directly, people talked about them indirectly. Zhou Chengfu, for instance, who was KITSAI's brother-in-law, and was involved in a bitter quarrel with his own brother Zhou Chenglo over property lines in a courtyard they had inherited from their father, said, "We should act according to state council policy. All public interest and self-interest has to go according to the policy of the State Council, and how many are there? Is it 60 points, I don't remember, but anyway according to the points laid out." Obviously he thought that in the case of his property rights his brother had violated the 60-point charter. The main target, Fast Chin, when he finally spoke up, said KITSAI should learn to unite with people with whom he had differences. This was an important point in Mao Zedong's rectification guidelines. Though Chin did not spell it out, it seemed obvious that he meant KITSAI should learn to work together with the speaker, Fast Chin himself, and all his followers. Why is it, asked Chin, that second team people chat freely among themselves as they cut weeds but when you appear they fall silent? You should learn to listen to different opinions. You should listen to all viewpoints and learn more. Here again, without naming any names, Fast Chin was telling KITSAI to take his own group into account. Chin also said that KITSAI talked a great deal over the loudspeaker system, but that system should give more time to the voice of the Central Committee, more time to explaining national and local policy. All of this indicated that there were grievances simmering under the surface that people were not willing to speak plainly about, but if one took into account the speakers it also indicated that these grievances were special/404 cases involving individual mavericks and not basic problems concerning KITSAI's leadership. Most of the speakers felt that KITSAI was doing a good job as brigade leader. They liked and trusted him as a person and found him approachable, especially since the beginning of the rectification movement. They especially liked his presence there in front of them and his willingness to listen to criticisms. The biggest question they raised concerned subjectivism. Their brigade leader had a tendency to make decisions off the cuff, without adequate consultation or investigation. His declaration that room rent for workers' families should be IUN per room was an example. How could a flat rate cover good rooms and bad? Another was his decision that the third child of married women who refused to move to their husbands' villages should get no per capita grain. On complex matters such as these, KITSAI tended to make decisions that violated national policy or ignored the interests of one or another segment of the people. In regard to some other questions, the problem was simply that he had given no adequate explanation to the people. A case in point was the distribution of the emergency grain borrowed by the brigade to tide the community over until the fall harvest. No one made clear that this grain was for hardship cases only. Many people thought there would be a per capita distribution. When this did not take place, they voiced many complaints, but all were due to a misunderstanding of the basic policy behind the grain loan. Another problem, raised by Shen Shiyu, the only surviving son of Shen Chuante, the loquacious Catholic who played such a dubious role in 1948, seemed to me to be of special importance. Since you are number one, I want to say that the main problem here isn't fertilizer but faith in scientific methods. We've grasped fertilizer and irrigation, but the soil itself remains a problem. When we water it, it gets hard. This must be solved. There is also the question of the best seed for the soil. How to improve our soil and breed the right seed, these are the most important questions. Here, it seemed to me, was a crucial question. There had to be some reason why, with a huge reservoir of irrigation water available and the basic trunk canals long since completed, Longbao peasants had not yet prepared all their land for irrigation. And that reason had to lie with the response of the soil itself to water. This soil was known locally as fall salt land. This meant that in the fall, as the rainy season came to an end, heavy evaporation carried salt from the lower layers of the soil profile and turned the land into hard, concrete-like clay that was all but impossible to work. To respond to the national calls for irrigation and manure proved woefully inadequate for the situation in Longbao. The technical problem here went beyond fertility and water supply to questions of soil structure, soil drainage, and internal percolation. But instead of tackling this problem, the brigade cadres, the commune cadres, and the municipal cadres all considered Longbao's low yields to be a political problem, a line problem, a capitalist road problem. Their solution was to stress collective consciousness, to K self-reliance, to K hard work, more manure, and more water. And since repeated campaigns to stress these things had not succeeded, the people 405 had been very reluctant to extend irrigation canals and to level land for proper irrigation. The cadres tended to regard the people as backward, stubborn and perverse. And since, of course, it was an article of faith in the Chinese Communist movement that the people are not backward, the only other conclusion had to be that the cadres were backward, stubborn and perverse. Now, of course, in a most basic sense the problem could be called political. A dedicated socialist leadership would long since have put farming in first place in Longbao and would have objectively analyzed the technical problems standing in the way of high yields. Without accepting at face value the general solutions coming from above, more manure, more water, such a leadership would have studied Longbao's peculiar soil conditions and made experiments to overcome this tall salt land. A sound political attitude would most certainly have led to a sound technical solution. Instead, faced with low yields, shrinking acreage and a rapidly rising population, the brigade leadership had taken the easy way out and stressed sidelines while, in the meantime, all the efforts of higher bodies to get Longbao on the track by concentrating on more manure and more irrigation met with passive resistance from the peasants. Knowing that water made the land hard and almost ensured that next year's crops would not come up, they continued to farm in their traditional way and refused to break their backs constructing irrigation systems. When Longbao peasants heard that 1 mile away Horse Square was doing much better with crops, they discounted the news. They knew well that Horse Square soil was not as difficult to work as Longbao soil and was probably not fall salt land at all. This problem, which was to come up again and again as time passed, brought no response that night. What people concentrated on instead was the crucial role that Fast Jin played in the conduct of the meeting. He seemed to be in control of the pace of the proceedings. When he said, "Let's discuss," general discussion ensued. When he decided that the discussion had gone on long enough, the discussion ended. His personality seemed to dominate the whole group while his henchmen, men like Splayfoot-Tseng, played an active role, speaking more often and more loudly than anyone else. At one point Fast Jin ordered, not asked, Lu Hojian to get him a cup of water, as if Hojian, political director of the team, were some sort of servant, and Hojian complied. It seemed obvious that Fast Jin and his group were operating with some sort of predetermined plan. On the very next night Fast Jin asked Donkey Meat Wang if he could make his own self-criticism. *TF I talk only of mistakes can I speak? I'll have to consult the leadership, Wang said. The original decision was that only those who have recovered their party life can speak before the team meetings. But everyone knows me here, said Chin. How I work. What I do. What harm is there in my talking before my team? I'll have to take it up with the leadership, said Wang once more. /406. This upset Chin so much that he strode back into the crowd, picked up his stool and stomped out. This high-handed attitude, this attempt to dominate the team meetings and control their course, without even the slightest sign of a self-critical attitude, caused people to feel that Fast Jin was acting wildly and had broken down all controls. When to his general stance of resistance he added some sarcastic remarks about wheat planting rates and the distribution of emergency grain supplies, he himself set the stage for a major struggle directed against him. Once Fast Jin left, the regular meeting of the second team proceeded on a more even keel. The group heard two communists evaluate themselves, the old comrade Chen Wan, who had joined the party in 1945 at the age of 19, and the young woman Li Lianping, who had been recruited during the For Clean movement in 1964. Chen was apologetic about his work with the draft animals, especially his failure to get the marais bred according to plan, but claimed some success in keeping up with the young people on the shock brigade during the spring rush and told proudly of having loaned his quilt for the night to 8 PLA men who were passing through. They had only 4 quilts among them. I gave them my quilt and boiled water for them. That's no more than a party member should do. It was my duty. Li Lianping, who kept the records for the second team, felt she had not studied steadily enough or hard enough and that she lacked struggle spirit. I don't struggle against bad people, and I don't really understand two-line struggle. She did not mention the fact that as a young mother, with a new baby, she had not been able to take an active part in the rectification movement. Team members discussed these two actively and made pointed criticisms. Remember, said Lu Hojian, the team political director, we have standards for a communist. A communist can't be judged like any old 100 names. I think Chen Wan has changed a lot. He cares more now for public property. When some part of the cart he is driving breaks he doesn't ask for help from the team, he uses whatever he finds around home and fixes it in his own spare time so that no time is lost from work. He also takes the lead in production. He led the cart drivers in fixing up the irrigation canal. His weakness shows in class struggle. There he plays no leading role. Illiteracy is, of course, an excuse. It's hard for him to study, but you don't have to know how to read and write to repudiate a class enemy. Bad people and bad things should always be exposed. He could improve in this respect. PEIHSIN men agreed with Hojian about Chen Wan. Speaking from a corner of the room so that his voice came disembodied from the darkness, PEI said, Wan has improved this year. He used to work in the grain mill. Now he drives a cart. He is very responsible. He takes whatever animal is assigned to him, good or bad, and works with it. If anything breaks he fixes it in his spare time. But his weak point is, he takes no initiative in class struggle. No matter who is up for criticism, he never speaks out. It's a selfish attitude, chimed in Sun Shu Te. He has no struggle spirit /407. And that is really selfishness. He should really criticize himself and stand up and fight bad people and bad things / They criticized Li Lianping for the same weakness, but in regard to her work as record keeper they all praised her. Very responsible. Demonstrated in the course of a few days that there were no mistakes in her work. Explains problems patiently. But, she never reports to the leadership about people's complaints and criticisms. Instead, she complains along with them. In class struggle she is an old good fellow. She's a good record keeper, but she's an old good fellow. When the meeting adjourned and the rank and file had left, the party members stayed on to discuss what they should do about the criticisms. Hinton at first said, "The thing to do is just dig in and work." "That's right," said Shenfan. "Whatever they brought up, we'll correct. But we shouldn't just follow blindly behind the people," said Hinton. "We should really take the lead. Then team decisions should be carried out to the end. No half measures. Let's set a quota for the day's work. 5 rows is 5 rows. Don't just do 4, then look at the setting sun, see everyone ready to quit, and leave the field." "Right," said Lu Hozhen. "Even though we now have only 2 mao per person. There are so many factories and the railroad yards nearby. We can get all kinds of night's oil. If we can't get this land to produce there is no excuse. But our people are still going out at 3 in the afternoon when they should be in the fields by 2. The ones who are the slowest are those without wives at home," said Wan Tian. "During the fall harvest we won't even come home to eat at noon." "I have a suggestion," said Hinton. "There's a place near the railroad third bureau where many people have already moved in and no one has arranged for the night's oil. Furthermore, the FLA right here in the village has no place to go with its pig manure. We should contact both places, build a privy near the third bureau and contact the FLA about the pig pens." "To say it is to do it," said Donkey Meat Wang. "I'll contact them tomorrow," promised Hinton. "Do we have any more big jars?" With the water level so high due to unusually heavy rains, it was impossible simply to dig a privy. One had to bury an earthen jar for the proper collection of human waste. Lu Hozhen said he knew where there was one, then added a thought about criticism. "Criticism from the masses doesn't always sound sweet. We have to treat them all correctly. We must not feel angry or resentful. That wouldn't meet the standards for a communist. We have to take the lead in labor, work hard, and not just complain about the tasks set by the leadership. Each person can play an important role on his own." As a final piece of business, Pei Liangshun brought up the problem of the carts that were running down crops. "If an animal runs away and some crops get run down, we can't blame the driver too much," said Chen. "But some people just sit on /408. Their carts and watch a whole row go under the wheel, especially some of the young people. They don't care and they never listen." They decided to call a team meeting to discuss this and also make further plans for sowing wheat by the new wide furrow method. On September 15 the teams met again for party rectification. At the 5th team headquarters, old lady Wang's son, Wang Zhenpao, Chang Hsin, former party secretary of the brigade, and Hu Shuachen, former leader of all women's work in Longbao, took the floor. Wang Zhenpao raised an important question. He started off by saying that he had been poisoned by Lu Xiao's line. This was a pretty big hat to put on, but after he explained it we began to see what he meant. Zhenpao was a skilled mechanic. Taking advantage of this, he had set up a bicycle repair shop at the edge of the highway. The shop, housed in a ramshackle adobe hut, bore the title Longbo 5th Team Repair Station. Actually, Zhenpao ran it as a private concession linked to the team through a licensing arrangement. Before he opened the shop, the brigade office discussed the matter and decided that he should turn in 1.8 yuan a day to his team and get in return credit for the days worked. Twice a year, when the team divided its income, he would get his share based on the total number of workdays earned. Since workdays had never been worth much more than yuan per day, the arrangement was profitable to the team. They were taking in 1.8 yuan per day and paying out I. But the arrangement was also profitable to Zhenpao because he could almost always earn more than 1.8 yuan a day in the shop, and anything in excess of the daily fee stayed in his pocket as personal income. Furthermore, he only had to return 1.8 yuan 20 days a month. For every day worked beyond this quota, he retained 100% of the take. By applying himself throughout the month, Zhenpao could earn much more than those who were assigned to the fields, sometimes as much as 2 or 3 times more. Sharp criticism had convinced Zhenpao that this was not very fair and certainly not proper for a communist. "This rectification has raised my consciousness," he said. "I see it now as a line question. Am I working for myself or am I working for the collective? I'm a poor peasant. Hinton with the help of the Communist Party. I think it's wrong to set up private enterprises like this. I've taken the wrong road." What Zhenpao now proposed was an ambitious new plan to set up a combination machine shop, foundry, and repair shop under the direct AUS/410 pieces of the Longbao Brigade. Such a shop, in addition to repairing bicycles, could build and repair farm implements, transport equipment, or anything else needed by the brigade. With the acetylene welding equipment already on hand, with the iron, steel, and other materials already collected, a strong foundation existed for such a collective effort. The brigade would finance the project and the staff would earn only workdays in their respective teams. Any profit above expenses would go to the brigade as a whole. Why not start this enterprise right away? The idea was enthusiastically received. Everyone praised Zhenpao and encouraged him to begin as soon as possible. The next party member to take the floor was Chang Hsin. We were more than eager to hear what he would say. For 20 years he had virtually commanded Longbao village, only to fall into disgrace during the For Clean movement because he had speculated in houses. After he was removed from office, he felt that his prestige fell below that of an ordinary field worker. He decided to look out for himself first of all, pay attention only to the well-being of his family, and lead as comfortable a life as possible. He didn't study. He didn't set himself any political goals. Assigned to build up a collective pig-raising enterprise, he worked at it methodically, without vision or inspiration. He was afraid that he couldn't do well, afraid that if he failed the brigade would blame him and severely criticize him again. But in spite of his negative attitude, things had gone really well in the last 12 months. The 3 sows with which he started had multiplied. He now had 15. In addition, he and his helpers were feeding 40 fat pigs with the leftover material from their corn noodle plant. If each sow now farrowed a living litter of 6, they could look forward to 200 pigs in 1972, a great leap in any sense of the word. Success with pigs and the challenge that came with party rectification had caused Hsin to re-evaluate his life. If capitalism ever takes over, I can never guarantee a prosperous life for my family, he said, so he decided to step out and become active once more. Fellow team members welcomed this decision. All said Hsin had done wonders with the pigs and they hoped he would be able to supply piglets for private pigsties in the future as well as raising several hundred head collectively. Rectification had not meant as much to Hu Shuechen. In evaluating herself she said very little. She stressed only that she had lots of shortcomings and no good points, no achievements. She had done nothing in production work or in party work because her health was so bad. Several people asked her why she couldn't organize among the people as she used to do. Why not teach Mao Zedong thought to the women? In reply she said she had made up her mind to do what she could for the party in the future, but privately she told security officer Shen that work was difficult because her husband, Wang Wentie, never paid the least attention to anything she said. Why? Because I am 4 years older than he is. He likes to recite the old rhyme, /411. With a wife older by 4 a man's wealth will soar. Fact is, he has never been very happy about it. Don't let it worry you, said Shen. But he knew just as well as she did that the poem was a way for Wentie to save face. Shen told us later that when the lovely Xianyi sued for divorce when Te lost the wife he really wanted. So now he comforts himself with this stupid couplet. If Hu Shuai-chen rivaled the second team's Pei Liang-shun for the brevity of her self-criticism, Shen Tung-liang of the fourth team outdid them both. Shen, who taught blacksmithing at the primary school, contented himself with 3 sentences, I haven't played a role. I would like to do better. I will try to do better in the future. At this, those listening all laughed. People in his team, nevertheless, had a good opinion of him. They thought he had improved in both his attitude and his work since the rectification began, and they urged him to raise high the flag of Mao Zedong thought and make revolution your whole life long. Shen Tung-liang had not previously been noted for combativeness. Once, when he came across some neighbors posting critical opinions about Wen Te, he tried to stop them. You dare write about him? Put up IOOO posters against me, what does it matter? But don't try writing about him. In the past, said security officer Shen, if you fired on Shen Tung-liang with 3 cannons he still wouldn't speak out. When he was team leader he once went knocking on doors early in the morning to rouse people for work. After a few minutes, when nobody showed up, he went to the field all by himself. If some party members lacked struggle spirit, others evidently carried it too far. Qi Fengtang saw class conflict where it didn't exist and constantly attacked Han Manwen for no reason. Han Manwen was one of 6 communists on the first team roster. His parents had collaborated with the Japanese before 1945, had lost property because of it when the land reform began, and thereafter bore the stigma struggle object. Manwen, on his part, joined the Liberation Army in 1953 and, while serving as a soldier, joined the Communist Party. After he returned to Longbao in 1956 he became an active member of the Brigade Party branch. However, when the Cultural Revolution began he was attacked as the son of a struggle object and decided to withdraw from politics altogether. No amount of persuasion would deter him. Now the style of the rectification convinced him that Mao Zedong thought was back in command. He began to be active again and take the lead in work. For every 4 cartloads of manure that others hauled to the fields he hauled 6. Where others required an extra hand to push heavy liquid manure carts over slight rises, he loaded his so that one man could do the job. Team colleagues praised him highly for this. But Qi Fengtang, the leading communist on the team, was very critical. He accused Han Manwen of unloading his manure at the near end of each /412 field, thus making an impressive record on paper, while shirking long hauls and neglecting distant land. 2 different classes, 2 different lines, said Fengtang. The poor peasants choose the hardest tasks while the middle peasants sneak by with the easiest. Thus Fengtang raised a slight disagreement with Manwen to the level of antagonism. Other team members said such accusations were unjust. The only difference between the work of the 2 men was that one began unloading at the near end of each field while the other began at the far end. As the land was covered each moved his dumping spot so that in the end the whole field was fertilized. He who began at the far end ended up at the near and he who began at the near end ended up at the far. The hauling turned out, in the end, to be equal. People said that Fengtang was much too hard on others. They advised him to pay more attention to his own work. In 1964 the team had given him 60 goats to look after. 4 years later there were only 18 goats left. You criticize others' faults but can't even see your own, they said. Instead of educating other people in the thought of Mao Zedong, you just get angry and curse. Fengtang, it seemed, always had something to curse about. If his points were low he made a big fuss. If he ran out of grain he blamed the whole team. Proud of his own class background, he tended to look down on anyone whose parents had been more prosperous than his. He thinks he's a beautiful flower, while others are nothing but bean curd. Another party member who made things hard for his teammates was Shen Chichang. He was known as Comrade 3 too much. He complained too much, talked nonsense too much, and thought about himself too much. His thinking was backward, his work was poor, and at times he even stole. This time criticism brought rapid improvement and he became an activist, not only on the sidelines team, where he pitched in to help the team leader, but at home, where he raised pigs and piled up enough compost to earn an extra 100 workdays. If some were not combative enough, while others carried chips on their shoulders, still a third group of communists, it was said, dared to tackle problems in a principled way. One of these was Shen Wen of the third team, who was the brigade accountant. Accepting a post as accountant in itself involved conflict because Wen's parents felt that anyone who kept financial records was bound to get into trouble. They advised him to take no part in it. As the saying went, 1 2, 1 2. 1 2 3, under the light bulb the accountant we see, flicking his abacus diligently. /413. He makes no distinction between night and day, but when the gate comes can he pass? No way. Better by far a plain member be, working hard, in the fields. But honestly, Shen Wen didn't agree. How could the revolution succeed without accountants? It was not accountants who couldn't pass the gate, but people who violated Mao Zedong's line, people who put self before public and took advantage of their position. Shen Wen, according to his own report, took up the position of brigade accountant with a clear conscience. When the propaganda team first came, it set up a special case investigation group, a group to look into all books, all accounts, a group dedicated to the exposure of graft and corruption in the brigade at whatever level. The group invited Shen Wen, with his good head for figures, to join the work. Once again his parents opposed the move. How could it lead to anything but trouble? Of course, to expose graft and corruption was a good thing, but it was easy to make mistakes, follow false leads and make dubious accusations that could only alienate people. Then, instead of striding out on a straight road, you could walk into a brick wall. Much better to play it safe, leave well enough alone, and keep your nose clean. But once again Wen disagreed. How could the revolution succeed if no one was willing to stick his neck out and fight graft and corruption? Of course he might make some mistakes, but if he made mistakes he would correct them. Good people would understand. If criminals were offended by his work, so be it. How could that block his road? Shen Wen dared to take on problems, people agreed. But since he became an accountant and an investigator, he had found little time for work in the fields. With all those calculations in front of him it was easy to say, I'm busy. But wasn't it more truthful to say that he had become a little lazy and that by withdrawing from labor he had created a gap between himself and the rank and file? Shen Wen had to agree that he should organize his work better and show up more frequently for work in the fields. The party rectification, which had gotten off to so slow a start, never did develop into an enthusiastic mass movement. Nevertheless, day by day, meeting by meeting, it built up a certain momentum, so that attendance at meetings grew rather than diminished and people spoke out more fully and more freely instead of gradually saying less and less. None of the self-evaluations seemed in themselves spectacular. None of the criticisms standing alone could shake the brigade, or even startle any individual member, yet as the days passed the atmosphere in the village improved somewhat. In the fields people began to talk about rectification when ordinarily they would have discussed the weather or the crops. Informally they reviewed the record of each communist again and again. /414. Who dared criticize the party members in the past? Said many, forgetting the many movements of the 50s and 60s when party members stood before the gate just as now. Party problems were handled at the brigade level for years. But now it's back to the masses. This ought to be a regular thing once a month, once every 2 months. Then we would all have close ties. The party members, finding people's opinions reasonable and far from vindictive, tended to feel better. Having entered on self-criticism with hesitation, for fear of being kicked down, they found on the contrary that the community upheld them, expected a great deal from them, but nevertheless upheld them. This raised their spirits somewhat. Accepting criticism could be refreshing, like taking a hot bath and emerging scrubbed and clean. Positive results showed up right away in the fields. Both Lu Hojian and Pei Liangshun of the second team, where morale had surely been the lowest, turned out for work at the end of the week, each with a crew in high spirits. The party members have taken a step forward and so have the masses, said Judge Cao. No one disputed Judge Cao's statement, but no one took it very seriously either. Clearly the movement had failed to inspire the community as a whole. In trying to analyze why, I decided that the novelty of reasoned confrontation, of self and mutual criticism, which had so fascinated everyone in 1948, had long ago worn off. One could hardly expect that after repeated immersion in this process people would approach it with the same verve and enthusiasm they had shown 23 years earlier. Mao's thesis that liberation marked only the first step in a long march, and that the difficult and complex task of building a new society must take not only decades but perhaps centuries, had been confirmed by events. This being so, no one suffered under the illusion that any single movement could miraculously transform the community, its Communist Party members or its communist leaders. Longbao must go through the process again and again, year in and year out, from one decade to the next, in order to keep moving forward. Nevertheless, if the community did indeed make progress with each rectification, people should take up the task with some enthusiasm. Knowledge that the long struggle for a good crop must begin again next year had not in any way dampened the morale of those responsible for this year's cultivation of the soil. Why, then, did peasants approach the cultivation of social relations with so little commitment? They were going through the motions of party rectification without devoting either their hearts or their minds to it. The whole process lacked soul. Having looked forward to progress as dramatic as that achieved by the Gate of 1948, I was disappointed. I sensed that something more serious than overexposure held people back, but I could not define what it was. I hardly had time, however, to digest first impressions, not to mention arrive at any conclusions. The wheat planting, moving toward its climax, dominated every daylight hour. After long shifts in the field I found it hard to stay awake through meetings that crowded midnight. I was not alone. One or two peasants, leaning back against adobe walls, almost always fell /415. Asleep before the last speech ended. The whole community, it seemed, had mobilized to full capacity and could hardly be expected to undertake anything more. It never occurred to me that, at this busiest of times, Longbao would rise to meet not one but two new challenges. When the mid-September sun set, cool air caused a mist to form around the pond in the center of Longbao. By morning the mist had spread outward in every direction until it enveloped completely all the neighboring lanes and courtyards. When we got up, a little after dawn, to join the propaganda team members in study, the sun shone faintly through a white miasma, suffusing the whole area with tender, glowing light. This light converted lanes, walls, trees, and courtyard gates into ethereal forms that more closely resembled stage props for an imagined village than the mundane landmarks we had come to know so well. Several sheds made of bamboo poles and reed mats intensified our sense of fantasy because they had materialized mushroom-like, in the middle of the night, to occupy hitherto empty space. They were propped against the wall at the northern edge of the square. Smoke from several cooking fires floated lazily upward through and around the mats. In the absence of even the slightest breeze, the smoke merged with the mist at treetop level and hung there, motionless. These sheds were the first booths of Longbao's annual autumn fair. We rubbed our eyes, looked, and looked again, incredulous. The fair, we had been told, would not take place. Li Suyuan, the vegetarian vice-chairman of the Southeast Shanxi region, had announced only a few days before that such a diversion would interfere with wheat planting. To enable everyone in Longbao to concentrate on this central task, and to prevent friends, relatives, and casual acquaintances from coming from miles around to enjoy the hospitality of Longbao families, thus disrupting their work. The fair that had been held every year as long as anyone could remember, had been officially cancelled. Let everyone do without 3 days of socializing, petty trading, snacks, drama, barter and fun. Let everyone get on with the business at hand, the great challenge of the 3 fall season. Let them show how serious they were about studying K. Yet here in the pre-dawn mist the first booths of the fair had already been set up. Even as we watched, more individuals and groups arrived, some claiming only a few square feet of ground on which to spread their wares, others assembling booths, large and small, each tailored to the merchandise or service its builder planned to offer. From one of the fires a delightful aroma of highly spiced donkey meat wafted our way. Since the thought of great chunks of stewed donkey meat so early in the morning repelled Karma and me, we gravitated instead toward a second fire where an old man was preparing shuiping, thrown cakes. We watched with fascination as he tortured a piece of dough into a thin tortilla ready for cooking. Instead of flopping the dough back and forth as was usual on the shangtang, he whirled it freely in the air around his stick, making it larger and thinner with each revolution until it reached the exact size and shape of his griddle. Then, at just the right moment, with a masterly flourish, he flopped it on the hot metal to fry. While this cake absorbed heat, he applied castor bean oil to a second griddle with his left hand and simultaneously twirled another piece of dough around the stick held in his right hand. As soon as it was ready he flipped it deftly onto the empty griddle, then, with a flick of the wrist, turned the cake on the first griddle completely over, revealing a delicious brown crust on the upturned side. When the cake was ready to eat, we bought it for a few cents and divided it. The virtuosity of this vendor's performance, similar to the skill of a veteran pizza maker in Italy, fed us greatly, and we would have watched the art several more times if we had not suddenly remembered our study hour. Afraid of missing some important lesson, we reluctantly moved off. As we did so, other early risers materialized out of the mist in search of the source of the irresistible aromas that were spreading through the whole village. By the time we finished our morning study, the mist had burned off *, revealing one of those incandescent sunlit days for which the Shangtang is famous. As the morning wore on, the air warmed up, then grew hot enough for August, but without the humidity of the rainy season. On returning to the square we found that the booths opened before sunrise constituted only the starting nucleus of an extensive array of sheds and sales locations that stretched up and down both main streets, completely surrounded the pond, and overflowed into several side alleys. To the east, all the way to the highway, but concentrated on the south side of the street, stood tethered donkeys, mules, cows, oxen, and horses, most of them already surrounded by buyers and curious onlookers. As the booths and the livestock proliferated, so did the people. At its height that day the fair attracted 5,000 people. They came on foot, by bus, by animal-drawn cart and by bicycle. Bicycles propped against trees, stacked against gateposts or laid sideways on the ground, wherever a free space could be found, cluttered the byways. One of the marks of prosperity in the Chinese countryside after land reform was the steady increase in the number of bicycles. Whereas formerly only the wealthiest landlord or the most prosperous peddler could hope to own a bike, now almost every family boasted at least one, and some had a bicycle for every adult member. We saw in the crowd some extraordinary backcountry individualists, flamboyantly decorated with colored scarves and sashes, yet perfectly at ease in their splendor, as if the occasion required extravagant dress and /418. Everyone else had failed to respond. We also saw cripples, idiots and quite a few people with terrible diseases of the eye. Considering the efficient medical care provided by the Longbao Clinic and the even more proficient services available at the commune hospital and the railroad hospital nearby, it was hard to understand why there should be so many eye problems in the area. But there the people were, large as life, striding through the fair with eyes half destroyed by trachoma or conjunctivitis. We could not help noticing them because all visitors from outside Longbao were fascinated by the appearance of Americans on the street and followed us wherever we went, staring without end. If it was disconcerting to be stared at by healthy people, it was much worse to look back into a face where one eye discharged grey fluid while the other red, inflamed and half-closed, seemed already beyond repair. As the fairgoers crowded the narrow streets and moved up and down between the booths, they stirred up clouds of dust. By noon, dust hung like a pall over the whole village, occupying much the same space as the mist had earlier done. The dust, needless to say, had none of the charms of the mist it replaced. Nevertheless, it added its own unique atmosphere to the scene. It reminded us, if reminder was needed, that we were still in North China. The variety of goods lying on the ground, displayed in the booths or hawked on the street by peddlers, fascinated us. There were hoes, shovels, forks, rakes, brooms, winnowing baskets, flour sifters and sifter screens, all used in farm production. There were booths full of cloth, both the machine-made variety that required ration coupons and hand-spun, hand-woven cloth that was not subject to rationing. Some of the handmade cloth showed the delicate tawny color of natural brown cotton. Much of the rest was an undyed white. But we also saw some homespun that had been dyed with commercial colors, then woven into striking plaid patterns. Other vendors displayed vegetables grown on private plots or in home gardens, such things as eggplant, Chinese cabbage, and late summer beans. Some had large baskets of fruit, especially the thorn dates and pears native to this region and the apples that had been recently introduced. Strings of dried persimmons were also on sale. In some locations the vendor had only one basket of produce to market. When he or she sold out, the space was vacated, only to be quickly occupied by someone else. Not all of these locations represented individual sales effort. Many of them were staffed with people sent by a brigade or production team. The income from their sales would go into the brigade or team pool to be distributed as cash shares at the end of the year. We learned that the Shuiping booth and the donkey meat counter were collective efforts, as were many of the stands selling candy and candied fruit. Right in their midst, a confirmed individualist, an itinerant dentist, had cleared a space and laid out on a piece of red cloth a gruesome display of hundreds of the teeth pulled by him in past years. What he advertised was painless dentistry. This he guaranteed by massive injections of Novocaine applied with an equally massive, if not too sanitary, syringe and needle. The final extraction he accomplished by means of a vicious collection of chisels, hammers, and pliers. Not the least of the attractions of this jaw clinic was its open public nature. Whenever a tooth was about to be pulled, a large crowd gathered to encourage both dentist and patient. Total cost per tooth 1.50 yuan, 75 cents. Booths and locations selling hardware and other manufactured items were numerous. Some of them were devoted to watches and watch repair, others to bicycle and tire repair, while still others concentrated on flashlights, damaged thermos flasks, pens, or broken chinaware. Repairs, for the most part, were done while the customer waited. Perhaps the liveliest section of the whole fair was that part of the street at the north side of the pond that offered weaned pigs for sale. They had been carried to the fair in large wicker baskets tied to the rear racks of heavy freight bicycles, and now they were laid out in groups on the ground, each with its front legs tied, one to the other, by a rope across the top of the neck. Back feet, meanwhile, were tied together behind. Trussed in this manner, the little pigs could roll and twist across the ground for a few feet but could not possibly get up and run away, and so they lay squealing, grunting, twisting, and turning, waiting for a buyer to select them and remove them from the hot noonday sun. Whenever a buyer picked one up, it screamed as if it were stuck with a knife. Most of the pigs were black, but some had white spots and some were reddish with black spots. The sellers squatted alongside, talking with the customers. From time to time they flipped an errant pig back toward the center of the group from which it had managed to squirm or roll away. One of these vendors, a middle-aged peasant in a very clean tunic, told us he came from Wushang, a county town to the north that was 40 miles away. Pigs such as these, in plentiful supply there, brought only 80 fen a catty, while here, in the suburbs of Changchi, where pig breeding had been neglected, they were worth IUN per catty. Since the pigs averaged 10 to 12 catties in weight, this was an increase of 2 UN per pig. Between sunrise and sunset, a man with a bicycle could easily transport 10, 15, or even 20 pigs by bicycle all the way to Longbao, and sell them. The earnings for one long day could be as much as 30 or even 40 UN, which was far more than a person could earn by hard work in the fields in a month. The question that arose in our minds was, is this a form of profiteering? Or if this price was fair, what was there to prevent weaned pig prices from climbing higher day by day, especially since a public campaign was just then getting underway to expand pig raising? The answer was that a ceiling had been set on the per catty price of pigs. It had been established by the administrator of the fair. This man was an official from the economic department of the city administration. He was there to enforce ceilings not only on the price of pigs but on all other important commodity prices as well. This fair, it turned out, was not a free market in the classical sense, a place where supply and demand found their own equilibrium, but a marketplace where privately or collectively owned commodities and property could be brought for sale, subject to price controls enforced by the state. If any buyer felt that there was price gouging going on, he could seek out the market administrator and register a complaint. The offending vendor would then have to answer for his prices and presumably lower them. This /42 policing of the market proved to be a very important factor at the Longbao September Fair of 1971, because right in the midst of the fair the Longbao Brigade suddenly launched a mass campaign for the purchase of pigs by its members. After seeing the entire fair and trying to take it in, I was amazed that Vice Chairman Lee Soo-yuen had tried to cancel the event. According to this well-known anti-revisionist vegetarian, the fair had to be postponed so that it would not interfere with wheat planting and other fall tasks. But quite obviously the fair was a boon to fall work. Almost everything that anyone took to sell there, and almost everything that anyone went to buy there, had some bearing on production, either direct or indirect. The fair had a significant, even decisive, economic function to perform. The most important of these functions was the exchange of livestock, primarily draft animals, the horses, mules, donkeys, oxen, and cows needed for the heavy work yet to come. Brigades and teams with animals to sell sought out the few remaining autumn fairs on the Shangtang Plateau even when these fairs opened scores of miles away. By the same token, brigades and teams that needed animals sent buyers to fairs in distant counties even when it took several days to walk their purchases home. Without a few fairs moving from community to community in predetermined seasonal pattern, it was difficult to see how sellers could find buyers, or buyers sellers. Perhaps a lively section in the regional newspaper devoted to for sale and want ads could have accomplished the same purpose, but there was no such section in the paper and, even if there had been, a newspaper ad was a poor substitute for animals in the flesh, lined up side by side for all to see, compare, and bargain over. In the livestock department, the other great exchange that went forward in September was, of course, the sale of weaned pigs. This was also closely linked to fall production because it was on the grain and fodder reaped from the summer crops that the weaned pigs to be marketed the following year would be raised, and it was on the pig manure and compost created by this batch of new pigs that next fall's wheat planting would depend. Since most fat hogs went to market in the fall, now was the time to buy replacements. For counties with surplus pigs and little grain, the Longbao Fair was as important as it was for counties with surplus grain and few pigs. In Wushang, 40 miles to the north, pig breeding had become a major enterprise, both private and collective. There everyone kept sows but did not raise enough grain to feed all the pigs farrowed. On the outskirts of Changchi, in contrast, few sows were kept but grain and grain products were relatively abundant. The fair was the place where Wushang sellers and Changchi buyers met to the great advantage of both, and mutually assured the future of pork and grain production in the mountains and on the plain. If livestock was the most important product exchanged at the fair, it was by no means the only important one. To put livestock to work, the peasants needed harnesses, halters, bridles and whips, horseshoes and horseshoe nails. To plant, harvest and process grain they needed seed sacks, seeders, manure buckets, carrying poles, hoes, shovels, sickles, winnowing baskets. Country Fair /421. Brooms, flour sifters, and sifter screens, to mention but a few items. All these could be found in one booth or another. Even the cloth on sale was important to production, at least for those families whose clothes were already worn out. It was especially important for families who had run through their cloth ration. Machine-made cloth could always be bought at the coop store, but the unrationed homespun, hand-woven cloth could rarely be found there. The rough products of home spinning wheels and hand looms were brought to the fair directly by the families that made them, or by a few peddlers who specialized in such goods. One could even argue that the booth manned by the itinerant dentist, with his gruesome display of last year's extracted teeth, was a link in the production cycle, for who could devote proper energy to wheat planting or the fall harvest with a nagging toothache? If there had been no fair where small quantities of vegetables and fruits could be sold, few peasants would take the trouble to raise them, garden plantings would be restricted to what each family itself could eat, few fruit trees would be set out, and those fruit trees that already bore fruit would often be neglected. In a fully developed collective society, the cooperative store must certainly handle such items, but in 1971, so far as I could determine, none of the village supply cooperatives handled perishable produce. There remain the booths selling delicacies like shuaping, donkey meat and candied apples. These, of course, were luxury foods that people did not need to consume in order to produce. They were not only luxuries, they were expensive, and the people who bought them could hardly be called anything but self-indulgent. Nevertheless, it seemed obvious that the whole question of rest, recreation, and moderate self-indulgence could also be linked to production, for people cannot keep their noses to the grindstone day in and day out, week in and week out, month in and month out, the whole year through and still maintain enthusiasm for their work. There must be some ebb and flow, some period of rest and relaxation, some fun. For Longbao village and the surrounding communities, the September fair provided one of the infrequent but highly prized traditional periods of rest and celebration. The Moon Festival in August and the 10-day New Year holiday provided others. On the grounds of recreation alone, it seemed that the Longbao fair had an important role to play. That city, commune, and brigade officials had called off the fair without any discussion of all these factors was hard to understand. To cancel a major facility for exchange of commodities necessary for fall work without providing some viable alternative could only be considered a sectarian extreme. Yet it was easy to see how higher cadres and even propaganda team members fell into this. Their attention was concentrated on production. Buying and sell HNG smacked of bourgeois opportunism, of speculation and profit-mongering. The whole question of free markets, to what extent they should be encouraged, to what extent they should be controlled, what commodities they should handle, and what limits should be imposed on prices, all these questions had never been really settled. They had divided party leaders for years. On the one hand, there were those who advocated /422. Unrestricted trade, private exchange, and the profit motive as a stimulant to production in the countryside. In 1971 these were regarded as right opportunists. On the other hand, there were those who advocated doing away with free markets altogether, condemning them as bourgeois, reactionary, and subversive to socialist construction. Riding high in 1971, they have since been called *EF dogmatists. Neither of these positions seemed satisfactory to me. To give free markets unfettered rein was to encourage all the speculative forces in the countryside and place unnecessary strain on collective production and exchange. To do away with free markets altogether, however, was impractical. Neither the state commercial departments nor the cooperative supply societies were able to handle the intricate variety of commodities and services that undergirded a flourishing rural economy. In practice, government policy had swung from enthusiastic promotion of free markets to severe restriction without ever allowing them to develop their full potential, on the one hand, or ever completely doing away with them on the other. At any given stage of development there was presumably some optimum role for the free market to play, but this role had not been easy to determine, and so the fortunes of the market had been blown first one way and then another, depending on which wind predominated in society as a whole. What predominated in Changchi City and Horse Square Commune in 1971 was an anti-free market wind that ignored all the links which the Longbao Fair had to the production tasks of the three-fall period. All the arguments against the fair had to do with its disruptive effect on 3 days of wheat planting, without any recognition of the fact that the wheat planting, not to mention the fall harvest and the fall plowing, all depended to a large extent on animals, implements, supplies and commodities available at the fair. Fortunately, the peasants understood the relationship more clearly. Even though officials cancelled the fair, it took place on schedule and on a scale rarely seen in the past, a scale that reflected the development of the economy and the vitality of production in the preceding years. All that the ban from on high accomplished was the elimination of the dramatic performances that alone could have given the occasion some political content. At fair time, Longbao's leaders had always brought in the best amateur dramatic groups from the surrounding area and had also hired, at considerable expense, a professional theater troupe. The troupe had staged major dramatic and operatic productions both afternoon and evening. For 3 days running, a continuous selection of operas, plays, skits, dances and songs had been offered free to all who wished to come. Most of these performances had carried some timely or timeless political message, some celebration of a past revolutionary victory, some agitation for more determined efforts in socialist construction, some criticism of backward ideology and action, or some praise for advanced thought and behavior. Once the fair was officially cancelled, the brigade could not appropriate a budget for entertainment, thus aborting the traditional political content of the event. While spontaneously, from below, the economic function of the fair surged to new heights, it had no directed political function to perform, no explicit message to impart. This meant, of course, that commercial politics reasserted themselves by default. Me-first ideology promoted a traditional selling and buying spree. In the absence of any other political message, commercial advantage took command. Here was an illustration of the way in which left dogmatism inevitably played into the hands of right opportunism. Under the influence of ultra-left thinking, higher cadres cancelled the fair. Since this was a blow to the local economy that peasants could not tolerate, the fair took place anyway. At the same time, the whole cultural side of the event, the celebration of socialist ideology, which always depended on the higher leadership to organize and inspire, collapsed, a prime casualty of the decision to cancel. Meanwhile, the lively market in weaned pigs that burgeoned at the very center of the village challenged Longbao's peasants to do something about pig raising. As hawkers and vendors counted their cash, sorted their goods and rolled up their mats after a record day of business on Longbao's main street, the single bulb in the 5th team meeting room suddenly lit up. It cast a dim light on a score of bone-tired peasants who had gathered to discuss an unprecedented demand: every family must buy at least one pig. The meeting had hardly begun when old Erlwi got up to leave. "Where are you going?" asked Kuo Chenkayuan, the team leader. "Stop. What are you leaving for? We've just begun." The protests came thick and fast from the old man's neighbors. "I'm going home to drink my supper," said Erlwi angrily. He used the word drink because his supper was gruel. "But what about pigs? Aren't you going to buy one?" "I haven't put anything in my stomach since noon." "You ought to raise fewer dogs and support Chairman Mao by buying a pig," said a voice from the darkness of the corner. But Erlwi paid no attention. Since he had stomach trouble, he raised dogs because dog meat was hot and he could digest it. Pork was something else again. In defiance of his teammates, he walked out into the night muttering, "Don't even give a man a chance to drink his supper. Buy a pig. On an empty stomach." "That Erlwi," said Chenkayuan. "He's too stubborn. Such a huge courtyard, all those dogs and not one pig." It was Smart Fan, with his tobacco-stained fingers, the General Affairs Secretary of the City Party Committee, who alerted the brigade to its dismal record in pig raising. On the first day of the September fair, weaned pig buyers from distant places such as the Workers' and Peasants' Commune and Big Star Brigade had come to stock up. When Smartfan asked the man from Big Star how many pigs his brigade raised, it turned out that by National Day, October I, Big Star families would average 2 pigs apiece, and the supply of fine young piglets at the Longbow Fair made this possible. The contrast with Longbow was striking. Smartfan well knew that Longbow Brigade, with over 400 families, had on hand only 165 pigs, and 53 of these were in the collective pig breeding project under HSINFA's direction. Less than a quarter of Longbow's peasant families raised any pigs at all. In the light of the national goal of raising 1 pig per family, and taking into consideration that some of the more advanced brigades in Shensi were already raising 1 pig per capita, it was a miserable record. Smartfan immediately called together the propaganda team and brigade leaders and urged them to mobilize the village for a pig buying campaign that would enable Longbow to reach, if not surpass, the national goal. With a good crop in prospect, with the promise of extra grain from the State Grain Company, with weaned pigs from all over Southeast Shensi right there on their doorstep, it was folly for Longbow people to continue in their lackadaisical way, raising a pig here and there as it suited the fancy of some individual householder, without any brigade goals, without any brigade campaign. That night when the production teams met in their various meeting halls, it was not party rectification that held the spotlight, as had been the case ever since the August Cotter meeting in Changchi City, but pig raising. In the dingy room behind the Liberation Army Tank Park where the 5th production team met, less than half the family heads showed up. After sending assistant team leader Li Yixi out to round up the laggards, Judge Cao, leader of the propaganda team, opened up the subject. Mao Zedong has called on us to develop pig raising on a wide scale. This is a question of principle, he said, raising his voice to emphasize the point. Whether or not you are loyal to Mao Zedong will be demonstrated by whether you raise a pig or not. Here the weaned pigs have been brought to our front door. Buyers from other brigades have traveled long distances to buy them, while we sit on our hands. What we want to discuss tonight is how we are going to buy pigs tomorrow. Brigade and team cotters and Communist Party members must take the lead, and the rest of the people should demonstrate their attitude. Since so many people are absent, we will have a special meeting before going to the fields tomorrow, for all those who did not come tonight. We want everyone who does not already have a pig to buy one tomorrow at the fair. Of course there are some practical problems. Some people don't have any place to keep a pig. We suggest that they place their pigs at the brigade sty until they have built pig pens of their own. Some people don't have enough money to buy a pig. We suggest that they borrow the money from the brigade, and pay it back later. Shenchi Tsai and Xiao Tiongmin, accountants from the brigade office, will be out on the street tomorrow to solve the problem of financing for all who can't come up with the cash. If there are any other problems, you had better bring them up right now. We want a pledge tonight from every family that it will buy a pig tomorrow and raise it this fall. Who will speak first? Lu Kuanghan, an older man with extremely thick lips, spoke first. He was a pig-raising enthusiast. Buying pigs is great, he said. How can you slash 426? Possibly lose by it? You help yourself and you help the country. Why should anyone hold back? Team leader Chen Kayuan, on the other hand, was self-critical. As team leader I should have set an example in pig raising, but in the past I never paid much attention to this. When I went to the commune this afternoon for a meeting, Comrade Fan, the party secretary, asked me if the fair was on. When I told him that it was, he asked how many pigs Longbow people had bought. I couldn't give him any answer. But I did know that out of 71 families on our team only 8 have pigs. And of the 12 pigs they own, 5 belong to one member Swiftly. He has a sow that just gave birth to 4 piglets. Yet all we have done about the matter is distribute to each family a copy of the Central Committee's directive on pig raising. Well, yes, he paused, and thought a bit. We've discussed it a number of times also, but we haven't taken any action. The main problem is that we leaders haven't taken the lead. Let's make a list right now. Who will buy a pig? I'll be the first. Put me down for one. I'll buy one, said Shen Ta, the 6-footer whom everyone called Short Shen. Put me down for two. 1. Mark my name down. For a moment it looked as if the campaign would quickly snowball into a mass movement, but then someone spoke out pessimistically from the back wall. I was thinking of raising a pig long ago, but I haven't any place to put it. Silence greeted this declaration. Some low grumbling came from the opposite corner. Then again silence. Judge Cow broke the stillness by reading off a list of pigs already present or promised in the community. Swiftly: 5, Shi Tizun Shi, 3, Chin Ta Hung, I, Li So Zha, 2, bought at the fair this very day, Lu Kuang Han, 2, Chang Hsin Fa, 2, Li Xing Rui, I, Wu Cheng Shu, 2. Even with tonight's volunteers, less than a third of the families are on the list. Who else will join? Li Shuazhen's wife said gloomily, what would I feed a pig with, even if I did buy one? We're going to provide feed, said Judge Cow. Well, I haven't got a pig pen either, she said. You should worry about a pen, with a yard as big as yours is, said Chen Yuan. All right, write me up for one, then, said the woman hesitantly. I don't have any place for a pig either, said Qin Shi Sheng. The brigade will find you a place, said Judge Cow. But the people will get mad, said Qin, despondent. He had just been through a big struggle about a spot for a family privy and didn't look forward to another such battle. Since there had been no room in his courtyard for a privy, the brigade had given him some public land out on the street. But the privy he actually built took up more room. All about pig/427. Then had been agreed upon, so the neighbors got angry and cursed him. Now they'll start cursing again, he said. Let them curse, said Judge Cow. What does it matter if they get a little upset? They may be angry today, and may still be angry tomorrow, but after a while they'll get used to it and they won't be angry anymore. Maybe, said Qin, unconvinced. Whoever doesn't have a pig pen can temporarily lodge his pig with a neighbor or give it to the brigade to care for, said Chen Yuan, coming up with a constructive solution. The brigade will also set up a system for allocating pig feed. The harvest will provide both husks and stalks. The brigade will build a fermentation station and the fermented fodder will be divided as needed. After pausing long enough to let this sink in, Chen Yuan continued with an even more important proposal concerning pig manure. We will solve the problem of payment for pig manure along the lines tried out by the third team. They used to pay for pig manure by the basket, but everyone had to take time out to dig the manure out of the pens and thus lost labor time in the fields. Since the price per basket was set very low, they lost income and no one wanted to take an active part in producing and delivering pig manure. Now the third team gives labor days for pig manure. 5 carrying poles of the first grade, 10 carrying poles of the second, are equal to a labor day. Shen Chichang and Kuo Tai Shan have each earned over Lu labor days already this year delivering pig manure. Pig raising is loaded with benefits. Why can't every family afford to do it? The pig can be sold for money, you can keep some pork to eat, you can earn work points by delivering pig manure, and the manure will raise yields so that everyone's share will be bigger. All this is clear. So what we have to do now is solve the practical problems like feed and pens. The rest is easy. The real problem is in our minds. Like me, you have probably been thinking, this pig business is too much trouble. For the last 2 years I haven't raised a pig. But now I have thought it through and so should you. Once you make up your mind the rest is easy. Who else will buy a pig tomorrow? Several more immediately signed up. Whereupon Short Shen, the 6-footer, raised a problem that no one else had thought of. If we all go out just like that and buy pigs tomorrow, the prices will go sky high. The sellers are individuals with only a few pigs each. If buyers remain few, the prices sag. But if there is a rush on pigs, the prices can go out of sight. Well, why can't we get around that by having one or two people do the buying? You mean let one person pick out the pigs for the rest of us? Yes, why not? That's a good idea. Here's a plan, said Chen Kai-yuan. We'll buy all the pigs that have been spoken for. We'll bring them here with a price tag on each. Then you can each pick out the pig you want. I've got a better idea, said swiftly. Why not add up all the pigs by weight? Average the weights and sell the pigs by the caddy. /428. That's too much trouble. Better do it the first way. And so it was decided. The fifth team chose a delegation consisting of Kuo Chen Kai-yuan, Li Chi Shun, and Li Pingting to do the buying. This had the added advantage, as Li Yixi pointed out, of allowing the rest of the team's manpower to return to the fields for wheat planting, thus the main work of the season would not be neglected. Judge Cao closed the meeting by summarizing the results. 8 families originally had pigs. Now 25 have signed up to buy. This makes 33, but it's not even half. We must inform all those who did not come and try to reach our goal, a pig per household. Before leaving, the team members sang in unison, "Sailing the seas depends on the helmsman." Then they dispersed into the night. All 7 production teams, 6 agricultural, 1 sidelines, of Longbao Brigade conducted similar meetings on the evening of the 18th, and most of them chose a few buyers to select all the weaned pigs that the team members had promised to raise. As a result of this unprecedented mobilization, the pig market was by far the liveliest spot at the fair throughout the following day. Longbao buyers alone bought 150 head, which was almost the whole of that day's offering. This put a lot of pressure on the market, and the same type of pigs that had sold the day before for IUN Academy quickly shot up to the market administrator's ceiling of 1.20. If it had not been for the ceiling, prices would have soared much higher. With the ceiling, those who had quality to sell got hurt because even the worst pigs brought 1.20 per caddy, while the best pigs were held to the same maximum. On the whole, though, both buyers and sellers were happy. Sellers found a market for every pig they brought in at prices higher than the day before, and buyers got all the pigs they bargained for at a fair price, in some cases at a bargain price, if one considered quality. That night, when the teams met again in their separate headquarters, the great pig purchase was the first order of business. Protracted moral pressure was brought to bear on those families who had not yet agreed to go along. At the 5th team meeting, Yixi read out the names of all those who had not yet bought pigs, then went on to say, "If you haven't bought a pig, you still have time to buy one. But we can't always just speak fine words and rest content with ideological work. If you don't buy a pig, the team will buy one for you and deliver it to your door. So don't turn this glorious opportunity into an embarrassment. Cover yourselves with glory and buy a pig now." Even those families who had already bought a pig became targets for further persuasion. Chen Kai-yuan urged on them the idea of 2. If, when the pigs reach 30 to 40 caddies, you can't afford to go on feeding both, you can turn one into the brigade and raise only one to maturity. This second night of mobilization brought results equal to the first. 5th team buyers went forth the next day with orders for at least 50 pigs. As the propaganda team met for morning study on September 20th, pig buying and pig raising dominated the conversation there as it had for 2. All about pigs /429. Evenings at the production team meetings. Security officer Shen came up with a huddle rhyme which illustrated an old habit of thought, the idea that until grain production reached a certain point it was useless to talk about increasing pig numbers. Pigs are alive, they grow each day more grain must go their way. A bigger harvest is the vital link, without it pig raising is bound to shrink. What is missing here, said Shen, is the realization that pig raising promotes grain production. We have to understand the relationship between the two. Of course pigs eat some grain, but they also eat a lot of wild grasses and waste materials. They do if people gather this stuff for them, said Wang. It means a lot of extra work. That's why single men and widowers, not to mention widows, are reluctant to undertake the task, said Shen. They don't have the time for it. And then there is the problem of state policy, said veteran Wang. We've seen it happen already. Once pig production reaches a certain level, suddenly the local buying office lowers the grades and messes everything up. The state is supposed to pay 48 fen for first grade pork, 46 fen for second grade, 43 fen for third grade and 40 fen for fourth grade. But if they back off on this and people don't get what they have been promised, then pig raising goes into a tailspin. Well, they ought to carry out policy just as strictly as anyone else, said Judge Cao. There's too much at stake. What's the point of all these benefits? Extra grain on credit, credit for the purchase of pigs, brigade mobilization to supply fermented feed, mobilization to build pig pens if the buying office doesn't hold up its end and maintain steady prices. We should make sure that they do, said Donkey Meat Wang. How? Raise the problem with them anyway, said Wang. Everyone on the propaganda team was elated by the sudden burst of activity on the livestock front. A few days before, pigs had not even been on the agenda. Suddenly, due to smart fans prodding and the September fair, pig raising in Longbao had embarked on a revolution. It was possible the brigade would never be the same again. But veteran Wang, as was his wont, brought the matter into perspective. To start like this is easy enough, but to go on is harder. In the long run, no one can say that pig raising is solidly grounded in Longbao unless the people raise and keep brood sows and supply their own weaned pigs. All we've done this time is to transfer pigs from one brigade to another. We haven't added a single pig to the face of China. Furthermore, to feed the pigs we have bought won't be so easy. People bought them with borrowed money, and have been allowed to purchase 60 caddies of state grain per head to start them on. These incentives are very /430 attractive, but some people, as soon as they get the grain, may well turn around and sell the pig and we'll be back where we started from. That's right, said Donkey Meat Wang. One member of the second team bought a pig yesterday morning and sold it in the evening. His wife refused to help with it. She won't work outside the house, even in her own courtyard. She just messes around all day on the Kong with her baby. So he sold the pig already. As if to emphasize the point, the difficulty of consolidation, Shen Chuan's son, Shen Tianyu, suddenly appeared in the doorway. My pig ran away, he reported sorrowfully. In contrast to his dead father's efficient, pompous manner, the younger Shen always seemed to be but half awake. He was clad in a sleeveless cotton tunic that was only half buttoned across his chest. In the chill morning air the skin on his arms was peppered with goose pimples, but he seemed oblivious to everything but his loss. Shoulders drooping, jaw slack, he leaned against the doorpost. You've lost your pig already? Yes. It jumped the wall and ran into the fields. I know where it is, but I can't catch it. It's much too fast for me. But that is one of the best pigs bought all day, said Judge Cao, incredulous. Yes. I paid top money 17 yuan. I'll go back and keep an eye on it if someone will go to Horse Square after that pig dog. In Horse Square, it seemed, there was a dog that could catch pigs and hold them without harming hair or hide until the pig's two-legged pursuers caught up. But security officer Shen didn't trust any dog around pigs. Never mind the dog, he said. You just go back out and keep an eye on the pig. As soon as we get through our meeting we'll all turn out and help catch it. At that young Shen cheered up and ambled off, his shoulders straighter than usual. Shen had no sooner left the scene than another peasant arrived with an equally grave problem. He had bought a pig on a promise from the brigade leaders that a spot would be found for a pen. They had chosen a large yard nearby. The owner of the yard had protested strenuously, but KITSAI had overruled him. "If you try building here, I'll lie right down on the spot," said the outraged peasant. "Go right ahead," said KITSAI. "You lie there and we'll build a wall right around you and turn the pigs in with you." This silenced the man temporarily, but once KITSAI left, he raised a huge fuss. Work on the pen still had not begun. Security officer Shen promised to look into the matter. "Old Zhou Chengfu is having pen trouble, too," said Donkey Meat Wang. Don't have a pig pen, how can I raise a pig?" he shouts. "What I want to know is, does this new leading body want me, this member of the masses? If they do, let them find me some land for a pen. I listen to you cotters. I listen to the Communist Party, but no one ever listens to me. No one ever solves my problems. All about pigs/431. Asterisk what are you shouting for, says Splayfutseng. Asterisk RM not only raising one pig, VM raising two. I'm a single man. I work overtime, but I can still raise two pigs. That's Splayfoot's method for stalling our criticism. On this front he suddenly plays a positive role. But old Chengfu messed up the whole meeting, the way he carried on. I finally asked him if he would build a pen along the south wall of the yard he shares with his brother. Asterisk if the leadership says so, I will, he says, asterisk but if this problem isn't solved I won't raise pigs at all. What he really wants to do is build a pen right beside that cookhouse he built to spite his brother. We haven't settled the cookhouse quarrel yet, and Chengfu is ready to start another one. KITSAI says, and Zhou Chengfu's family there's not a single member that is any good. Said security officer Shen, laughing. He ought to know, he married the man's sister, said Donkey Meat Wang. These pigs are really shaking this town up, said veteran Wang. We were all looking forward to the big pig chase once the study session was over. It was just what we needed to warm us up. But, just as we started out, Shen Tianyu came running back to tell us that he and his buddies on the second team had caught the pig. One problem, at least, had solved itself. What with peasants selling pigs the day after they bought them, with pigs jumping out and running away, and with families quarreling hotly over where to build new pens, I began to wonder if Smart Fan's brilliant plan might not be characterized as adventurous. On September 21st, the last day of the fair, families that obviously didn't really want them bought 50 additional pigs. How much trouble would they go to in building tight pens and in finding the roots, weeds, and waste that could supplement the grain diet? And even with the best will in the world, how could Longbao people suddenly find grain byproducts, and waste matter for 212 more head than they had ever raised before? Wouldn't it have been better, I wondered, to have set more modest goals, say, the addition of 100 pigs with the stipulation that at least a dozen of these would be raised as brood sows? But things turned out better than I anticipated. Sudden sales and wild escapes subsided along with property line quarrels. 3 weeks after the great pig purchase only 4 pigs had died. One met its fate on the highway, crushed under the wheels of a truck. One had died of ulcers of the mouth. 2 others escaped into the fields and were devoured by wolves. Only a few gnawed bones rendered mute testimony to the fate of pigs that would not stay home. One reason that things turned out so well was a set of policies to stimulate pig raising that had been adopted by the national government. Given the tenor of the times, none of these policies involved material incentives. They depended instead on reasonable rewards. To start with, the state grain company had set aside substantial amounts of grain for the campaign. For each breeding boar or so kept, a family was allowed to buy 120 caddies of grain. For each fat pig raised, a family was allowed to buy 60 caddies of grain from the state and 60 caddies of grain from the brigade. In addition to that, for each pig raised a family/432 got extra cotton cloth coupons and extra cooking oil coupons. Finally, for each pig sold the family could retain low caddies of pork for home consumption. On the surface these measures did not appear to be very attractive. In return for raising pigs the peasants were allowed to buy grain, cloth, and oil and eat some of the meat. In fact, this was an important concession because the peasants had no grain ration books. They could not legally buy grain in any market and they were restricted to very tight rations of cloth and oil. Raising a pig provided the only method, short of relief, by which a peasant could go out and buy more grain than had been earned through work days in the cooperative, and more cloth and oil than the ration allowed. The grain sold by the state under the system did not have to be fed to the pig. Family members could eat the grain and feed something else to the pig. But if the pig failed to grow and never reached the market, the right to buy this grain could not be renewed. For that reason, if for no other, everyone tried hard to keep his pig alive and growing. A family might feed the pig none, some or all of the grain purchased. For the most part, though, people ate the grain and found other materials to fatten pigs on. What really put pig raising on a sound basis in Longbao was the invention, by a soldier in the Liberation Army, of a new kind of yeast which, when added to finely ground corn stalks, corn cobs, millet straw or other fodder, transformed it in such a way that pigs could digest it and grow on it. This process of fermenting fodder in earthenware crocks amounted to placing a rumen, such as cows, sheep, and goats already have, outside an animal without any rumen, and pre-digesting coarse feed for them, coarse feed that they could not ordinarily eat, or could gain little from if they did eat it. In a grain economy such as China still had, where all grains were needed for human consumption, meat animals had always been raised on wasteland, cattle, sheep, and goats, or on waste materials, pigs and chickens. Whatever edible scraps, human feces, garbage, or other wastes the pigs and chickens could find about the village, plus whatever materials were left over from the processing of grain into liquor, flour, or noodles, these were the primary feeds. The amount of material available for scavenging, and the byproducts of noodle making and liquor making, had always been limited, hence pig raising and poultry raising had also been limited. With increases in grain production, there had, of course, been increases in grain byproducts. With local grain surpluses there had even been some whole grains left over for pigs in certain places, but these increases could not be large because the total grain situation in proportion to population was still so tight. It was the discovery of the new fermentation process that opened the way to large-scale pig raising and the possibility of transforming China's traditional grain economy into a new type of grain fodder livestock combination. Chang Hsin, who was responsible for Longbao's brigade-financed pig raising project, showed us how corn cobs, kaoliang, and corn stalks could all be ground, placed in jars, and processed with yeast to yield valuable pig feed. In addition, he supervised a plant making corn and bean noodles. Both these products were made from finely ground corn or heaps. When placed in jars of water, the heavier noodle material sank while the lighter byproducts floated, were skimmed off, and fed to pigs. Because pigs easily digested the floating wastes, noodle plants and pigs' ties went together all over China. Next to feed, internal parasites posed the biggest problems for Chinese pig raisers. In Longbao, the fat pigs and breeding stock of the brigade unit suffered severely from parasites, which caused the animals to grow slowly, if at all. Everywhere we went in North China, including Taipei, we found the same problem. Only a few pigs waxed fat and healthy. Most had the lean shanks and swollen bellies of the worm-ridden. To this rule we found only one exception: the brigade piggery at Nanjing, south of Changchi. There all the pigs seemed unusually healthy. In part this was due to the extraordinary measures Nanjing pig raisers took to ensure balanced rations, but they must also have controlled parasites in some way. Unfortunately, I didn't inquire into this. Raising pigs one or two at a time in household pens tended to reduce the problem of parasites because the pigs were isolated. A new generation was introduced only once a year or every year and a half, and much voided infectious material was rendered harmless by the passage of time. It was also possible, when raising only a pig or two at a time, to start each set in a new, parasite-free pen. It was probably for this reason that home-raised pigs tended to do better than communally raised pigs, and consequently leaders pushed the one pig per family slogan even more vigorously. That pigs actually served as fertilizer factories, an article of faith in the Chinese countryside at the time, and one that had been promoted across the length and breadth of China by none other than Mao Zedong himself, was doubtful. A living, growing pig added nothing to the material that he ate that could give it more fertilizer value than it already possessed. In fact, the very process of digestion and elimination undoubtedly destroyed some of the nutrients in the material consumed by the pig that might otherwise become fertilizer for plants. It has always seemed self-evident that if the peasants directly composted their waste material, it would yield more in the way of plant food than it could possibly do when fed to a pig and then composted as pig manure. So why did the Chinese put such great faith in the slogan, "Raise pigs, accumulate manure"? Yang Chu, Chifei. And why did they insist that raising pigs increased crop production? The only plausible answer, it seemed to me, was that when they raised a pig they took great pains to collect waste materials and bring them to the pig pen where, even if they were not digested and processed by the pig, they were trampled and mixed together with pig manure and urine into a useful compost that no one without a pig would ever have bothered to assemble. The benefits of this kind of a program were obviously limited, especially if, in fact, the pigs destroyed some of the nutrient value of the material they processed. To increase pig numbers first to one pig per family, and then to one pig per capita, and then to still higher figures, must inevitably yield sharply diminishing returns once most of the usual waste materials had been gathered up. China produced, after all, only a certain amount of waste material, a certain amount of fodder and a certain amount of byproduct/434. Grain. To increase pig numbers beyond the limit that China could thus support would in the long run cut into the grain supply itself, because the pigs would have to start eating whole grains instead of waste materials. In the process, from beginning to end, pigs would not create a single new pound of nitrogen, phosphorus, or potash. In the long run, grain production cannot depend on pig raising, but only on the massive growth of a fertilizer industry, and the massive propagation of nitrogen-fixing legumes. In fairness to the plans of Chinese agricultural leaders, I should record that they were also building a fertilizer industry as rapidly as possible by the walking on two legs method, that is, by using small-scale indigenous processes as well as large-scale modern industrial processes. China did not depend on pig raising alone to increase grain yields, but worked to develop all possible sources of plant nutrients, from the meticulous collection and processing of waste materials in pig pens to the fixation of nitrogen from the atmosphere with coal, gas, and electric power. On the last day of the fair a cold front blew across the Shangtang Plateau, dropping the temperature into the low 30s. Security officer Shen and Donkey Meat Wang were the only members of the propaganda team with a Kong, a mud platform with built-in flues that could be heated. After shivering through the final hours of daylight in the pig market, we all gathered in their room to sit on the Kong and absorb some of its gentle warmth. Cold weather always made veteran Wang's shattered left arm ache. As he rubbed it, he began to talk about his life in the army, a life which he recalled with nostalgia. Nostalgia for the past seemed universal among those who had fought their way through the 30s and the 40s. Those, apparently, were simpler times, days of extraordinary national unity that brought members of all classes together in resistance first to foreign conquest, and then to continued Kuomintang rule. Veteran Wang, once started on the Liberation War, could hold forth for hours. The battle for Tientsin was big. Of course we were all scared. But in those days nobody asked, "Are you scared?" The only question was, "Can you carry out your task?" If you couldn't carry out your task, the commander had to find someone who could, then transfer you somewhere else. Commanders and political directors had to take the lead. While everyone else took shelter, we had to stand up. I was standing up, looking through my binoculars, when a bullet blasted my hat from my head. Then I felt the blood running down. A fragment of that bullet still remains in my skull. It's right on top and it hurts sometimes. Later, My arm was hit. A fusillade whipped it backward. 18 bullets struck my arm at the same moment. Some of them are still there. Other bullets hit my leg and back. When it rains or comes off cold, all the old wounds ache. I feel pain in half my body. How did I get out of there? I don't know. I was unconscious. I/436. Don't know what happened or how I survived. After the whole country was evacuated, I still lay in the hospital in Tientsin. We didn't have much anesthesia then. What we did have we saved for the seriously wounded. When the doctor took the bullets out of my arm, he just poured salt water on the wound, then went in after them. In that operating room there was a little devil messenger boy with a bullet in his rump. The doctor went to cut it out. Does it hurt? He asked. Yes, it hurts, said the boy. You mean a Liberation Army soldier, a follower of Mao Zedong, can feel pain? Certainly not, said the boy. So the doctor cut the bullet out and the boy never said another word. In that battle for Tientsin, one of our soldiers flung an explosive charge into a dugout. An enemy inside flung it right out again. The soldier, calm as you please, picked up the charge and flipped it back into the dugout. That charge blew the wall all to hell, opened a hole in the enemy line, and our troops went charging through. The soldier earned a triple merit badge. How come you were so brave? I asked him. I was just trying to carry out my assignment, said the man. In the past I was a no-good bastard. I smoked opium, chased women, and wasted my life. Now the People's Army has given me a chance. How would it look if I didn't carry out my assignment? When the charge came flying out, why did you pick it up? If I hadn't, I'd have been killed when it went off. So you just threw it back again? Yes. That's the way heroes behaved. I liked the way they showed the soldiers in the film fighting north and south. We really were like that. Some of the later films aren't so good. When I see that film I feel as if I'm seeing what we really did in those days. Later films never caught our style, the essence of our life. That soldier, a lifelong no-good suddenly turned hero, moved me. If I had been a writer I could have written him up. But I can't write. So many things happened. No reporter could begin to write them all down. Before going into battle we always swore an oath to stick together through life and death. That was real unity. Political work was easy in those days. You gave a short speech, no extra words, and everyone did his best. I remember once, before a battle, the political director called everyone together. Do you want to live or do you want to die? We want to live. Then follow me, he shouted and charged forward into a hail of bullets. That's all there was to it. We wrote simple reports, too. Arms, ammunition, men, and horses received. Patrols sent out. Period. But was it so easy to be a coder in those days? It wasn't that easy. You had to make all decisions on your own. And you had to solve your own supply problems, too. There weren't any documents to study or any forms to fill out. So how did we get our supplies? We raided the landlords' homes. And each day each man got a UN&a-half in cash. We had a poem. Life hard. Meet it with a laugh. Every day. Spend a UN&a-half. Our soldiers were sassy, too. They thought nothing of talking back. I remember once, we passed members of a propaganda unit stationed beside the road. They were trying to cheer up the troops and get them to move faster. Are you tired? They called out to our men. No, we shouted back. Not any of those on horseback, anyway, said one smart aleck kid. But even though the youngsters spoke like that, they went into battle bravely. They fought like tigers and no one found fault with the way they talked. Our literacy level was really low. I went to primary school for 4 years only. Even so, I was Confucius in my unit. Our theoretical level was also low. We just did whatever we were told. We didn't pay attention to strategy but only looked at tactics, how to win the battle we were in. But after the Shichiaquan campaign, the leaders decided to practice democracy in the army and discuss all their battle plans with the troops. That upset some of the commanders. They couldn't imagine talking everything over with foot soldiers. They thought our level was too low. If that's the way it's going to be, they said, I won't lead men into battle anymore. It's funny how our thinking changed over the years. During the anti-Japanese war we thought like this: drive out the Japanese devils, then go home and get a good night's sleep. After the Japanese surrender, Liu Shaochi talked about an era of peace. Lots of us went along out of wishful thinking. The Chungking agreements called for a reduction of forces. We cut our 8th Route Army back to 9 divisions. We transferred some units to local forces and completely demobilized others. Many fighters were unhappy about that, but they were told that the time had come to put on civilian clothes, the clothes of the old 100 names, the common people. When the press announced the Chungking Truce Agreement in October, we jumped with joy. We relaxed our vigilance. We thought, /438. Now at last we can take off our clothes at night and sleep soundly. But the ink no sooner dried on the documents than the attacks began. After the first high tide of clashes, fighting tapered off, but it began again at New Year's. We were still paying our mutual New Year's respects when the Kuomintang attack came. Our scouts had reported signs of an offensive, but none of us paid any attention because we didn't want to. After all, we had signed a truce, hadn't we? But the Kuomintang attacked anyway and we had to pull out on very short notice. The unprepared got left behind. Those were the days of the truce teams, 3-in-1 combinations of US, Kuomintang, and 8th Route Army officers. But fighting raged on all fronts anyway. Once we attacked across the railroad at night. We stashed our armbands and moved off quietly, but we didn't have leather shoes like the Kuomintang forces, and some bastard snapped pictures of our straw sandals. At one of the meetings he produced them as evidence of a truce violation. When the Kuomintang surrounded us, the truce teams never showed up. But as soon as we surrounded the Kuomintang, the teams came right away to help them get out of the trap. During the Liberation War our thinking changed again. We began to think about surviving. Will I still be alive when we capture Chiang Kai-shek and liberate the country? By that time we had all seen great cities and beautiful regions, and we asked, will I be around to inherit all this? Will I ever see home again? These questions implied that the revolution would come to an end. In our minds the problem of carrying the revolution to a higher stage had, for all practical purposes, been rejected. Veteran Wang's stories stimulated other men's memories. Huang Chiahuan, the steel worker, informed us he had fought in Tibet. When we went into Tibet we faced Tibetan soldiers commanded by a living Buddha. We heard they weren't afraid of death because no bullet could touch them. But as soon as the artillery started to fire, the living Buddha ran away and hid in a ditch. We all ran up to catch a glimpse of this famous god. He was nothing but a little boy, ignorant, illiterate, cowering in a ditch, frightened to death. Buddhas reminded Secretary Chiang Kai-tsai of the charms members of the Peasant Red Spear Society used to make. When the anti-Japanese war began we wrote ideographs in white on yellow paper. Then we burned the paper and dissolved it in water. If you drank that water neither spears nor bullets could touch you. That's what people said. But actually the bullets went right through you, and real fast, too. Japanese soldiers used to carry a little carving of Buddha hung on a string around their necks, said veteran Wang. Before they went into battle they took it out, and bowed down before it. We surrounded a Japanese soldier once. He took out his huddle Buddha, bowed, and pulled the pin on a live grenade. The explosion finished him. The Japanese treated their wounded cruelly, Wang continued. A soldier badly hit became a burden to his comrades. They burned him alive. They just poured gasoline on him and ignited it *. That's right, said Secretary Chiang. Once when I was working as a laborer for the Japanese, one of the guards got his kneecap blown off. They laid him on his back on a wooden bench and poured gasoline over everything. The soldier wept. His comrades wept. Then he took out his Buddha and nodded his head while the flames burst out all around. After the fire died down, we had to take his bones and grind them into powder. His comrades wrapped them in paper and sent them back to Japan. Huang Chiahuan surprised us by saying that he had fought not only in Tibet, but also on the Sino-Indian border. He had marched all the way to the tea plantations of Assam, at the foot of the Himalayas. On October 8, 1962, the attack order came. As we moved out, each of us carried enough rations for 7 days. But our commander told us these rations must last for 2 weeks. So we cut back to 2 meals a day and ate the second meal very late, sometimes at midnight. But a strange thing happened. We encircled an area shrouded in mist. Machine guns fired from an enemy strongpoint across the ravine. We tried to silence them, but several of our men got hit, so our commander ordered artillery. The artillery shells smashed the machine gun nests. Then we took the whole place. But the Indian command didn't know that. They thought the area still belonged to them. Planes came over, circling low. We took cover thinking they would bomb us, but they dropped supplies by parachute instead. We shot down 2 of the planes. The pilot of the third saw that something was wrong. He tried to gain height quickly, but another company farther down the line shot him down. The planes came with supplies for their own men: rice, kerosene, and warm clothes. They didn't know we had already taken the area. After that we had plenty of food and fuel. We got everything we needed from that airdrop. We captured so many prisoners everywhere. Our group alone captured 900. Another unit surrounded 3 whole brigades. We captured all their officers except General Call. He got away. Their men were tall, much taller than we were. They never thought that we would roll over them like that. I am tall for a Chinese, but I had to look up at them. They were bearded Sikhs. We surrounded whole Sikh units. They abandoned their weapons and scattered up the slopes. Then we had to go and round them up. We found some crouching with their heads buried in holes, rumps up, arms out, holding wristwatches in the air as much as to say, "Don't kill me, take my watch." We took their watches, got them to their feet, then put their watches back on their wrists. We took them to the rear, found warm clothes for them, and food. Supply troops took them from the front to base camps farther back where supplies were more plentiful. In those freezing mountains, lots of them had only summer uniforms. Their feet froze. Their feet turned purple and they couldn't walk. 4 of us carried 1 cripple up a steep mountain trail. It was hard, 440. Enough to climb without any load. 4 of us could hardly carry him up. Once we got our prisoners to safety, we gave them the best of everything: padded cotton coats, padded shoes, padded caps. Our drive took us all the way down to the foot of the mountains. Then we got orders to pull back. We had to pull back and return everything we had captured. We couldn't understand why. Our leaders insisted, saying it was policy. We were fighting a political battle and we had to pull back. As in the film Fighting North and South, we had to make a strategic withdrawal. We gathered all the captured weapons together, including the fancy Soviet rockets, and fixed them all up, even polished them. Then we invited the Red Cross to come and check them out. After we withdrew, the Indians came and got the stuff. As for the prisoners, we sent them back, too. When it came time for them to go, some of them didn't want to leave. They cried. They wanted to stay with us. They were afraid they would be punished for surrendering, afraid for their lives if they went back. They were conscripts. So we had to persuade them and reassure them. We had to convince them that nothing would happen to them. "Well, I never fought North or South," said Secretary Chang, "but I saw plenty of action nevertheless. Longbao was a complicated place. In the morning, At the crack of dawn, the Japanese would come along demanding grain. They threw sacks on the ground and demanded that we fill them up. Then in the afternoon Kuomintang bandit units came through looking for grain, clothes, and money. They thought nothing of taking the clothes right off a man's back. Once my mother made me a new pair of shoes. They took my shoes off, hit me across the face with them, and strode away. If they found the village head they tied his hands behind his back, bound his ankles together, put a rope around his neck, and threatened to throw him in a well unless he came up with grain and money. The people really hated those Kuomintang bandits. After the Japanese surrendered we captured a middle-level puppet commander. General Shenfan Chuan. He had killed 12 Longbao men, including the only 2 sons one woman had. When we brought him here women attacked him with scissors. They cut off his ears, his nose, and his lips. Then they cut out his tongue. They stabbed him with the awls they used to make shoe soles. Then they crushed his skull with rocks. Han Xiaowen commanded a puppet platoon under the Japanese. In the course of the war he killed more than 300 people. He used to say, "TF 3 days go by without somebody to kill, my palms began to itch." We sent 15 militiamen to find him. They finally caught up with him in Hinton and pinned him against the wall with 2 bayonets, one through his right shoulder, and one through his left. They pinned him but they spared his life so that they could bring him back for punishment. Here in front of a mass meeting they tied him to a table, piled cornstalks all around it, and set them afire. Han Xiaowen burned to death. Men out to round him up. We brought him before a huge mass meeting in Horse Square. The crowd was out for blood. They wanted to kill him. I was standing on the steps only a few feet from him. The way he glared back angered me. I jumped behind him, grabbed my gun with all my might and jammed the bayonet into his back. The blade went right through him and dumped him, spread-eagled, onto the floorboards. Other people rushed forward with their knives and bayonets and finished him off. They stabbed him hundreds of times. T had a reputation as a tough customer. In regard to Longbao, the landlord's home return corps spread the word, "First get Man Shi, then get Kitsai." They gave Man Shi top billing because he beat more people, but I was the party leader who stood behind him and I went into action when necessary. These tales, so enthusiastically told, brought out aspects of the past that contrasted sharply with the present. The speakers had no trouble distinguishing friend from foe. They took it for granted that they had fought and triumphed in a just cause. On the Indian border, Chinese soldiers treated rank and file prisoners as class brothers, just as they had always treated captured conscripts from the armies of Chiang Kai-shek. On the home front, landlords, running dogs, collaborators and turncoats stood out as enemy targets against whom everyone could unite. Nobody talked about taking the lid off the class struggle. The oppressors themselves did an excellent job of calling attention to that. In the 70s, friend and foe no longer stood forth so clearly. Without foreign invaders, local tyrants, or rent-gouging gentry to mobilize against, party leaders raised the specter of hidden agents bent on counter-revolutionary wrecking. Every time a problem came up, every time a conflict arose, every time someone committed a questionable act, they called for revolutionary vigilance, for unmasking class enemies, for uncovering class struggle. But these calls seemed strangely unrelated to the reality before us. At the conclusion of the Longbao Fair, when the brigade leaders reported back to the propaganda team, team leaders asked them to sum up all the evidence of class struggle that had come to their attention. Under this heading they lumped all negative phenomena, large and small, everything that harmed the community or violated its mores. Stealing incidents made up the largest single category. Stealing was classified that fall as harvest wrecking, as primarily a political rather than an economic act. Yet there seemed to be no lack of thieves or thefts. Each team reported numerous incidents. A peasant named Chu Chang had planted 2 squash plants in his yard. Each of these had produced a huge, 20 catty squash. Before he got around to pick them, they disappeared. Everyone said that 80% of the squash stealing in Longbao was the work of that rascal Whiskers Shen. People had seen Shen eyeing these two monstrous squashes several times in the past week. Hence he was suspect number 1. Chn Shen Yen had lost 5 ears of corn. Someone cut them right off the stalks in his front yard. Who could it be? Old Wu Wantien raised date trees in his yard. One day he woke up to /442. Find himself locked in his house. When he finally managed to break out, scores of ripe dates had disappeared. So Wu said, at any rate. But other people said that he ate the dates himself, then spread rumors about thieves. As for Wu having been locked in, that no one disputed. Soon afterward Lu Xianhui, the widow, found herself locked in her room. When she got her door open at last she thought surely she would find things missing from the yard, but everything was in order. She thought that was because in the courtyard next door drama practice had gone on late into the night. With so much light, and so many people coming and going, the thief had not dared to move farther. Shen Hu Chn lost several peaches from his tree. The 13 grew corn near the vegetable garden at the edge of the village. They lost 70 ears, all cut with a knife. A whole row vanished. The 5th team also reported a vanishing row of ear corn. They suspected some stranger coming down the highway on foot or one of the railroad workers who lived by the tracks. East of the railroad peasants often found their corn stalks standing without ears. One man reported that he saw an off-duty train crew roasting fresh corn over a fire. Where had those ears come from? Complaints made to the Railroad Third Bureau, Construction Headquarters, always provoked countercharges that Longbao peasants had been doing some stealing of their own. Hadn't there been a steady loss of coal from the yards at night? Hadn't Lu Yuanhai made off with 2 buckets of charcoal? And hadn't 5 children of the Tai, Han, and Yan families taken 5 shovels from the Third Bureau warehouse? Rumor had it that another child, Shen Luhai, had stolen a chain and sold it at the market in Changyi. More serious, someone had stolen 2 telephone poles from the Third Bureau communications yard. With all this stealing going on, one had to be careful. A branch from a neighbor's tree stuck over the wall into Chi Uhsin's yard. It rubbed against the electric lines, but Uhsin didn't dare cut it off until he notified Donkey Meat Wang. He was afraid he would be charged with theft. Attacking village cotters, making things difficult for them, developed into a second category of class struggle. 4th team leaders had complaints against Chi Tsengqian. He went up and down the street cursing them out. Shepherds were supposed to get 8 points per day, but the team gave his son only 7.5. When they divided relief grain, the Chi household got only sorghum and no corn. After Chi worked for several days in the 4th team garden, the team leader's brother cheated him of his work points. Yang Chi Wang, your whole family is against me, yelled Chi, jumping up and down in his front yard. Low work points for my son, no work points for me, and all we have to eat is sorghum? Maybe Yang's brother just forgot your work points, suggested a neighbor. No, they're against me. I'm going to the commune office to press charges. When Yang Chi Wang's brother heard this, he said, okay, if you tell on me you'll get even fewer points in the future. Battles North, South and at home /443. That same week Chi Tsengqian's wife and Chi Wan Chang's wife both got mad at team leader Yang Chi Wang's wife. Tsengqian's wife was called Little Airplane because she talked so fast and walked so fast. Wan Chang's wife was called Potato because she was short and round. On the basis that everyone had to do her share, Little Airplane and Potato had been hustled out to pick castor beans against their will, but the team leader's wife never showed up. We knew she wouldn't come, said Potato. She's too busy supervising the building of that big new house so she can rent rooms out to workers and get help from them with babysitting. With that she let out a stream of curses, the kind of original curses she was famous for. Why was all this included under class struggle? Because Potato's husband was a rightist under supervision by the people, just as his father had been before him. People knew the father, Qi and Xing, as three sides red, that is, he made out well under three different regimes. When Yan Shishan ruled Shanxi, he collected rent as a landlord. When the Japanese came, he ran through a fortune smoking opium. By the time the 8th Route Army liberated southeast Shanxi, he had impoverished himself to the point where he received land in the land reform. How lucky could one get? Qi and Xing's wife was called Big Black Bean. She pushed Sun Wan Xichang's marriage to Potato even though he was under attack for his ancestry and his record. He had been a medical serviceman for Yan Shishan. When captured, he joined the 8th Route Army, but came home still carrying a rightist label. In the Cultural Revolution he linked up with a group called the Stormy Petrels. When they seized power he jumped very high. But the Stormy Petrels didn't hold power very long and the disappointed Wan Xichang complained, "Now you are sitting on the power I once held." Nobody could get along with him. When he dished someone it showed on his face, which was always looking up because he was so much shorter than others. The 6th team earned notoriety for Qin Erkui, who beat up his vice-team leader Yan Hsin. Qin always criticized the team leaders. He told anyone who would listen that none of the leaders, at team or brigade level, spoke the truth anymore. The question was, why were the rank and file of the 6th team so inactive? Were there bad elements operating behind the scenes? Troublemaker Qin Erkui's membership in the Communist Party made this question urgent. The 6th team also included the 18-year-old orphan Shen Shaosheng. He lived alone in the house inherited from his parents and often stayed up all night. When his married sister, 21 years old, came home, which was often, groups of rowdy railroad workers dropped in to party until dawn. What sort of goings-on were these? If certain team leaders came in for abuse, brigade leaders also got their share. Some of the work team members planted corn on unused land by the highway. To prevent its being stolen they harvested it prematurely, husk/444. It in the brigade office quadrangle, and threw the husks into the brigade office privy. When some members of the 2nd team came to haul away the night's oil, they found the privy was full of semi-decayed corn husks. "Why so many husks?" asked one. "They're from the brigade office, obviously," said another. "So that's where all the corn goes," said a third. "Why does this shit stink so much?" asked a fourth. "Because it's not made from dried sweet potatoes," came the answer. The remark implied that unlike the average Longbao family, now subsisting on dried sweet potatoes from Honan, the brigade leaders were feasting themselves nightly on nourishing fresh corn. When it came to Fast Qin, not only the brigade leaders but the Revolutionary Committee leaders of the Commune itself served as targets for his scorn. When Secretary Chang walked down from Commune headquarters to look over the preparations for the wheat planting, he told Qin to be sure and spread the compost heaps evenly over the fields so that the wheat could come up and grow evenly. In response Qin turned his head and spat on the ground. Later Qin and team member Kuo worked together sowing wheat. Qin applied about 15 caddies of seed per mao. Kuo questioned whether this was enough. According to the commune directive the wide furrow method requires 20 caddies. "If you just open your hand a little you can apply 60, replied Qin. What kind of a remark was that? Some propaganda team members thought it was counter-revolutionary. The Commune Party Committee had decided on 20 caddies. Now Fast Qin was casting doubt on their directive. What did he want to do? Set up his own central committee? Wasn't he trying to wreck the fall sowing, wreck the brigade and wreck socialism? On the very next night something even more shocking occurred, for that was the night that Splayfoot Sen, drunk and staggering slightly, walked the full length of the main street from north to south singing Curse in the Hall at the top of his lungs. With this song he launched an attack not only on the brigade leaders, but on the cadres of the commune and on the city party committee. Had they not selected and approved the new leading body in Longbao? This time, Lin Tiong said. Splayfoot had gone too far. It was time to take the lid off the local class struggle and settle accounts with all class enemies. She proposed a confrontation with the two gems, their gang, and all like-minded wrongdoers. Smart Fan, security officer Shen and Huang Chiahuan, the steel worker, backed her up with enthusiasm. Judge Cao demurred, but veteran Wang, supported by Donkey Meat Wang, opposed the action as premature. Wang was loath to lump so many diverse phenomena under any single label. He wanted time to investigate. Veteran Wang felt that the team leaders, by piling all these incidents together as class struggle, undermined the meaning of the concept. Most of the conflicts looked more like contradictions among the people. Personal animosities, family frictions, gripes, and grievances blown up to the point of confrontation. Bad as stealing was, it was primarily the work of the children of the poor, of a few railroad workers out for a treat, or of a few well-known rascals who hadn't done an honest day's work since before liberation. As for singing curse in the hall, perhaps Splayfoot had a legitimate grievance. Why call all this class struggle? It was important to call things by their right names, Wang argued. If cotters failed to call things by their right names, how could they ever understand the problems that faced them, much less solve them? How could they develop self and mutual criticism? How could they use rectification to right wrongs? Perhaps the lack of enthusiasm shown by the peasants for the whole rectification process had its roots in opposition to the loose way leaders had of tossing dangerous accusations about. People might well be tired of endless movements, protracted self and mutual criticism, repeated rectification, but maybe what they really rejected was overblown rhetoric that turned misdemeanors into crimes, dissent into counter-revolution, old friends and allies into enemies, and lumped all negative phenomena, whether lethal or benign, into one big heap labeled class struggle. Were these distortions inadvertent excesses, annoying ripples on the broad river of an ongoing revolution? Or were they the burgeoning expression of a wrong political line that could bring the whole revolution to a halt? At that point, halfway through our stay in Longbao, we could barely formulate the question, much less arrive at an answer. What we felt was a deep unease about the direction the movement was taking, an unease that grew into alarm in the weeks that followed. M. V. Bloom. 2. By January 1965, having analyzed capitalist restoration in the Soviet Union and the bitter post-leap struggle within the Chinese Party, Mao concluded that the Chinese Revolution was in jeopardy and the enemy was those in authority in the party leadership taking the capitalist road. The great proletarian cultural revolution was about to begin. Mark Selden, The People's Republic of China, A Documentary History of Revolutionary Change. Part 6. The Absolute Correctness of the Present. The tension between action and belief is far better understood than the tension between belief and doctrine. Where the belief and the propaganda of a ruling class differ significantly, the class becomes the victim of a cynicism which inevitably penetrates throughout society. Michaelskini, Carrot Revolution in Poland. Stop thief. A dozen young women in bright flowered tunics, embroidered aprons, and dark silk slacks sprang forward in unison, took a short step, brought their hose down as if to split the ground, then swung them overhead in preparation for another rhythmic blow. As their hose flew upward, the dancers fell back half a step, shifted to the left, then sprang forward once more as if working their way across the top of a barren mountain. Each advance brought a new slice of soil under symbolic attack. One could see in this pattern, perhaps, the origin of the Yanko, that basic four-step figure of North China's rock step, a right-left forward drive, then a soft right-left retreat. As they leaped and swung their hose, the women sang at the top of their voices a song called Kai Huang, Opening Wasteland. With its words and rhythm they created an illusion of joyous urgency, energy, and commitment, as if the only thing in the world that mattered was turning over the soil and celebrating it in song. In real life, Longbao youth had not distinguished themselves in this or any other form of farm production, but when it came to dramatic presentations that was a different matter. Talented singers, dancers, and actors emerged from every courtyard on occasions such as this, an evening of local theater staged to compensate for the lack of entertainment that had marred Longbao's great seasonal fare. These young performers had the power to lift their audience right out of everyday life into a magic world that even someone as skeptical as I had no trouble believing in. The star of the group was the 20-year-old daughter of Pei Liangshun, leader of the second production team. Medium in height, plump and broad of face, she didn't have the svelte figure one might expect of a lead performer, but as soon as she began to dance she dispelled all negative impressions by the grace and coordination of her movements, each of which flowed so smoothly from the one preceding it that she seemed to float above the stage without effort or design. She captured the attention of the audience so completely that many could not say who else performed before them. It was not that one could find fault with any of the other dancers, it was simply that none of them could begin to match the overpowering stage presence, the perfection of timing and motion, that young Pei so effortlessly displayed. Her rounded limbs and torso, her brightly rouged and powdered face, defined her as a model of rural health and happiness, a poster-style symbol of modern collective life such as an artist might paint for the magazine China Reconstructs. Her voice, sustained in high register, blended with the chorus, yet stood out enough to form a central pillar of sound around which the other voices clustered in support. I found it hard to choose between her singing and her dancing. Both seemed beyond reproach that night. Next to Pei's magnificent daughter, the most appealing personality on the stage was the descendant of one of Longbao's expropriated gentry, the landlord Sheng Qingho. Though she moved and sang and smiled along with the rest, I detected in her face a hint of the pain and sadness that a hard-class origin must bring to the life of any offspring of a struggle object. Most of the time she succeeded in covering her feelings with a non-committal, mask-like set of the eyes and other features, but now and then her control lapsed, revealing an inner self not quite certain of welcome, not quite at ease among colleagues who, by contrast, felt completely in tune with each other, with the music and with the audience. Knowing the depth of the discrimination applied to second-generation landlords and rich peasants, knowing how often fellow villagers must have flung the feudal tale of her ancestry in her face, I was surprised to see the young woman performing in public at all. Apparently she had found in Longbao's theater group a place where, temporarily at least, she might be judged by her talent and not by her grandfather's landholders. Nevertheless, it took a special brand of courage to come out, to practice, to dress up and to perform before the whole community. Others of her origin and generation had given up. They rarely left home except to report for work. The opening wasteland dance was followed by a solo from the throat of a willowy 13-year-old who stepped out alone and unafraid. A long face, a miniature mouth and a receding chin, features that taken singly were not very appealing, all combined in the graceful singer to create astonishing beauty. She captivated the audience almost as completely as Pei's daughter had. Her high, thin voice, clear as a bamboo flute at dawn, expressed intense emotion. I found the emotion hard to analyze. It was joyful, yet nostalgic, lively, and at the same time lonely, revealing the inner tension felt by a young woman just beginning to be conscious of the world beyond her village, wanting to step forth with exuberance and hope, yet not quite sure of the shape of the future and therefore still reluctant to abandon childhood. The stillness that pervaded the hall as the teenager sang lingered on after she finished, only to be suddenly shattered by 6 young men who came stomping onto the stage like a bunch of wild steers. Their sudden appearance before us in perfect alignment, staring expectantly as if we and not they were about to perform, brought the entire audience to uproarious laughter. By playing a gang of self-absorbed bumpkins, uncertain as to why they had come or what might happen next, they plunged us into a comic world as convincing as the romantic one they had so rudely destroyed, and our willingness to go along enhanced not only the excitement of the plunge but the depth of our enjoyment once they got their act underway. One verse form in China requires each participant to start out with the last word uttered by the preceding speaker and to create a new verse based upon it, as rapidly as possible. By custom the humor is supposed to become broader and more biting with each effort, and those who are waiting to speak are free to add whatever flourishes, instrumental sounds or back talk they desire. Suddenly the 6 on the stage launched into such a rhyming contest. They must have memorized it beforehand, but they spoke as if making it up on the spot. Each young man stood with absolute solemnity, waiting his turn, then fired off his lines with staccato precision and ended up saying "tang per chang" in imitation of a drum and cymbals, while the next speaker held forth with his lines. Each imitated drum and cymbal with a straight face, but with anger in his voice, as if the mere creation of the sounds gave pain, as if surprised at having to use his vocal cords at all instead of beating out the real sounds with instruments. This sequence brought rollicking laughter from the audience and sustained applause when it was over. The young men followed up the rhyme, called an add-on, asterisk with a short skit in rhymed couplets about the importance of studying THIRD. After each verse the 6 participants did a little dance in unison, 1 step forward, 1 step sideways and 1 step backward. They performed these steps, like the "tang per changs" of the previous number, with appropriate solemnity and with a certain studied clumsiness, as if they had just emerged from a compost pile and were shaking the manure off their feet. The dance brought down the house. I found myself laughing uncontrollably along with everyone around me. Yet the young men on the stage never so much as smiled as they went through each succeeding verse and the comic foot routine that followed. What made this act particularly delightful was the knowledge that the performers were not really clumsy, that this uncouth, compost pile step was something they had created to instill in us a vision of backcountry rustics just learning to dance. Not incompetence but art had set the theme. While the audience still labored to catch its breath after this hilarious version of learning from THIRD, the young men launched into a huddle play called "Tour Carrying Poles of Turnips." A quartet of stalwarts strode onto the stage, each individual weighed down with 2 large baskets of garden produce hanging from the opposite ends of a carrying pole. They sang, "Out of the east fresh winds whirl. In turbulent air red flags unfurl. To our motherland the winds of spring. A new upsurge of change will bring. Upon this stage we 4 will tell. Of 4 poles of turnips we hope to sell." "What the devil is there to tell about 4 poles of turnips?" asks one of the players, temporarily stepping out of his role as a young man on the way to market. "Comrade, don't get uptight. Stop worrying," responds another. "There's plenty to tell about these turnips. What with all the twists and turns we'll be lucky to get through it. And the point of the whole thing is that class struggle on the economic front is not as simple as it looks." "Well, what do you know?" says the doubter. "Let's get on with it then." And so the play begins, with an old poor peasant named Wang, rising before dawn, to lead his 3 companions, all heavily laden with turnips, to the market at the county seat. Soon they come across a shadowy figure lurking at the crossroads in the morning mist. "Ki sui sui, devil devil, evil evil," speaks the man, obsequious as a beggar. "Could you tell me if, by any chance, those turnips might be for sale?" "What do you mean, for sale?" respond the 4, shocked. "Take it easy, don't shout. There's nothing to fight about. Sell to me, I'll make it plain, 50 cents a pole you'll gain." Incensed at this speculative offer outside the market, old Wang calls on his cohorts to hurry onward. But the devil devil, evil evil speculator is not so easily shaken off. Running ahead, he again intercepts them and this time offers 80 cents above the market price. "Stop," says old Wang. "Put your baskets down." The speculator is overjoyed. Flowers bloom in his heart. He digs a pack of Heavenly Gate cigarettes, China's most prestigious brand, out of his coat pocket and offers old Wang a smoke, repeatedly passing the pack under the old man's nose so that he will not miss the overwhelmingly attractive aroma. But old Wang is such a wonderful man. Divert him from socialism no one can. With a face full of anger dark and a voice full of thunder stark, he announces on the spot creation of a meeting for repudiation. Smash all cow devils and snake gods who cheat the state and twist the odds. Right there at the crossroads the unreformed ex-convict turned speculator, for so he proves to be, is treated to a mass denunciation joined by all who happen to pass by. After shaking this criminal like a sifter screen and looking right through him, hole by hole, old Wang shoulders his pole of turnips and leads his 3 companions down the road to the vegetable market. The sun now rises from its eastern bed, 10,000 li all bathed in red. As we journey toward the morning sun, heroic feelings, our hearts overrun. The audience greeted this play, performed with such gusto by the Longbao youths, with equal gusto. It challenged the conscience of the commune. Stop, thief. /455. 90. Many remembered the summer of I-960, when, having sent all their manure to the 10,000 Mao square in the north, they had nothing left with which to grow crops at home. Longbao peasants, in despair, put in a catch crop of turnips and reaped an enormous harvest. Because of the general shortage that year, they sold it all at speculative prices. In the midst of general disaster, turnips brought them the highest per capita earnings in the brigade's history. But if Longbao residents prospered that year, the city and the region did not, and this kind of dog-eat-dog, devil-take-the-hindmost spirit did nothing to revive production or construction. In the long run it could only spell disaster for everyone, including the temporarily prosperous Longbao residents. For carrying poles of turnips was a raw polemic against the speculative fever that so permeated southeast Shanxi in I-960 and still infected many individuals 10 years later. As they watched, people recognized both their past and their present. They appreciated the play immensely and gave it more applause than they offered to any other production that night. But whether that was because they took its message to heart or simply enjoyed the verve with which it was performed was hard to determine. By the time 4 carrying poles of turnips began, Longbao residents had packed the meeting hall in the brigade compound. Not only had most of the brigade's own members showed up with their families, but many of the railroad and construction workers who rented lodgings in Longbao had also crowded in. Most of them could not find room to sit down. Even those who came early, bringing their own stools and bricks, had to stand in the end because as soon as the dances and skits began, the people in front stood up to see better, forcing everyone behind them to stand up in order to see at all. Under the clear night sky, a spectator could remain outside the hall and watch everything through the central doorway or one of the window openings on the north wall. Since no one had ever fitted the doorway with a door or any of the windows with frame or pane, all openings served equally well for going in and coming out. They also served as vantage points for onlookers, standing shoulder to shoulder 6 or 8 deep, as they craned their necks to follow the action on the stage. On this occasion almost as many people stood outside, looking in, as sat or stood inside under the roof, a tribute to the popularity of the performers. The plays, skits, and songs provided a diversion, an interlude of culture before the real business of the evening began. The real business turned out to be the continuation of the party rectification campaign. The propaganda team had called the whole brigade together to hear Brigade Party Secretary Chang Kitsai repeat his self-criticism. Chang made essentially the same points he had already made, a few days before, in front of the second team. As he talked, the audience began to dwindle. A large number of non-brigade members, workers, and their families who had come for the drama left, as was expected, as soon as the entertainment was over. But Kitsai had not talked very long before quite a few brigade members, for whom the self-evaluation of their chosen leader was an important political event, or should have been, also began to leave. Either he made too many general and unfocused remarks, he himself said, I may put the back in the front and the front in the back, or people did not consider his leadership a serious issue in the village. Whatever the reason, by the time the party secretary finished, only half the people who should have heard him out remained. As soon as Secretary Chang sat down, Judge Cao stepped forward and began to talk about class struggle. At that point another third of the audience left. What is there to show that we still have to confront class struggle? Asked Cao. Well, it's obvious. Class enemies are going around doing damage and spreading rumors. And they are also doing a lot of stealing. They are stealing corn right out of the field. Some of the thieves aren't so young, they are 13 or 14 years old. One of them is even 20 years old. I heard a rhyme. Stealing from the public brings no shame. If you don't do it, you have only you to blame. What I say is, all stealing is wrong. We can't excuse it. We must protect our harvest and stand guard over it. Mobilize the masses. Catch the thieves. Repudiate them. Just as Judge Cao said these words, Security Officer Shen rushed to the middle of the stage. Hold everything, he shouted at the top of his voice, we have been robbed. Somebody has broken into Li Tianchi's house and has stolen his trunk. Militia squad leaders report at once to the brigade office. Shen's announcement almost finished the meeting. All those left on the floor started to talk at once. Militia squad leaders sprang to their feet and rushed toward the door or the nearest window. A lot of other people, taking advantage of the interruption and not too interested in class struggle anyway, did likewise. Judge Cao and Security Officer Shen tried to hold things together. Cao went on with his speech as if nothing had happened, but the action had shifted to the brigade office where Smart Fan and Pipe Fitter Huang had called the militia squad leaders together and were trying to decide what to do about the daring robbery. Nobody had much information to go on. Investigators called first on the victim, Li Tianchi's mother, for a lively blow-by-blow version of the incident that led nowhere in terms of identifying the culprit. The old lady, according to her own account, rarely went out. But this evening, tempted by the skits and plays, she broke precedent and departed for the brigade hall. As she locked the door to her house, she said to an old neighbor in the same yard, "We are all going out. Please listen for trouble. Keep an eye peeled." Then she stepped gingerly on bound feet into the gathering gloom and joined her son, her daughter, and her daughter-in-law in the crowd before the stage. As soon as the last performance concluded, she and her son left the hall. Young Li hurried home, saw nothing amiss in the courtyard, entered his "Stop, thief!" /457 own quarters and lay down to sleep. The old lady, walking very slowly down pitch-dark streets and lanes, arrived home somewhat later. "Who's there?" her son called out. "Me," said the old lady. Painstakingly she opened the door with her key and lay down on the kong, worn out. Before dozing off she felt, out of habit, for her precious wooden box. She kept many small valuables and over 200 yuan in cash concealed in it. Her hand felt only empty space. "We been robbed!" she shrieked. "We been robbed!" Her son ran in. "What's the matter?" "The box? It's gone." "No. That can't be," said Young Li. "Was the lock in place on the door?" "Yes. I unlocked it as usual, just now." "Then maybe you've misplaced the box." "How could that be? What do you take me for?" "It's gone, I tell you, it's gone." Li searched frantically. When he couldn't find any box, he examined the door. When he pulled the door chain, it fell apart. One link in the chain had worn out long ago. He had replaced it with several strands of looped wire. The thief had cut the wire with pliers and removed the chain, padlock, and all. On leaving he had looped the chain in place and refastened the wire with a twist of the pliers. Thus the padlock remained untouched. As his mother began to weep and wail at the top of her voice, Li ran off to the brigade office to report disaster. Within a few minutes not only the militia squad leaders but many militia men and women came pouring out of the meeting, ready for action. Militia leaders discussed three possibilities. 1. The thief had already carried the box home. If this was the case, he must soon carry it out again because he would not dare to keep so large a piece of evidence around. 2. The thief had carried the box out into the fields for temporary concealment. If so, he would have to carry it back into the village later. 3. The thief had already taken the box somewhere else. But even if he had, he couldn't have taken it far because the thief must be local. No outsider would know that the whole Li family had gone off to see the plays. No outsider would know that they possessed a box with something valuable inside. Smartfan suggested mobilizing every member of the militia, posting guards at or near the home of every possible suspect, and at the same time surrounding the entire village with sentries so that no one could enter or leave the fields without being seen. Security officer Shen and pipefitter Huang issued all the orders necessary for carrying out such a strategy. Then Smartfan, Shen, and the rest of the propaganda team cadres returned to the meeting, leaving law and order in the hands of militia captain Lu Hozhen. In the meeting hall, Judge Cao was still holding forth on the question of class struggle. His audience, now drastically diminished, found it hard to settle down. As the judge droned on, private conversations, some of them very animated, rippled across the floor. The struggle for high yields of wheat, Judge Cao declaimed, is also class struggle. We want high yields. But there are some who are content with low yields. Isn't this in opposition to the study of decay? Isn't this a class question? Two classes, two lines. Our enemies have not suddenly become honest, they haven't given up. So we have no alternative but to battle it out. We are asking for furrowed wheat that can be irrigated. For wheat like this we have to sow 20 caddies per mao. That is the standard set by the commune leadership. But on the second team we found people who were only sowing 15. A lively discussion of sowing rates developed and one team member said, all you have to do is loosen your fingers a little and you can sow 60 caddies. What sort of words are these? These are reactionary words, wrecking words. They are not the words of a good person. They are spoken by someone who hopes we will do wrong. We are aiming at a 500 caddy harvest and he is unhappy. Such words, such wrong thoughts have to be exposed wherever they show their heads. Wives should not cover up for husbands, children for parents, or parents for children either. To protect wrongdoing only helps the wrongdoer develop into a real criminal, perhaps into a class enemy. If you make a mistake and don't recognize it, it can turn into an enemy contradiction, and you can develop into a class enemy. In time you can go from good to bad. Judge Cao's serious warning had no apparent effect on what remained of his audience. The random conversations on the floor continued, even expanded, with 5 or 6 people putting their heads together to gossip about the disappearance of the Li family box. Security officer Shen, upset by the equanimity of the peasants, jumped onto the stage and took the floor, intent on driving home the point about class struggle which Judge Cao had raised with such indifferent results. We have to grasp class struggle, shouted Shen, his voice carrying forcefully to the 4 corners of the room. He was not lecturing like the judge. He was declaiming. People are destroying crops and stealing grain. Just now somebody stole a trunk, broke the lock on the door of a home, and stole a trunk. Someone else sang curse in the hall on the street. What was he cursing? It was not the deed of a good person. It was the deed of a dangerous element. He doesn't admire the 8 model works. He admires the old operas. Security officer Shen suddenly switched from anonymous charges and called out. Fast Chin, is he here? No answer came from the floor. No. He doesn't even come to important meetings. But he's the one who said, just open your hand and you can sow 60 caddies. What is this if not a scheme to wreck the 3 fall tasks, to wreck learning from decay? Reasonable close planting is scientific planting, but who ever heard of 60 caddies per mao? What is this if not class struggle? Stop, thief. /459. And then there is Lin Yaolong. He cursed the oil pressing plant because the machine broke down. But why curse? If you have criticisms, take them up with the leadership. What was behind all that cursing? Wasn't it an effort to wreck relations between our sidelines team and the oil pressing plant? After all that cursing, the plant didn't want our people anymore and they had to come home. Because we ran out of grain, we had to get 10,000 caddies back from the state. It was supposed to go to those who needed it most. But class enemies fanned up dissatisfaction. They went around saying, "He got some, why not you?" Some people fell for it and got very upset. TVE worked for the revolution, but now I don't get any grain. What kind of consciousness is that? In the Ciboban area, a dance troupe has issued a call for dancers and actresses. Some Longbao peasants just dropped their wheat planting and ran over to try out for a part. The troupe has a good goal to propagate Mao Zedong thought, but if you run off in the middle of the wheat planting, how does that fit in with Mao Zedong thought? Almost 20 people ran off. They had no discipline at all. We have to grasp class struggle. The more Shen talked, the more serious the class problem loomed in his mind. Class struggle, it seemed, permeated everything. Tonight, as long as the plays were on the stage, our hall was full. But as soon as the performers retired, many people left. We ought to check up and see who it was that ran off. There is a saying, before doing anything, first look at the line, the political meaning. When people walk out on a meeting just because the play is over, doesn't it show a very low level of political consciousness? And what about all those people who persist in carrying out their little meetings on the floor? What about those who bring their sewing and their knitting? Even when they are criticized, they go right on sewing, doing what they have been doing all along. We can't go to sleep with the red flag flying over us and not pay attention to the enemies sharpening their knives. Class struggle is sharp. We must be vigilant. Lots of strange things are happening. Why? Because we have relaxed. We haven't carried the struggle to the enemy in on-the-spot meetings that stop them in their tracks. At this point, Shen realized that perhaps he had gone a little too far. He had attacked every person in the room. The very fact that these people were still there meant that they were the vanguard of the community. The less conscious, the less disciplined, had long since departed for home. He abruptly changed his line of thought and his tone. Class struggle means to attack the bad, but it also means to praise the good. We ought to praise people like Al Heerly, who worked at cart repair several nights in a row although his leg was badly swollen, and Kuo Chengke Yuan, who maintains enthusiasm for production even though he is getting old. Coming at last to the conclusion of his speech, Shen dropped class struggle altogether and went back to wheat planting. Let's repudiate the theory that wheat is a low-yield crop. To think this way is to think at a low level. If we raise the level of our thoughts, we will raise the level of our yields. Now I want to propose a 6-don't policy. Without 210 of compost per mao, don't sow wheat. Without leveling the land, don't sow wheat. Without selecting good seeds, don't sow wheat. Without close planting, don't sow wheat. Without irrigation, don't sow wheat. Without careful weeding, don't sow wheat. It was getting very late. The people on the floor stirred restlessly. Some more of them began to leave. Shen finally concluded his remarks with an order to all team leaders and political directors. Write down the names of all those who left the meeting early and send them in. With that, everyone vacated the hall. In the meantime, the militia completely surrounded the village. Where the houses stopped and the fields began, a militiaman stood guard at every lu-foot interval. The strategy worked. Near midnight, one of the sentries, Shen Chang, young Li's brother-in-law, heard a rustling noise in the castor bean field west of the village and saw a slight figure of a man, carrying a box, walk out. He followed what he took to be the thief right into the village and straight to the courtyard of one-armed Chn San. "Who goes there?" he shouted, rushing up. "Me." It was Chi Chung Chn's son, a 20-year-old whom no one had thought to suspect. "What do you have there?" "A box." "Where did you find it?" "In the castor bean field." "Give it to me," said Shen Chang, grabbing the box out of Kai's hands and striding off with it. Chi stood silently in the middle of the courtyard. "Aren't you coming?" asked Shen without slackening his pace and without turning back. Chi gave no answer. He watched the militiaman disappear in the darkness, then went into his room and lay down. Shen carried the box triumphantly to his mother-in-law's home. "Where's the thief?" asked the old lady. "He didn't come," said Shen. "But without the thief you can't prove anything." "Who cares?" said Shen Chang. "How can he get away? It's Chi Chung Chi. I can find him anytime I want." That proved to be true. Half an hour later, when Chang and a fellow "Stop, thief!" /461 militiaman, dog child, went to the CHN courtyard to look for Chi Chung Chi, they found him fast asleep on his kong. They pulled him rudely to his feet. "What do Yoli want?" asked the startled sleeper. "You're under arrest for stealing a box," said Shen. "What box?" "I don't know anything about a box," said Chi. They hustled him off to the brigade office nevertheless, assigned a man to guard him, then went to find security officer Shen and other members of the propaganda team. When the two militiamen came back with several cotters, Chi was gone. "Where did he go?" "He went to the toilet," said the guard. But the toilet proved to be empty. Chi had climbed the compound wall and run away. Once again Shen alerted the entire militia. In the middle of the night 100 men combed the village and the surrounding fields for Chi Chung Chi, but to no avail. At 4 in the morning most of them gave up and went to bed. "We'll look for him in the morning," Shen said. As he said it, Chi appeared, hands bound, with the militiaman dog child behind him, pushing him along. "Where did you find him? Take a guess." "No use guessing. He went home again. He was asleep on his kong." Poor Chi Chung Chi. The future looked dark for him. Everyone said he could hardly avoid becoming a thief. The Chi family had buried an ancestor in a thief's head grave. Kais had been thieves in the past and, because of the position of the grave, they would be thieves in the future. If one stood in front of the ancestral grave and looked eastward toward the Taihang Mountains, one could see the distant peaks clearly. If one then went into a squat, the mountains disappeared altogether. But if one rose to a half-standing position, one could see the tip of one mountain and a tree. This half-squat, half-standing position was said to be the stance of a thief, hence the grave was a thief's head grave, and everyone descended from the men buried there would surely end up a thief. But, some objected, Chi Chung Chi was not a male line descendant. His father's name was Chn. Only his mother was a Chi. How could the grave determine his fate? Only because he had changed his name, said the geomancers. His mother's brother had posthumously adopted him so that he could inherit the dead man's house. To be an heir he had to take the man's name. Having taken the name, he inherited the fate that all Kais must bear because of their ancestors' thief's head grave. Geomancy, like astrology, took pity on no one. Victim victimized. On the evening of September 20th, after another long day in the fields, we dropped by the brigade office to catch up on the news. There we found Judge Cao pacing soberly up and down while the thief, Chi Chung Chi, wrote out a description of his crime. Chi was a stunted youth, lean to the point of emaciation, with an ashen face and the dark stubble of an incipient beard on his chin. He looked closer to 15 than 20 years old and clearly must always have had trouble holding his own at field work. We were told that he could earn only 7 points a day, while his peers earned 10. With 2 dependents his standard of living could not possibly be anything but meager. On the table beside Chi lay many assorted bits of hardware that had been found in his home. We could see light bulbs, a crescent wrench with TIG farm burned into the handle, a folding knife, some box wrenches, a few bicycle tools, some small armatures, a big electric motor casing and a grease fitting on the end of a flexible tube. On the floor sat the now famously family box, 15 by 15 by 20 inches in size. It was made of brown, unpainted wood. A small metal lock secured the lid. Some of the items on the table seemed to match losses reported that day by various peasants who had come to the brigade office to blame Chi Chung Chi for everything that had disappeared around the village during the last month. Articles they now said they missed included 2 new bicycle tires, a canvas breeching strap, 8 assorted carpentry tools, electric wires for the new pumping station, a set of wrenches, a pair of pliers and a light bulb from the pig farm. Instead of questioning the suspect about each of these articles, Judge Cao demanded that he write a new confession. If the young man's arrest and day-long interrogation had accomplished its purpose, there would be no need to confront him with further evidence. He would list everything himself. While Chi Chung Chi sat in the dim light of a single, low-powered bulb writing each ideograph with painstaking care. Judge Cao told us what had happened since Chi escaped from the village lockup in the middle of the night. At 4 in the morning the militiaman, Dog Child, found the suspected thief asleep once more on his own kong. He arrested him for the second time. Victim victimized /463. And escorted him back to the brigade office. Their security officer Shen and Smart Fan questioned him until dagged, but for a long time Chi strongly denied knowing anything about the Li family box that militiaman Shen Chang had taken right out of his hands. I was at the performance from beginning to end, said Chi. When Shen announced that a box had been stolen, I ran out along with everyone else, to help find the thief. If you don't believe me, ask my friends Ho Ki, Meng Tanyan, or Wu Paopei. I was with them the whole time. Asterisk. When questioned, Young Ho confirmed this story, but the other 2 weren't sure. True, they had all gone to the performance together, but when they got there the hall was so crowded they split up and found seats wherever they could. After the performance, as Secretary Kitsai started to speak, Young Meng went out. He found Chi Chung Chi squatting on his haunches beside the door. But Meng could not affirm that Chi had been there all along. Kai's story sagged further when it turned out that he could describe in detail only the first 3 of the 7 plays and skits that had been performed. He could recall only the general outline of the last 4 and could not say who had performed what part. In the meantime, militiamen searching his home found many articles, tools, and odds and ends that appeared to have been stolen. Pursuing the advantage, Shen made clear to Chi that he could win lenient treatment by talking frankly but would be punished severely if he remained defiant. Just as daylight began to dispel the darkness in the courtyard outside, the youth broke down, wept profusely, and admitted stealing the Li family box. The next day, about noon, Judge Cao took over the questioning. Name: Chi Chung Chi. Age: 20. Class origin: lower middle peasant. How many in the family? 3. My father, my younger brother and I. Their ages: my father is 70, my younger brother 14. He's in school. Have you been to school? I went about 1 year to Horse Square Primary School. But my mother died when I was quite young, so I came home to work in the brigade. How many years have you been working? 5 or 6. Do you belong to any organization? Not really. But in the Cultural Revolution I joined the Guard, the East Regiment. We heard that your mother gave you to her brother. Yes. What is your father's name? Chn, but my uncle's name was Chi, so that's the name I have. How many people in your uncle's household? None. I never saw any member of the family that adopted me. My uncle was dead before they gave me his name and made me his heir. This unusual answer puzzled Judge Cao. When he asked around, he found that Chung Chi's mother and her brother Chi Nte had arranged for the boy to become the child of an older, childless brother so that his house would remain in the family. By taking his dead uncle's name, Chung Chi became the son of the deceased and inherited half of his house. The other half went to Uncle Chi Nte's adopted son, Chi Ta Hung, a delinquent and habitual thief. Ta Hung didn't like the arrangement. As the nearest male heir on the paternal side, he expected to inherit the whole house. He ignored Chung Chi's claim and went to the brigade leaders for permission to sell the property. This angered the dead uncle's widow, who felt that once her nephew sold the house the family would break up and the family name would disappear. there would be no offspring on hand to look after the ancestral graves. She accused Chang Hsin, then brigade chairman, and Chang Kitsai, then vice chairman, of selling out Chi family interests for a few cigarettes, eggs and other small gifts which she said Ta Hong had showered on the brigade leaders in order to win their approval. When they refused to listen to her complaint, she took the case to the Changchi City Court. Judge Lin summoned Hsin and Kitsai before him and asked crossly just what they had received from Chi Ta Hong in return for favors rendered. Chang Kitsai lost his temper. "Your mother's," said Chang to the judge. "You sit on this court and eat the people's millet, but for what? Since you already know that I have been bought off, you had better tell me how it happened, tell me what my price is. As far as I'm concerned, I don't give a damn. I'll piss all over you. I dare you to arrest me here and now." Chang's outburst brought Chief Judge Chin to the scene. He had once served as a liaison officer in the 5th District of Lekeng County. He knew Kitsai well, knew that he could not easily be bought, and asked Judge Lin to apologize. After Judge Lin apologized to Kitsai, Kitsai apologized to Judge Lin for his belligerent attitude and foul words. They then settled the case amicably. The court drew up a legal document stating that while Ta Hong owned half the house, Chung Chi owned the other half, and that each had the right to sell as he wished. In the end it was Chung Chi who sold, receiving 380 yuan for his 2-section share. He continued to live with his true father, Chn, and his younger brother. But the Chi family name hung heavy on his head. For 380 yuan he had inherited a thief's head grave to tend, and destiny as a thief into the bargain. Half the community fully expected him to come to no good, and their scorn helped ensure that the prediction would come true. Unlike some of Longbao's native sons, however, Judge Cao had no use at all for the ominous influence of the thief's head grave. He assured the young man that the village would be lenient to anyone who spoke frankly and made a clean breast of the past. "You are young. You come from a lower middle peasant family. If you cooperate with us you will have a bright future. The way I see it, FM done for," said Chi Chung Chi gloomily. "My whole future is dark. I have this stain on me. How can it ever be washed out?" "One stain can't ruin your whole life," said Cao. "As long as you learn a lesson from this, your future is whatever you wish to make of it. No one can avoid a mistake or two, the important thing is to learn from mistakes, correct them quickly, and avoid them in the future. So you had better say what you have been thinking about in the last few hours. We are concerned for your future. You should be concerned for it also. What road have you chosen?" At this point Chung Chi broke down. Tears welled in his eyes. "I can't face Mao Zedong. I can't face the poor peasants, I can't." His voice trailed off. "Well, you had better tell us exactly what happened." "Last night, as the show began, I saw Li Tianchi's mother in the audience. This meant that there was probably no one at their home. I had often been there and knew where they kept their things. So I slipped out, broke into the old lady's room, took the box, hid it in the field, and came back to the meeting. When word came that someone had robbed the Li house, I rushed out to investigate the matter along with everyone else." "Were you alone when you broke in?" "Yes." "Did you use pliers?" "Well, when I left the meeting I first went home after the pliers. They had replaced one link in the chain with wire. I cut it and went in. I took the box and hid it in the field. Later, after everything had quieted down in the village, I went out to bring the box home. But Chang saw me, grabbed the box and ran off. He called back, 'Aren't you coming?' but I said, 'No,' and went on home. I tried to go to sleep and that's where Dogchild found me." "Just when did you slip out of the meeting hall?" "After the third skit." "Wasn't there anyone at home when you went to get the pliers?" "My father was there." "Did he know what you were up to?" "He knew that I came in but he didn't know what for." Which pair of pliers was it? The one with the green handles. Where did you get such a pair? My brother brought them home and gave them to me. Where did you leave them last night? On top of the chicken coop, on the bricks there. Did you know what was in the box you took? No. Why steal it, then? Well, I saw that it had a lock on it and figured there must be something valuable inside. Are you telling the truth now? Yes, of course. You wouldn't try to fool anyone now, would you? Certainly not. That's all that happened. I swear. Judge Cow turned the conversation to a new tack, the motive behind the act. Why do you have this capitalist get rich quick, get something for nothing attitude? Have you been thinking about this for a long time? No. Lee was a good friend of mine. I often visited there. Did they ever open the box while you were there? No. Then why did you choose it? There were 2 boxes, but that one, the small one, had a lock on it. This did not satisfy Judge Cow. He wanted a self-analysis. You must tell us when you started to think about stealing. You must get to the roots of this in your own mind, otherwise you won't be able to change. What first put the idea in your head? Chung Chi didn't answer right away. He thought for a while, then spoke hesitantly. Lee has a sister. I thought. She must have some clothes. In my house there was nothing to lock away. There are only the 3 of us. But what does that have to do with it? What would you want with women's clothes? You couldn't wear them. Besides, they get the same cloth ration that you do. But the Lee family has more people working than we do. In our family of 3 I'm the only one working. It's hard for me. Then you didn't know they had anything valuable? No. You just thought that with more people working they might own more. Yes. But there are many other families that are not so badly off. That may be, but I don't know them that well. I'm not familiar with them. But thieves often steal from people they don't know, so you had better say why you stole from your friends. I knew the house well, and I saw that the whole family was at the hall. Is that when the idea came into your head, when you saw old Lady Lee at the play? Well, I always thought they were much better off than me, but I never thought of stealing anything. You didn't think of stealing that box? No. I only wanted to open it up. How long had you had that idea? 5 or 6 days. Why? Because they are so rich. What made you think you could get in the door? Well, I saw one link in that chain patched with wire. If you only wanted to open the box, why did you walk out with it? I was afraid they'd come back. So you were afraid you'd get caught? Well, it was like a bad dream. I wasn't really afraid when I was there. Only afterward I began to be afraid. This morning when they arrested you, you said you found the box in the castor bean field. Why? Well, I knew if I spoke frankly I'd get lenient treatment and if I resisted I'd get shot. So what sort of statement did you write? A resist statement. Well, don't you want lenient treatment? Yes. Then why such a statement? That was my thinking at the time. What thinking? What sort of illusion did you harbor then? Illusion? I don't know what illusion means. Never mind. I only want to know what you were thinking. I only thought, if I didn't break the lock no one would know I entered the house. And now? Well, now I have thought it through. I want to tell everything just as it happened, return home, and get back to work. Since I'm the only one working in the family I have to worry about that. That's good thinking. We can't think only of ourselves, but of socialist construction and world revolution. So how can you get home and back to work? By speaking frankly and telling everything. Well, this time have you told everything? Yes. Everything. Well, then, said Judge Cow with a note of true disappointment in his voice, what about all those other things we found in your house? Some of them my brother brought home. The chisel. It's old Chnwanteens. The wrench. I borrowed it from Little Yang at the cement plant. I don't think you're telling the truth. Well, I have another wrench of my own. Where did that one come from? I bought it. Yuan Lin's wife bought it for me when she went to Yellow Mill. And Lin Yaolong bought the light bulbs for me. Old Pei at the locomotive repair shop gave me the socket. He lives in my sister's house at the south end of the village. And the axe. It's my own. I bought it in Changji. How long ago? A month or two. How much was it? 3 yuan, 30 fen. Is that the one you hid under the kong? Oh, no, the one you took from the house wasn't mine at all. That point had already been a stab shed. Under the kong in Chung Chis house they had found an axe that had long ago been lent to the pig farm by Swiftly. The pig farm had paid Li 4 yuan for the axe. And here it was in Chung Chis home. Obviously you are only telling part of the story, said Judge Cao. You had better tell everything, including even those things that you think we don't know. That's the only way to ensure your future. As for the future I don't even think of it, said Chung Chi. I figure I'm already done for. At this point Smart Fan, of the Changchi Party Committee, intervened. Why do you think we haven't already sent you to the police? It's because our policy is one of leniency. We could turn you over to the police but we haven't. You had better think that over and tell us everything. Is there anything else in your house? A piece of iron pipe. I bought it from Lin Yaolong for 27 fen. Is it worth that much? They charge by the caddy 3 fen per caddy. Where did the insulating wire come from? Xiao Tu Little Bald gave it to me when he was putting up the broadcasting wires. What else is there in your house? A light socket worth 50 fen. I bought it but I haven't paid for it yet. Is that all? Well, there are other bits and pieces but I can't remember everything. What bits and pieces? I can't remember. Well, remember this, if you conceal anything it won't go well with you. It's quite late now, said Security Office Shen. Let's continue our talk after supper. Then you can try for lenient treatment by telling everything all at once. Yes, said Judge Cao. You had better go back and write down what you told us this afternoon. Can I go home? No. Only when you have told everything and have thought it through and can return home without any burden. But I haven't had anything to eat since this morning. Didn't they send any food? My father told my brother not to bring me anything. I don't deserve to eat anyway. But I need a drink. Is there any water? Can I drink? Of course. We want you to eat and drink. We want to treat you well. And we want you to recognize your problem. We want you to learn to hate your dirty past. Even if I hated it, it wouldn't do any good now. Why say that? We'll talk to your father. Oh, no, don't talk to my father. He'll only be hurt by what I've done. But it won't be a bad thing. It will be an education for him. But he can't even look after himself, he has only one hand. He can't take care of himself. I see you know what shame is, but you never thought what a shock it. Victim victimized /469. Would be to the list to lose their box. It's hard work, day after day, that earns the points to buy those things. Then you take it into your hands in the twinkling of an eye. Isn't that exploitation? Lee's mother was so worried she couldn't even get to her feet. Well, we'll see that you have supper, something to drink and a place to sleep. In the meantime you had better try your hand at another statement. This time let's make it complete. When Chi Chung Chi finished writing, Pipefitter Huang of the propaganda team read his words aloud. Last night I made a serious mistake. When everyone was at the play I went to Lee's home, broke the chain, took a box, and hid it in the castor bean field. Later I went back and tried to carry the box home, but Lee caught me. After people talked to me I admitted stealing it, and now I feel that I have made a bad mistake. I promise never to do such a thing again and ask only for a chance to turn over a new leaf and take the road of revolution under Chairman Mao Zedong. The cultural level of this youth was remarkable, I thought. He had studied in school only a few years, yet, like most people his age in the village, he was able to sit down and write out what he wanted to say. While I was marveling at the level of Kai's achievement, Pipefitter Huang was shaking his head over the content of the statement the poor fellow had written. "That's much too simple," said Huang sternly. *, you haven't said a word about your motives. You must write about what went on in your mind when you were breaking into people's houses. And you have to write about all those things that we found in your house, and about the fact that you ran away when we allowed you to go to the toilet. Most important, you have to recognize that the root of your problem is bourgeois thinking, getting something for nothing. By stealing you can gain property without any labor and thus take advantage of the labor of others. This is a class question." "Yes," said Judge Cao, breaking in. "You have to think through your whole past, recall each problem and write each down, one by one, then analyze it. You can't wrap fire with paper. If you don't want people to know the wrong things you do, the only way is not to do those things. If you do anything wrong there will always be someone who knows about it. You may wish you hadn't done it, but since you have been poisoned by bourgeois thinking, the only way out is to speak honestly and change resolutely. We also have to repudiate your talk about not having any future," said Security Officer Shen, anxious to have his say. "Of course this theft will stain your history, but that doesn't mean you have no future. You are still young, your class background is lower middle peasant. If you make an effort, the future stands bright before you. If you tell everything frankly, the poor and lower middle peasants will forgive you. If you don't, the less said the better. So think about it." To classify Kai's act as class struggle and blame it on bourgeois ideology puzzled me. Crime, it seemed, was not simply crime, but a form of counter-revolution. Was this realism or revolutionary romanticism gone wild? I felt very sorry for young Qi. It seemed to me that he lived under tremendous pressure. He could only earn 7 points a day, hardly enough to support one person, yet he had to support 3: a crippled, aging father, a young brother in primary school and himself. While he slid deeper and deeper into poverty, his neighbors, with 4 people working, prospered, saved money and stored it in a trunk. Perhaps the diverging fortunes of these two families had to be seen as an example of the polarization brought about by the application of the socialist principle to each according to the work performed. The equalitarian promise of equal pay for equal work could not but be undermined by unequal labor power and unequal needs and burdens. The able-bodied with few dependents tended to accumulate surpluses while the weak with many dependents gradually fell short and went under. Such polarization plagued the population wherever bourgeois right held sway, as Mao Zedong so forcefully pointed out a few years later. Yet no country could abolish bourgeois right, such things as equal pay for equal work, as long as the productive forces remained primitive. Also, whenever state, cooperative and private production existed side by side, society had to maintain a market, people had to be allowed to buy and sell commodities, and the prices of commodities had to reflect, in some approximate way, the labor power embodied in them. The only thing that might help young Qi was for the brigade to guarantee, as it must for all its members, the basic minimum of per capita grain, a guarantee that amounted to free supply. But there was a catch even here. If Qi could not earn enough to feed 3, and the brigade fed 3 anyway, according to the coup charter it had to charge the grain to Kai's account. The family would not starve, but Qi would go into debt for every pound of grain he failed to earn by his work points. If the brigade did not write off the debt at some future date, payments on it could plague him throughout his life. There was always the possibility, however, that once his brother began to work the two of them could liquidate the debt they owed by means of hard labor. From the point of view of a 20-year-old clearly unable to keep the family afloat, the future must have looked dark indeed. I saw Qi as a victim of bourgeoisite, and the nub of the problem seemed to me to be to find a way out for the family economically, perhaps by finding some easy work for the father to do. If the brigade could throw some additional income their way, the question of thievery would not arise. But the brigade leaders, the members of the propaganda team and the rank and file of Longbao disagreed. In their view, the only victims in this situation were the members of the Li family who had temporarily lost a box. Young Qi was an incipient class enemy, and the nub of the problem was Kai's ideology, whether he was going to commit himself to the socialist or the capitalist road. What the brigade confronted here was a class question, and the solution involved intensified class education. They asked Qi Chengchi if he had a copy of the quotations of Chairman Mao. When he said no, they found a copy for him to study. Study the sections on class struggle, they advised. And study the section on youth. You will see how far short you are of satisfying the demands made by Chairman Mao on the young people of China. Most of the members of the propaganda team saw the apprehension of Qi Chengchi, the thief, as a heaven-sent opportunity. To them his crime appeared to be a clear-cut example of continuing class struggle. If properly handled, the case could serve as a lever to take the lid off the class struggle in Longbao. The morning after Qi confessed, the team chose study material from Mao Zedong's essay on the correct handling of contradictions among the people. Among the quotes which Teacher Li read aloud were several that illustrated what Mao called the first function of the dictatorship of the proletariat: to suppress the reactionary classes and elements and those exploiters who resist the socialist revolution, to suppress those who try to wreck our socialist construction, or in other words, to resolve the contradictions between ourselves and the internal enemy. To maintain public order and safeguard the interests of the people, it is likewise necessary to exercise dictatorship as well over thieves, swindlers, murderers, arsonists, criminal gangs and other scoundrels who seriously disrupt public order. Dictatorship does not apply within the ranks of the people. The people cannot exercise dictatorship over themselves, nor must one section of the people oppress another. Lawbreakers among the people will be punished according to law, but this is different in principle from the exercise of dictatorship to suppress enemies of the people. In ordinary circumstances, contradictions among the people are not antagonistic. But if they are not handled properly, or if we relax our vigilance and lower our guard, antagonism may arise. Asterisk. To study these quotes was timely indeed, for the meeting that began with 7 fine dramatic interludes and ended with the real-life drama of a bold theft in Longbao raised very sharply the question of the nature of the contradiction between the two gems and the brigade, and the nature of the contradiction between the thief and the brigade. Asterisk. Selected works of Mao Zedong, Peking, Foreign Languages Press, 1977, 5-387-9I. Those propaganda team members who saw a similarity between the two contradictions to start with, they saw them both as class conflicts, wanted to arrange a mass meeting where the people publicly repudiated at one and the same time the thief Qi Chengchi, former militia captain Fast Chin, and such militiamen as Splayfoot Tseng and Whiskers Shen. They thought that this would expose at one stroke the heart of class struggle in Longbao, place the most important contradictions plaguing the community out in full view, and thus, merely by opening up problems, go a long way towards solving them. In the middle of the study session, Security Officer Shen, backed up with enthusiasm by pipe fitter Huang, proposed such a mass meeting. Veteran Wang opposed it, while Judge Cao, Donkey Meat Wang and the white-haired Chao Fukai wanted time to study the matter. Wang opposed multiple repudiation on the ground that it was politically unsound. They had not yet settled the nature of the contradiction between Fast Chin and the brigade. There was a possibility that Chin was a class enemy, but it was much more probable that he was simply a poor peasant temporarily on the outs with the present leadership, and that conflict with him was just another conflict among the people that had not yet become antagonistic. If they handled it correctly, they might be able to solve it relatively easily. If they handled it badly, it could develop into a serious confrontation. Just as Chairman Mao had pointed out, when cadres handled contradictions improperly, they could transform them into dangerous antagonisms. The idea that he himself might be responsible for something bad startled security officer Shen. Asterisk, a bad thing may turn into a good thing, but can a good thing turn into a bad thing? He asked. Certainly, said Wang. Remember that old brigade secretary who didn't want the city to transfer his village to Tunliu County? He was a good man, he had a tremendous war record and won great prestige during the land reform. When his fellow villagers protested the decision that they join Tunliu County, he agreed with them and challenged the transfer which the city had approved. His constituents rallied behind him, praised him, and made him feel like a hero again. So he fought back with ever greater energy, serving the people through defiance, as he had so often done in the past. The trouble was, this time he was defying friends and allies. When Tunliu Cotters came to talk the matter over, he sent people to overturn their car. When they tried to call him up, he said, "Cut down the telephone poles. I won't listen to their stupid talk." At that point the contradiction became antagonistic. A model brigade secretary ended up a common criminal, charged with the destruction of public property. Having refused to take the way out they gave him, he did himself in. He left himself no room to maneuver. And that's what we'll be doing if we carry through the repudiation meeting you propose. Why do you say that? Asked Shen, still puzzled. Isn't it clear enough? Said veteran Wang, trying to think of another way to explain the matter. Thievery is definitely a crime. The contradiction 3. Between the thief and the brigade is definitely antagonistic. In the long run, of course, we may not handle it as such. We can look on the thief as a misguided son of the people, persuade him to reform and forgive him his transgressions. But if we lump Fast Jin together with the thief, it is tantamount to a public declaration that the contradiction we have with Jin is antagonistic, and that he is a class enemy. If we go ahead and do that, we have no room to maneuver. How are we going to get off the horse later? We can't repudiate him as if he were an enemy one day, and then turn around and say he is one of the people, after all, on the next day. Blackface evil is his, and red-face good is ours. Then suddenly he turns out to have a red face, too. How could that happen? Asked Shen. Well, isn't it possible that the party will eventually reinstate him? It's very possible. After all, he can criticize himself and reform. What are we going to tell the people then? We can't destroy him completely one moment, then turn around and ask the people to treat him as a communist, as a vanguard of the revolution, the next. Right now, since we are still unsure of the nature of the case, we had better leave ourselves some room to maneuver. Wang was already unhappy about the way the preceding mass meeting had gone. Judge Cao had stated flatly, class enemies are going around wrecking and spreading rumors. As an example, he had mentioned a dispute over sewing rates and a nameless person who said, "Open your hand a little and you can sew 60 caddies." Then Shen had stood up and carried the attack a step further. He said, Fast Jin is trying to wreck the harvest by calling for a 60 caddy sewing rate. The class enemy already had a name. If anyone thinks that class struggle is over, just let him look around, Shen had continued. People are stirring up trouble about the relief grain. Some people are stealing corn right out of the field. Others are stealing coal from the railroad yards. And now someone has stolen a trunk right from under our noses. A lot of other bad tendencies have also begun to surface. Shen had gone on to list them. He had criticized all those who left the hall before the meeting was over, and all those who brought their sewing and knitting to the meeting and preoccupied themselves with domestic work and small group gossip instead of listening to the speeches, and he had criticized all those young people who answered the call of a local dance troupe for dancers and singers and had run off in the middle of the wheat planting to try out for the coming performance. Though he did not actually say so, Shen's point had been that all of these negative phenomena illustrated class struggle. Certainly they illustrated two-line struggle, which was at bottom class struggle. Thus he had ended up making a sharp class attack on almost everyone at the meeting. The people hadn't even opened their mouths yet, and you were denouncing them, every one of them, said veteran Wang in disgust. Again, you haven't left us any room to maneuver. You have targeted the masses. The crux of the matter still lay in the handling of Fast Chin, and the conversation kept returning to his case. After hearing himself denounced by name in the meeting, Chin had sought out the propaganda team codders. Just because Fast Chin has made mistakes, does that mean that everything about him is bad? He had asked, talking of himself in the third person. Has Chin been wrecking the fall sewing? To that Wang had replied, well, at least you have a lot of resentment. What is it if not resentment that makes you blurt out remarks like your 60 caddy blockbuster? I'd admit to resentment, Chin had answered, after a moment of thought, but not to wrecking. But remarks like that can play a wrecking role, objectively. The results just can't be good, Wang had countered, trying to defend the extreme position taken by the propaganda team, at least for the record. The real problem is that you are too bound up with yourself. Your individualism is too great. When you see people who oppose you, you can't refrain from striking back, and thus the confrontation becomes sharper. So you see, said Wang in the morning study session, it's better not to name names. It's better to describe what happened in a general way. Then if Chin comes himself and says, was it me you were talking about, he has already made a step forward. But if you call the action wrecking and name him by name, you force him into a corner. He can't help but resist. But isn't it wrecking? Asked Shen. After all, the Commune Party Committee issued a correct directive calling for a 20 caddy sewing rate. Correct or not, that still has to be proven, said Wang. We still have to test it in practice. How can you say that 20 caddies is absolutely right for Longbao? The soil here is different and the weather back of this hill is not exactly the same as that of the rest of the commune. Maybe we need to adjust the rate for Longbao. The commune issues directives as guides to action, not as absolute truths. Didn't they tell us to plant improved hybrid corn seed last spring? And look what happened. 20% of our corn is rotten with leaf blight. Can you say now that this was good seed? The commune also raised those 6 don'ts. Without sending 210 of manure to the field, do not plant wheat. And you pass them on. But we know very well there are teams that don't have that much manure piled up. Are they to forget planting wheat? So isn't it clear that we ought to test the 20 caddy directive over a period of time? But you want to raise this thing to the highest level and say if anyone says anything to oppose the CP secretary of the brigade he is actually criticizing the CP secretary of the commune, which means criticism of the CP secretary of Changchi City. And on right up to the Central Committee, so that a remark that is actually rooted in simple resentment of the way we are running things locally ends up as counter-revolutionary wrecking. Suddenly the speaker becomes a counter-revolutionary. Wang concluded on his own that Fast Chin had a Sushang, thought, problem. Chin was angry because higher authorities had removed him from office and he was dissatisfied with the new leadership of the brigade, a dissatisfaction that quite a few others shared. This was not a crime but a question of attitude, of outlook. Codders should analyze it as such and treat it as such. If they did, they might find a solution to the man's problem. With his 60 caddy remark Chin had really meant, do as the brigade leadership says to do. If they say plant 20 caddies, plant 20 caddies, if they say plant 60, plant 60. He thus implied, since they think they are so hot, let them be responsible, just shut up and do as you are told. But by handling this thing the way we have, we made a lot of people afraid to talk, said Wang. If we treat a thought problem as a crime, who will dare say anything? People will just shut up for fear we may take their remarks as evidence of class struggle. Thus we mix up contradictions among the people with enemy contradictions and our work goes from bad to worse. In this way Wang argued his case against a repudiation meeting with Chung Chi the thief and Fast Chin as joint targets. Chin is a communist, Wang continued. Are you going to repudiate him on the same platform as a man caught stealing? How can that be right? One man has a thought problem. The other has actually committed a crime. They are not in the same category at all. But Security Officer Shen did not agree. Sure, they are in the same category, he said. They are both three-fall wreckers. We certainly can repudiate them together. When it comes to settling these two cases, of course we cannot settle them together. But we can certainly repudiate these two men together on the same platform. The two team cotters thus ended up with diametrically opposed views, one saying that they could not repudiate the two men together, but that they could solve their cases together, and the other saying that they could repudiate the two men together but that they must solve their cases separately. The deadlock was complete. Confronted with an intractable contradiction, Wang searched hard for a compromise. He finally came up with one. They might launch a joint repudiation, he suggested, if the meeting illustrated some overall principle such as the continuation of class struggle in various forms, with the stress on the word various. There is this thief, for instance, the individualist out for himself and to hell with the collective, and there are the two gems leading the brigade down the capitalist road because of capitalist road thinking, and so on, each example illustrating a different form of two-line struggle and all linked in various degrees to bourgeois ideology. But even though Wang suggested this, his heart was not really in it because he thought it a piecemeal, ill-digested, premature attempt to confront the two gems before the team members had arrived at clarity or consensus as to the true nature of the contradiction the brigade had with them. The basic question still remains, what is the nature of our contradiction with Chin? He said. And the answer still is, I don't know, said Shen. Well, we've been at it 10 months already and it's getting rather late. We are discussing how to handle it correctly, but we haven't yet decided what kind of a contradiction it is. Since we don't know, how can we throw Chin together with a thief? There is no political level in that kind of repudiation, and since it has no political level, how can it raise consciousness? The truth of the matter is that we are frustrated in dealing with those two gems. It would make us happy to see them bow their heads alongside a common thief. At one stroke we could bring them all down to the same humiliating level. But how can that solve the problem? If we want to repudiate Chin, we have to analyze his mistakes, his wrong thinking and his wrong leadership, his revisionist political line. If we lump him with a thief, he can't accept it and no one else can understand it or accept it either. As I listened to the debate, I thought of the great mass meeting at Tsinghua University, where at the height of the Cultural Revolution Liu Shaoxi's wife, Wang Kuangmei, confronted several 100,000 critics. Her mentors had humiliated her by forcing her to wear a tight-fitting long gown, high-heeled shoes, and a string of gold-painted ping-pong balls about her neck to simulate pearls, all of which were supposed to caricature her alleged bourgeois style of life. But, as the Tsinghua students later realized, this attempt at ridicule backfired. It diverted attention from the real question at hand, Liu Shaoxi's political line. It turned a serious repudiation effort into a ribald farce where hundreds of thousands directed their attention at Wang Kuangmei, the individual, instead of at her political platform. My thoughts also wandered inadvertently to a certain man of an earlier age who was nailed to a cross between two thieves. Did the advisors to the omnipotent procurator who condemned him debate the alternatives? Did anyone ask if their victim could be reduced to the level of a common criminal by crucifying him in dubious company? Did anyone suggest that the onlookers might draw the wrong conclusions, that the populace might not appreciate the flim-flam, that the whole episode might backfire? Unfortunately, Wang's arguments did not carry the day. On the evening of the 21st, the team called a second mass meeting to repudiate Fast Chin, several members of his clique, and the unfortunate young man, Chi Chung Chi, whom a militiaman had caught in the middle of the night with the Li family trunk in his hands. Crush all ghosts and monsters. / Never forget class struggle. To all erroneous ideas, all poisonous weeds, all ghosts and monsters, must be subjected to criticism, in no circumstances should they be allowed to spread unchecked. 3. Socialist society is a fairly long historical stage. During this historical stage classes, class contradictions, and class struggle continue to exist. The struggle between the road of socialism and the road of capitalism goes on, and the danger of capitalist restoration remains. It is necessary to recognize the protracted and complex nature of this struggle. It is necessary to heighten our vigilance. 4. To maintain public order and safeguard the interests of the people, it is likewise necessary to exercise dictatorship over embezzlers, swindlers, arsonists, murderers, criminal gangs and other scoundrels who seriously disrupt public order. These quotes from Mao Zedong set the tone for a meeting which seemed to do everything that veteran Wang had feared and warned against. The vice chairman of the Brigade Revolutionary Committee, Shenfan, opened the proceedings with a call to repudiate the theory that the class struggle had died out. On the contrary, said Shen, in his dour lifeless prose, the class struggle has never stopped in Longbao village. Since the rectification movement began, class enemies here have gone into hiding and started to use all kinds of tricks to prevent us from carrying out Mao Zedong's call. Opposing our proletarian dictatorship, they are wildly attacking. What proof did he cite for this? The theft of corn from the field, of wire from the pumping station and of a trunk from the Li family house, wrecking remarks about sowing wheat and sharing pigs. We can give no quarter to these class enemies. We must struggle with them to the end. Until we have killed all the wolves we will never retreat. When Shen Chi retired from the center of the stage, Shen Hsun, the handsome new chief accountant who was also a member of the party committee, took the floor to assert that an excellent situation was developing in Longbao in regard to repudiating Liu Shaoxi's reactionary theories, in promoting production through accumulating manure, in fixing up irrigation systems, and in buying pigs. But there are people among us who want *T carry out Mao Zedong's line, shouted accountant Shen. *Fast Chin, stand up. He commanded, taking the audience, and presumably his opponent, by surprise. When Chin, from the middle of the floor, got gingerly to his feet, Shen attacked him in the strongest possible language. Chin speaks of black gangers and *red gangers. He wrecks our EFF orts. With monsters like this, if you don't struggle against them they will overwhelm you. Revolution is the mainstream. Counter-revolution is a pitiful side current. The only way out for people like you is to transform your world outlook. We will stink out and knock down whoever wrecks the fall harvest. If you persist in your rotten ways you will drown in a sea of people's war. Then, with Chin still standing in the middle of the hall, surrounded by the seated peasants of Longbao, Shen called for slogans from the floor. Down with Liu Shaoxi's reactionary line. Never forget class struggle. Crush all poisonous weeds, all ghosts and monsters. As Shen Hsun shouted the slogans at the top of his voice, they came back from the depths of the hall as a disabled echo. The young women and old mothers-in-law, the callow youths and gnarled old peasants there assembled, dutifully repeated the young accountant's words, but in monotones, without enthusiasm and without conviction. They all knew well how to conduct a mass repudiation. They went through the familiar motions without protest, but they failed to generate any repudiating emotion or any indignation. I had a feeling that as far as the people were concerned, they were acquiescing to a ritual because they could not avoid doing so, because the propaganda team and the brigade office had arranged it. They felt, it appeared, that it was a ritual in which they had no stake. A young peasant named Yang Changping followed Shen Wen, the accountant, on the platform. Yang pulled his speech from his pocket and read it in that peculiar staccato style used for reading Chinese aloud that originated in shouting school * each syllable standing by itself, as written on the page or blackboard, instead of flowing together in the polysyllabic rhythm that enlivens ordinary speech. Yang, insisting that Fast Chin remain standing, repeated, one after another, the various wrecking remarks attributed to the former militia captain, and ended with a shouted threat. Fast Chin, your dream of capitalist restoration has failed. If you resist, you will be crushed by the will of the revolution. Asterisk. As in the one-room schoolhouses of rural America, students in China shout back in unison the lessons written for them on the blackboard. Crush all ghosts and monsters /479. As each speaker retired, another young person immediately replaced him or her on the stage. Each had a written commentary, replete with slogans, stock phrases, v/arnings and threats to contribute. It soon became apparent that these were not young people moved by the excitement of the moment, but the members of Longbao's Youth League who had met, divided up the task, and each written out beforehand the content of an attack on the vicious class enemies who had dared to raise their ugly heads in the fall of 197L. That they had invested considerable discussion and planning in this effort was illustrated by the variation in emphasis from one short talk to the next. Yang Changping concentrated mainly on the question of learning from Takei and Chin's remark. Takei Road. Longbao Road, what does it matter, so long as we produce the grain? Lu Hanhua concentrated on the sorry state of pig raising in Longbao and blamed it on the idea, alleged to be Chin's, that the masses are backward. Chi Yitken aimed at the IOOO caddy shipment of relief grain, and Chin's statement that we black gangers can't get any, but you red gangers can all get your share. Chin Fu Tien stressed the pig question again, while Shen Hongchang repudiated the two gems for blowing up an evil wind and lighting a devil's fire by promoting the theory that class struggle was dying out in Longbao. To back up this charge he cited no evidence at all. The sixth speaker, Shen Hongfu, shifted the attack to the young thief Chi Chung Chi. Shen allowed Fast Jin to sit down, then directed Chi Chung Chi to stand up and charged that he had engaged precisely in class struggle. Chi Chung Chi, read Shen from his paper, we want to tell you, no matter how slippery you are, you can't escape. Then he offered Chi a way out. Only through honest self-criticism can you become a new person. Now is the time to turn back. Li Kangxing continued the offensive against Thief Chi. He characterized him as a young person influenced by Lu Xiao Chis Blackney. Shen Mingwang took the stage next. He startled the audience with a new command. Splayfoot Sen, stand up. As Splayfoot obeyed and Chi Chung Chi sank to the floor, Mingwang shouted. Bloody claw of Lu Xiao Chi, riff-raff Splayfoot Sen, how can you so misjudge the future? How can you ever succeed in your aim? A young woman, Shen Xiuying, carried this attack forward, only to yield to Qin Chnun, who focused on Lin Yaolong, notorious for his profiteering while on sideline work at Changqi Steel Company. In the middle of all this, another young woman, Chang Xianhua, Hsin Fa's daughter, attacked Lu Xiao Chis views on the status of women. She did not venture to claim that anyone in Longbao had supported Lu in this, but called on him to open his dog's eyes and see if women have strength or not. What men can do, women can do, said young Chang with feeling. We will prove that we hold up half the sky. A remarkable thing about this long succession of speeches was the fact that all these young people were literate. Each had taken up one aspect of the joint task and each had written out his or her own attack. It was a far cry from the days of the land reform movement in 1948, when poor peasant activists often began by apologizing for word blindness, for standing helpless before the documents. To me it seemed that by 1971 the study of the documents had gone a bit too far. All the young people were writing and speaking in stock phrases right out of the Red Book or the People's Daily. If we don't follow Mao Zedong's line, we follow a bourgeoisie. The situation is excellent, a new high tide has come, waves are breaking, red flags are waving, high spirits rise up to the sky while great changes take place. Class enemies blow up a devil's wind and light a devil's fire. I found myself ardently wishing that just one of the speakers, would throw away his or her notes and say something straight from the heart in the language that Longbao people spoke day in and day out. But it was not to be. The ritual continued as planned and the people dutifully heard the speakers out, occasionally reacting to shouted slogans with the same half-hearted response they had supplied to Shen Chi Tsai. Suddenly in the midst of one speech the chairman, All Hearly, came forward to interrupt the proceedings with an announcement. Had some new crisis arisen? Had another theft occurred? Silence spread quickly through the hall as private conversation ceased and listeners bent an ear for unexpected news. A child in the audience has lost a shoe, said All Hear. Whoever finds it please bring it up onto the stage. A sigh of relief and a ripple of laughter greeted this new crisis. The speaker of the moment hardly had time to resume before a little cloth shoe, bright red in color and beautifully embroidered, came flying up out of the crowd on the floor and landed, plop, in the middle of the stage. The speaker did not miss a word as All Hear stepped quietly forward to retrieve the errant shoe. Was this simply a peasant way of returning the shoe, or did it reflect some real dissatisfaction with the content of the meeting? It was hard to say at this point, but as for me, I felt increasingly uncomfortable as one speech followed another, and so did my daughter Karma, who was translating. She always found it hard to translate rhetoric, and the rhetoric this evening all but overwhelmed her. Only by an extreme effort of will was she able to listen to it and repeat it in English. The final speaker, Pipefitter Huang, resplendent in his army uniform, outdid both in voice and emotion all the preceding speakers. He harangued the people in a high-pitched, strident, authoritarian tone that made it seem as if that supreme scoundrel, Liu Shaochi himself, had appeared in our midst. As he paused between sentences he spoke a guttural het. Or het, het. For emphasis. The sound of these hes was like the croak of a frog in a pond. If one stopped listening to his words and concentrated on those hes, each sounded more frog-like than the one before and more menacing to boot. With his face contorted, his manner mean, and his voice overloud, his message was clear: stand aside, class enemies, or be crushed. Never forget class struggle. Huang shouted. This meeting is very good. It has taken the spirit out of our class enemies. Het. But what is that capitalist rotor with reactionary thinking, Fast Chin, doing? Het. He is sitting there studying the little red book, het, studying Mao quotes in order to resist us. Het. Isn't this a case of using the red flag to oppose the red flag? Het, het. Isn't this his usual cover-up method while really he concentrates? Het, on future revenge. Pipefitter Huang then reviewed the recent crimes of Fast Chin, swiftly, Lin Yaolong, Splayfoot Seng, Whiskers Shen and Chi Chung Chi, the thief. He called on the people to repudiate them all, and praised the evening's meeting as a lulu te, a bright gathering, that had raised morale all around. He praised the brigade members for their accomplishments in planting wheat, 400 out of 600 Mao being already in the ground, and in buying pigs, 190 pigs bought in 2 days, and wound up his performance with 6 shouted slogans. Down with Liu Shaochi! Down with Liu Shaochi's counter-revolutionary line. Support Mao Zedong's revolutionary line. Strengthen proletarian dictatorship. Unite to achieve still greater victories. Long live Mao Zedong thought, long live the Chinese Communist Party, long live Mao Zedong. The response from the audience was, if anything, weaker than before, because a majority of the peasants had long since slipped away. Only a few dozen people remained in the hall and their enthusiasm for slogans at this hour of the night had reached its nadir. On returning to my room I wrote the following words in my notebook, puzzled by this meeting. So many empty words and no clear line. Is Chin supposed to be a class enemy or is he one of the people? What was the political content of the attack? Was he supposed to be in the same category as the thief? Is thievery an expression of class struggle? Why don't they ask Chin to make a self-criticism? Is he really wrecking the fall work? Objectively. Consciously. During the next few days Karma and I had some heated discussions with Lin Tiong and Smart Fan over the way in which the party rectification movement had developed. I found myself more and more closely aligned with wounded veteran Wang's view that it was wrong to lump all these cases together for repudiation. Not only did the whole approach seem wrong, but the results seemed to me to be disastrous. The people were staying away in droves. Those who did turn up at production team meetings were few and had little to say. Wang's prediction, that if thought problems were handled in this manner few would ever dare to speak out, was rapidly being realized in practice. Surely, I argued, the case of the two gems must be treated as a contradiction among the people. The possibility that the two had links to some counter-revolutionary underground should be thoroughly investigated, but unless and until some solid evidence showed up, one must act on the assumption that they were two cotters from among the people, disaffected, perhaps, angry and resentful, certainly, at having been removed from office and labeled black gangers, but clearly not conscious wreckers, not capitalist roaders out to overthrow socialism, not reactionaries. Wasn't it Mao Zedong's policy, I asked, to cure the disease and save the patient? Yet no such spirit had surfaced at the mass meeting. Instead, almost every speaker had called the two gems class enemies, thus blocking a way out for them and almost guaranteeing that an internal contradiction would be transformed, in time, into an external one. In reply, Shenfan stressed the serious mistakes made by the two: their capitalist road, sideline occupation, grab for money line, their smashing and grabbing in the Cultural Revolution, the objective wrecking effect of their attitude and words in the present period. Shenfan declared that he, for one, didn't find it hard to call them class enemies. Lin Tiong backed him up with enthusiasm. Karma and I both said that we did not see how any condemnation could go that far. Just because the two gems had made serious capitalist road mistakes did not make them capitalist roaders. If they had followed a wrong, reactionary line, this made them guilty of that mistake, but it did not make them reactionaries. If they were, in fact, undermining the village leadership and eroding the authority of the new responsible cotters, could it not be attributed to intense individualism, resentment at being overthrown, personal ambition and similar selfish motives, rather than to any conscious desire to wreck socialism? Would it not be more realistic to stop calling them class enemies and characterize them, instead, as cotters with serious mistakes, deep individualistic tendencies, cotters who, if they recognized their mistakes and changed their attitude, could still be won over? Swiftly, we pointed out, had at least one current merit. He not only had raised pigs at home, but he had raised a sow that farrowed 4 little pigs. In actual practice he had thus outdistanced 98% of the village in carrying out Mao Zedong's line in pig raising. In this sphere at least, one had to give him some credit. The discussion waxed hot and heavy but failed to resolve the issues. We left each meal feeling defeated, that is to say, feeling that Shenfan had already made up his mind to attack the two gems as class enemies. Since this decision seemed to me to be extreme and ultra-left, I didn't see any way out of the current impasse in Longbao. When would the overthrow cycle ever end? It was as if we were walking in a tunnel without any light in view. In a village where conditions were already quite bad, even the highest cotters were making the kind of mistakes that could only make the situation worse. My morale dipped to a very low point. How had political work in Longbao ever fallen into such a morass? One argument which Shenfan kept throwing at us was that the rank and file would never catch the subtle distinction we were making between a person with serious mistakes and a counter-revolutionary. The important thing at the present time was to expose the culprits and rouse the people against them. When the time came to pass judgment on the case, then the cotters could draw all the fine distinctions necessary. In rebuttal, Karma and I made clear that we did not expect all the peasants to make a clear distinction between class enemy and cotter with serious mistakes, between bourgeois man and man with strong bourgeois tendencies. But we felt that it was important for the leadership to make this distinction and make clear the party policy of cure the disease and save the patient, so that they could present the two gems with a way out and perhaps save them as cotters and revolutionaries. Why should the city cotters and the propaganda team tail behind the people? In a very real sense, of course, the city cadres were not tailing the people at all. The people, sensing the ultra-left dogmatic thrust of rectification policy as applied by the propaganda team, were voting with their feet in droves. They were refusing to take part, just as they had in 1948. Then an extremist Poran-hired peasant line dominated events in Longbao village. When the cadres tried to establish an absolute equality that was utopian in concept and reactionary in essence, the rank-and-file peasants expressed their displeasure by failing to show up at meetings, by refusing to talk when they did show up, by sleeping through the long-winded empty reports, or by quietly leaving when the opportunity presented itself. The people always appeared backward when leaders confronted them with half-baked, far-fetched policies which went beyond the realities of the moment, only to unite and push onward with enthusiasm when leaders came forward with a valid revolutionary policy. This point we also argued, for one could hardly call the short papers presented at the last mass meeting an expression of popular thought. Those papers represented an organized effort on the part of the propaganda team, working through the Brigade Party branch and the Youth League led by it, to mount a vigorous repudiation campaign against designated class enemies. What the Youth League members expressed were not their own real thoughts, but a willingness to take part in such a campaign, once their organizational superiors had decided on mounting it. How many of the speakers actually believed the words they spoke was impossible to determine. Since the leadership was fanning up a repudiation wind, most loyal party and Youth League members went along with it as a matter of course without asking too many questions. Only truly seasoned campaigners, like wounded veteran Wang, had the ideological maturity and political courage to go against the tide, and even he had to apologize constantly. He categorized his own views as probably rightist or even revisionist, but nevertheless stuck to them. Smartfan, on his part, continued to counter our views with strong arguments to prove the main direction of the repudiation correct. The record of the two gems upset the masses, he said, so they had spoken out in the right direction. What could the leading cadres do but express support? He asked. But even if the main direction of the repudiation is correct, we rift, the club-like nature and form of the attack is wrong. The people haven't really understood the nature of the problem they are dealing with. If the leaders just give full support at that level, how can the people avoid serious mistakes? The leaders need to go more deeply into the case, make valid distinctions between mistakes, mistaken thoughts and crimes, enemy disruption, wrecking, etc. And properly evaluate the nature of what has happened. Smartfan, moved to a certain extent by these arguments, began to waver a little. At one moment he agreed that the critique was crude, only to reassert at the next moment that the men were in fact class enemies and deserved a crude critique. Thus he fluctuated between a certain amount of agreement with us and assertions that our ideas overthrew the whole repudiation attempt. I felt more and more strongly that without some change in the attitude of the leaders, Longbao courted trouble. Lin Tiong, who constantly reminded one and all that she came from Central, had for obscure reasons decided to crush the two gems by whatever means came to hand. Smartfan, wishing perhaps to impress Lin Tiong and win merit with Central, had gone along with her wishes and adopted an extreme position. The rest of the propaganda team split down the middle over the issue, with security officer Shen and pipefitter Huang opting for a tough, class enemy policy, while veteran Wang, Judge Cao and Donkey Meat Wang called for a cure the disease, save the patient line, a line of struggle over backward thinking. The other members of the team, less vocal than the leaders, were still trying to make up their minds. Team members never thoroughly debated the issue, at least not in our presence. Who could say what the propaganda team would advise in the end? It would not be easy to overrule Central in the person of Lin Tiong, for the prestige of Peking and the Central Committee remained high. No one could lightly contradict a cadre who claimed to speak for such a level, a cadre, furthermore, who insisted that Central Committee decisions were objective truth. On this question of objective truth, Lin Tiong and I argued furiously through many a meal. What started the argument in each case was news of a change in the evaluation of some famous cadre or some well-known mass organization. Take Liu Keping, the erstwhile chairman of Shensi province. In January, 1967, the Central Committee had given him outspoken support as a good revolutionary cadre, a model for the rest of the country to follow. Suddenly, in 1969, the Central Committee removed him from his post, dropped him from the Shensi Party Committee, and transferred him to an obscure job elsewhere. Our mentor, Commander Li Yingkui, argued that Liu had become involved with an alleged plot, known as the May 16 Conspiracy, an organization of counter-revolutionaries, and implied that this was the view held by the Central Committee in Peking. As the evaluation of Liu Keping underwent a 80-degree turn, the question arose, which evaluation should be considered correct, the early positive one or the later negative one? According to Lin Tiong, both had to be correct, not because a good person had changed into a bad person, quite the contrary, since Liu ended up bad, he must always have been bad, but because Central Committee decisions always reflected objective reality. If a new decision about a given matter clearly reversed an old one, she maintained that both the new one and the old one were correct just so long as each was based on all relevant information available to the decision makers at the time. With new, more comprehensive data, old decisions could be revised, even reversed, but neither revision nor reversal could change the validity of the original decision as of the time it was made. Leaving aside all questions relating to the possibility that both individuals and organizations can change, leaving aside also all questions concerning the possibility that a change in the context might cause a change in role, I certainly had no quarrel with the idea that information about people or organizations always amounted to approximations. New data could deepen understanding and cause the revision, even the reversal, of conclusions. To me this confirmed the relative, subjective nature of all knowledge and the difficulty of collecting enough valid data to arrive at conclusions that approximated objective truth. But to Lin Tiong, approximate information, if it was the best information available to the Central Committee at any given moment, added up to objective truth. A new decision based on new information, even if it completely overthrew the old one, also added up to objective truth. What I saw as two subjective estimates of a reality existing outside of consciousness, estimates that improved as information accumulated, she saw as two objective truths separated by time, each one valid for the time it was made. For her, it seemed, any Central Committee decision based on the best information available was, by definition, valid. This applied with almost equal force to any decision of any party committee all the way down the line. After all, as the slogan everywhere proclaimed, the Communist Party of China is a great, glorious, and correct party. We never were able to bridge this gulf in understanding or approach. Lin Tiong felt that I did not appreciate the dialectical nature of truth, how it developed and changed, while I felt that she did not appreciate the central principle of philosophical materialism, that the world exists independent of man's will or his understanding of it. We both held that reality developed and changed, but what she was talking about I felt was not changing reality at all, but only man's perception of it. She was confusing truth with reflections of truth in men's minds. If this had been merely a philosophical debate, it would not have been very important. What made it important was that Lin Tiong was applying her concept of truth, her theory of the absolute correctness of the present, to the political work going on in Longbao, where a false estimate of the objective situation had enormous potential for mischief. What good, for instance, could come from mobilizing the whole community to expose class enemies if, in fact, such enemies did not exist or were not an important factor in the life of the village? In thinking over the situation, I could not help but marvel at how closely it resembled that of April, 1948, with the cadres of an earlier work team SPHT over how to handle 4 difficult Longbao leaders, some wanting to crush the bad apples by whatever means necessary and others stressing the need to save them. In 1948, Chi Yun and Si Hung, the intellectuals from the university, advocated confrontation, while Ho Paopei, the reticent Fanchen here from Sand Market Village, advocated salvation through education. At that time Comrade Wang Xiaqin, the sub-regional party leader, came down strongly on the side of the peasant, Ho Pao. He advocated rescuing the 4 embattled cotters by patient persuasion. Where, I asked myself, was the Wang Xiaqin of today? Where, for that matter, was the Wang Xiaqin of yesterday? According to rumor, that patient and compassionate cotter had risen to high office in Shensi province, only to be cast out as a revisionist in 1967. People said that he was down in the countryside somewhere, raising crops by hand, one more casualty of a cultural revolution that loomed in the background of local history like the menacing shadow of a cloud larger than the horizon. Partville. Bombard. Headquarters. All revolutionary struggles in the world are aimed at seizing power and consolidating it. The desperate struggles waged by counter-revolutionaries against the revolutionary forces are likewise for the sake of maintaining their political power. Mao Zedong, 196/. Shaking things up. According to custom, the propaganda team members gathered at dawn in the Liu family courtyard for an hour of political study. Chilly as it was at that early hour, they preferred to sit outdoors, where they could catch the first warm rays of the sun, rather than to huddle in the damp gloom of the adobe room that the Liu family had loaned to security officer Shen and donkey meat Wang as living quarters. Inside that cavernous chamber the sun barely penetrated, even at noon, and nobody lit the fire under the Kong until evening. In the course of the Cultural Revolution all the well-known Shensi people have gone down, said security officer Shen, his voice tinged with sorrow. That's true, said Judge Cao. You only have to list them Po Yi Po, and Tsewen, Piang Chen, Li Shuefeng, they have all gone down as capitalist roaders. Shensi seems to have got the worst of it. Well, said veteran Wang, there are a few Shensi men who rose up in the meantime. Who? Asked Little Li. Well, there's Chi Tenkui, for one. He's from Wushang County, not so far from here. It's the oldest anti-Japanese base in the Taihang Mountains. Chi went south in 1948 and eventually became vice party secretary of Honan province. When the Cultural Revolution began he supported the Red Guards. Mao met him, brought him to Peking, and now he's an alternate member of the political bureau. I know another Shensi man who went up. He is vice consul in Tanzania, said security officer Shen. So, not all Shensi cotters went down, said Wang. A few went up. That doesn't help much, said Judge Cao morosely. Shensi men played such a big role in the liberation of our country, and now the famous ones have all messed up. Silence followed this comment. Such a turn of events made all Shensi people sad. They had absorbed local pride with their mother's milk, they would most likely carry it with them to their graves. The team cotters present, 10 in all, sat on light folding stools, small piles of bricks, or simply on their haunches, a position they had learned to hold. Hour after hour, as long as the occasion demanded. Representing the Communist Party and the government of the city of Changchi, they had come to Longbao to review the results of the Cultural Revolution and salvage something from the debacle. They remained to conduct a party rectification campaign and to reorganize the village administration to ensure, if possible, some progress in construction and production in a community where, for a decade at least, little progress had been made. My daughter Karma and I continued to join the group each morning without fail. The informal discussions that flourished here revealed facets of life and politics that we could not hope to uncover or even to stumble on in the ordinary course of events. On this particular September day in 1971, talk rolled more freely than usual because Lin Tiong, our guide and mentor from Peking, had sprained her ankle on the street the day before and had stayed in bed nursing her pain. When Lin Tiong joined a discussion group, everyone took care before speaking because, who could tell, their words might reach central. Better to think first and speak later, or not to speak at all under those circumstances. With Lin Tiong absent, such restraints fell away. Nobody seemed to care if their words reached America. What could America do about them in any case? To ask what Central might think about words that reached America did not occur to them. The prospect seemed remote indeed. The official topic for discussion was the editorial published in the People's Daily on August 27. Little Li, the bob-haired young Russian teacher from the regional normal school, read the words aloud. A college graduate, she was the most literate member of the team and the one usually chosen by mutual consent to read weighty documents. The August 27 editorial concerned party building, and the first paragraph declared that all the provinces of China, with the exception of Taiwan, had now re-established their provincial party committees, a great victory. New party committees laid the groundwork for moving ahead after the disruptions and disturbances of a cultural revolution, which had begun by dismantling party committees everywhere. The good news, read out so smoothly and precisely by Little Li, generated a lively exchange of opinion over the dates when the last committees finally appeared and over the cadres who played important roles as leaders. None of the group had ever heard of Zhen Yung, the new first secretary of the Tibetan Party Committee, and they were surprised to see that Pan Fu-shen, who had long been prominent in Heilongjiang, was no longer a member of that province's leading body. They were sorry to see that Li Shuifeng, the North China area leader who replaced Piang Chen as first secretary of the Peking Party Committee, had not won a place on the Hopi Provincial Committee at all. Most of the well-known area leaders earned notoriety by their absence. The propaganda team cadres ran through the names Tao Chu, South China, Li Shuifeng, North China, and concluded that all had gone down, along with Li Shuifeng and the other Shanxi cadres whose names Judge Cao remembered so well. When Little Li finally read out the second paragraph, it stimulated even more discussion than the first. The paragraph stressed the importance of party rectification, the need for every communist to pass once more a gate manned by his or her peers and delegates chosen by the people. The Cultural Revolution was one big rectification movement, said Donkey Meat Wang. It's easy to forget that, but that's what it was. Yes, said Chao Fu Ki, but it wasn't like anything we had before. In the past they always said, shake things up, but who got shaken up? Only the rank and file. Secretaries of county committees, city committees, and regional committees never got shaken up. But this time the students aimed the arrow at the higher UPS. That's why they all rushed out to suppress the student movement in 1966. Remember Wang Changchi City Party Secretary in 1966? Said Little Li. His wife was a teacher in the middle school. When the students rose up against her, he ran over to shut them up. Yes, and he ordered malquotes painted large on walls all over the city, said Shen. That was to keep the people quiet. Who would dare paste a poster over a malquote? Things changed soon enough after that, said veteran Wang. I remember one high-level meeting for the study of Mao Zedong thought. 2 students from the normal school broke it up. They said they represented the Red Detachment of Women. You say you are for Mao, but all you do is suppress the people, they shouted. Nobody dared challenge them, but later we found out that their Red Detachment had a membership list of 2 they represented only themselves. For a while the young people ruled the roost, but their factionalism soured everything, said Donkey Meat Wang. I knew a son who opposed his father. When they quarreled he slapped his father's face. To Wang this was worse than the news that a student had been shot on the threshing floor of Longbao's 4th team. I knew a pair of brothers who were on opposite sides, said veteran Wang. When their father died they negotiated a truce so they could go home together and pay their respects. But on the road home they began to quarrel. They had to separate, then show up on alternate days to display their filial respects. Well, nobody could stay out, said Shen. You had to join one side or the other. There was no such thing as taking a middle position. Once a city cadre came to Horse Square. He said, Here they're investigating some of these posters. Please look into it, they look like middle faction posters to me. He said middle faction, can you beat that? If there ever was a middle faction it sure didn't last long. It either fell apart, split or went lock, stock and barrel to one side or the other. Rectification, all agreed, would never end. The party had launched such movements again and again over a long period of time, but in each historical period the content had been different. In 1948 the central issue had been each cadre's attitude toward land reform, then in 1952 it was how each felt about cooperation. The Cultural Revolution started out as another big open-door rectification concerned with social consciousness, but many cadres couldn't really understand or accept it. "Remember Old New Year Wang?" asked veteran Wang. He passed through the Four Clean movement with flying colors and wrote a rhyme about it. In '65 came the Great Four Clean and a work team 23 strong and mean. Back to back, face to face, accusations all over the place. For a whole year the movement boiled. But not one hint of graft ever spoiled the reputation of Old New Year Wang. In 1967, when the people of Anyang suddenly began to criticize him, he couldn't understand it. Since his birthday had rolled around once more he wrote another rhyme. On the first day of January, the dawn of the year, my anniversary, not half a bowl of millet did I eat, before they dragged me down to the street. There, pretending to speak for the masses, stood rows of cows' heads and horses' asses. Cows' heads and horses' asses, what right did they have to question him? With the majority behind him, what right did a minority have to haul him out for a struggle meeting? Well, that's the way Swiftly, Fast Chin, and Wang Wente feel now. They don't see why anyone should have the right to criticize them, said Judge Cao. They don't see what right cows' heads and horses' asses have to question party members. Bits and pieces, scraps, fragments, and tailings led us inevitably toward the Cultural Revolution through a side door. It was high time, we decided, to come to grips with it in a more direct and systematic way. In the intervals left to us between urgent three-fall production tasks we set up long hours of interviews that led outward and upward from village to city, to region, to province, and finally to the national capital, Peking. Informants at each level opened cracks and apertures on a series of intertwined events so surreal and bizarre, so involved and complex, that no novelist could hope to dream them up, and no reporter could hope to reconstruct them in full. What follows in the chapters to come is a description of a few currents in the vast cataract of the Cultural Revolution that we were able to chart, the stories of a few people and a few events that we were able to record even if we could not fully comprehend their meaning. Student rebels rise and split. Could. When in the middle 50s collective agriculture, cooperative handicrafts and cooperative petty commerce finally emerged to join forces with the country's state-owned industry, trade, and banking, thus squeezing private enterprise almost entirely out of the economy, China's leaders some justification that they had established socialism economically. But for Mao, socialism in the economic sphere was hardly enough. He immediately turned his attention to the revolutionary transformation of the superstructure. Far from assuming that public ownership of the factories and cooperative ownership of the fields could, by themselves, guarantee the development of socialism and open the way to communism, Mao held that only further radical changes in social relations, institutions, culture, and ways of thinking could consolidate what had been built and propel society forward. While the opposition claimed that the disparity between the newly created, advanced social relations and inherited backward productive forces constituted the principal contradiction in China, Mao claimed something very close to the opposite. Outmoded, tradition-bound social institutions, he said, still hindered the development of China's productive forces, and this was at the bottom a class question. He saw the primary obstacle to change and development as the existing party-state apparatus manned by a class of bureaucrats who seemed far more likely to lead China to capitalism than to socialism. As summed up by Meisner, Mao based his position on two propositions. The first was that officials in the upper echelons of the party bureaucracy, by virtue of their power and prestige in the state apparatus, were acquiring material privileges and exploiting society as a whole. In effect, they were becoming a functional bourgeoisie, albeit one whose privileges derived from political power rather than from property. The second proposition was that an entrenched bureaucracy had acquired a vested interest in preserving the social order over which it ruled and from which it derived its privileged position, and thus was opposed to radical social changes and willing to tolerate, and perhaps even promote, capitalist forms of socio-economic relations and ideologies in society at large. Asterisk. This line of thinking placed Mao in direct opposition to most of the other power holders in China and caused him, again and again, to confront the status quo by appealing directly to the people to launch mass movements that either bypassed all the normal procedures approved by orthodox economic planners and organization men, or directly challenged their expertise and control. The failure of such mass movements as the 100 Flowers Campaign and the Great Leap to achieve the goals Mao had set for them led directly to the confrontation at Lushan. Having lost heavily there to Liu Shaochi and Teng Xiaoping, Mao held his fire while he prepared the ground for a comeback. Granting his rivals enough time and authority to make some serious mistakes of their own, he concentrated, with Lin Piao's help, on building up a strong enough base in the army to ensure freedom of action at a later date and on preserving and building up his personal prestige in the form of the cult of Mao. Mao's first counterstroke was, as we have seen, the socialist education movement, but when this failed to break Liu's grip on the party organization, he decided on a much bolder and more decisive strategy. Instead of returning to the countryside, raising a new guerrilla army and renewing peasant war, as he had threatened when his back was to the wall at Lushan, he launched a counterattack in 1966 that did not duplicate past history at all. To match an unprecedented situation, Mao created a unique and far more formidable method, a nationwide political offensive that he called a cultural revolution. Since no one had ever heard of such a revolution, most people did not take it seriously at first. They thought Mao had launched some sort of protracted, but nevertheless benign, educational campaign, a new rectification movement capable of producing a plethora of speeches and articles, but precious little in the way of real social or political challenge. Mao, on his part, launched the movement in a modest way with an article by Yao Wenyuan, a Shanghai journalist, that criticized the play Haijui dismissed from office. Yao charged that this play, written by the vice mayor of Peking, Wuhan, far from being the straightforward historical reconstruction that it pretended to be, was in reality an attack on Mao for dismissing General Piang Taihui. This charge certainly came close to the truth. Yao followed up his first article with several attacks on the Peking journalist Teng Tu for a series of essays innocently entitled Notes from Three Family Village. Among other things, they accused Mao of amnesia and recommended hitting him over the head with a blunt instrument to restore his memory. These articles stimulated some academic debate about Haijui's role in history and some polemics on educational policy. In the meantime, Mao persuaded one of his prime targets, Piang Chen, a political bureau member and concurrently the mayor of Peking, to head a 5-man group to take charge of the proposed cultural revolution. Piang used his position to censure Yao for making a political issue out of an academic problem. With army support and a barrage of polemics aimed at Piang's Black Gang, Mao counterattacked, dissolved the group of 5, and pushed through the dismissal of Mayor Piang, Vice Mayor Wu Han, the head of the propaganda department, Lu Tingyi, and the man in charge of culture for all China, Zhou Yang. Then he recommended Li Shuifeng, a trusted comrade, for the post of Peking's mayor and appointed an entirely new cultural revolution group, this one headed by his old secretary Chen Po Ta, his wife, Chang Xiang, and the longtime security chief, Kang Sheng. With these moves, Mao reasserted his authority over Peking City and all the media then under central control. Firmly entrenched at the nerve center of the nation, Mao launched what can only be called a surprise attack on his outmaneuvered and ill-prepared opponents. With little or no warning, he backed a call for a student rebellion against counter-revolutionary revisionists and set off a chain of events which neither he nor anyone else ever managed to bring under effective control thereafter. In the countryside, cotters and peasants ground through the second phase of the socialist education movement, the Big Four clean, without paying much heed to events in Peking. They could hardly help snapping to attention, however, when Mao's cultural revolution suddenly exploded in direct political action. On May 25, 6 staff members at Peking University put up a poster charging their university president with counter-revolutionary acts. President Liu Piying, they declared, had banned mass meetings, ordered the destruction of big character posters, and set up all sorts of restrictions and taboos that tied the revolutionary masses hand and foot. 11 revolutionary intellectuals, now is the time to go into battle. Let us unite, hold high the great banner of Mao Zedong thought, unite around the party's Central Committee and Chairman Mao, and break down all the various controls and plots of the revisionists, resolutely, thoroughly, totally, and completely wipe out all ghosts and monsters and all Khrushchev-type counter-revolutionary revisionists, and carry the socialist revolution through to the end. This call to action, put up by a group of cadres, headed by the woman Nye Yuanzi, a functionary in the philosophy department of Peking University, alerted the nation. Liu Piying and the university authorities reacted by mobilizing the majority of students and staff against the rebel group, hauling them before mass meetings to be denounced in turn as counter-revolutionaries. The original poster went up on May 25. The week of sharp confrontation that followed ended with a staggering surprise on June 2. For on that day the People's Daily published Nye Yuanzi's poster for the whole country to read, and Peking radio broadcast it to the nation. Chairman Mao himself, it seemed, had studied the poster. He had given it his full approval, called it the *first Marxist-Leninist poster of the Cultural Revolution, and asked for its nationwide dissemination. This poster had an extraordinary effect. Approved by Mao Zedong and given the widest publicity in the press and on the air, it amounted to a call for rebellion on the part of students everywhere against teachers and school administrators whom they saw as conservative, revisionist or counter-revolutionary. Within hours of the first broadcast, not only university students, but middle school students as well, went into action from Heilongjiang to Guangdong. With the dissemination of the contents of Nye's poster on June 2, the Cultural Revolution reached into every county, district, and community in China where any institution of higher learning existed, including Longbao village where militant students of the Luan Middle School, housed in the old grounds of the Catholic orphanage, rose up to challenge the school administration. The first few days of June, 1966, brought a euphoric time indeed to students. Rebellion spoke to their condition. In response to Chairman Mao's call, they would sweep away everything old and reactionary in China and clear the road to a bright communist future. As events actually developed, however, this first burst of euphoria did not last very long. Early in June, Mao Zedong left Peking for the south on an extended trip, placing the direction of the Cultural Revolution in Liu Shaoxi's hands. Liu responded to the student revolt by sending work teams made up of city cadres organized by the Peking Party Committee into the universities and middle schools of the capital and ordering them to carry the revolution through to the end. But the real purpose of these work teams, it soon became clear, was to contain the student movement. Under cover of extraordinarily radical rhetoric, they closed university gates, stopped public display of big character posters, called all students and staff into closed meetings for political study, and urged everyone to hunt out the counter-revolutionaries in their midst. The effect of this strategy, so well known in the socialist education movement, diverted criticism away from leading cadres toward the rank and file and broadened vastly the target of attack as people mobilized to examine and expose one another. Those student rebels who had responded to Nye's poster with a massive barrage of anti-Liu Piying material of their own suddenly came in for extreme criticism and suppression. Now it was their turn to wear the label counter-revolutionary. They earned this label from the work teams not because they had attacked Liu Piying but because they were now resisting orders to turn their attention away from such glamorous targets and concentrate on cleansing their own ranks. The work team period lasted for 50 days, until Mao's return from the south, and later became known as 50 Days of White Terror. Contrasting responses to this white terror laid the groundwork for a split in the student movement that was to have a devastating effect, not only on the students themselves, but on millions of workers and tens of millions of peasants who followed them into the conflict. That minority of students who stood together as rebels at Peking, Tsinghua and other major universities, institutes and middle schools during those days, defying all the attacks and slanders of the work teams, came to think of themselves alone as true revolutionaries, as the genuine Marxist vanguard. These early rebels rejected as opportunists those middle-of-the-roaders who couldn't make up their minds as to who was right, student challengers or the work teams that suppressed them. They condemned as outright counter-revolutionaries those loyalists who stood by the work teams because they thought they represented the Communist Party and Chairman Mao himself. Yet most of these rejected or condemned students and staff members, whatever their position during the 50 days, also stood up and called for revolution in August once Mao clarified the objectives of the movement and made his support for it clear. By that time it was too late for unity. The militants of the 50 days who rallied around the famous rebel Kui Tafu of Tsinghua rejected all fair-weather friends. The latecomers had no choice but to form organizations of their own. These organizations, once formed, entered into fierce competition with their early rebel rivals for merit and credibility as revolutionaries, but found it increasingly hard to consolidate themselves in the face of the offensive launched by Kui Tafu against them. Rank-and-file members tended to fall away and join the third headquarters established by Kui, effectively obscuring all distinctions between rebel and loyalist. By the time open warfare broke out over control of the Tsinghua campus in 1968, it was two factions from within third headquarters that fought it out, each containing within its ranks students and staff who had joined the revolution early and others who joined in later. What divided them had very little to do with choices made during the 50 days. They broke ranks over which members of the overthrown faculty and staff to recruit or reject. There were 4,000 middle school students and 300 college students in Southeast Shanxi, most of them in and around Changchi City. For them the Cultural Revolution began in the winter of 1966 with organized study on the problem of Peking. Vice Mayor Wu Han's play Huaijui dismissed from office and writer Teng Tu's essay series, Notes from Three Family Village. Once the Shanghai journalist Yao Wenyuan had denounced these writings as vicious attacks on Chairman Mao, students and literate people all over the country studied not the original writings, but Yao Wenyuan's overheated polemics refuting and deriding them. They found in this form of political study nothing new or unfamiliar. A series of political and cultural debates designed to educate people and raise consciousness had enlivened the preceding years. This one, even though it targeted such prominent people as Peking's vice mayor and a popular essayist on the Peking Evening News, did not seem to promise anything qualitatively different. The sudden reorganization of the whole Peking Party Committee in April and the fall of Piangchen and Wuhan alerted everyone to the fact that the debate could go beyond mere matters of theory. High positions and prominent careers were also at stake. But this too had happened before. There had been a Kaokong Jiao Shushi case, and there had been a Piang Tehui case. So, outside the capital, study continued on an even keel until the beginning of June, when Ye Yuanzi's poster appeared. Here indeed was something qualitatively different. The 6 dissidents had issued a call for students and ordinary staff to rebel outright. Mao had backed them up with a statement that rebellion is justified, and the whole educational establishment of the capital had responded with drastic and irreversible upheaval. Middle school administrators in Changchi, fearful of direct challenge from local students, first tried to ride out the storm by calling on their charges to mount a poster campaign against certain teachers who had suppressed worker peasant students, or teachers who had controversial political or social connections. This poster campaign, launched on June 14, proceeded according to plan until suddenly, on June 23, an incident occurred. On that date a physical education instructor at the first middle school directed his criticism not at some ordinary faculty member but at the head of the whole school. Party Secretary Chang himself. The authorities immediately denounced the poster. They herded the physical education instructor and those associated with him into the school library and placed them under supervision. They mobilized the rest of the students and staff to surround the library and criticize the helpless targets inside. Thus students, faculty members, and government leaders in Changchi duplicated in virtually every detail the Peking events of May 25 through June 2, events that transpired before Nya's poster won public support from Mao Zedong. The local press blew up the whole affair at the first middle school as the June 23 counter-revolutionary incident. The party committee of Changchi City had no choice but to send a group of cadres to investigate. As they began their work, a veritable flood of news and comment pouring out of Peking made clear that the worst mistake of all was to suppress the student movement. In the middle of the investigation, the press dropped the word counter-revolutionary from accounts of the June 23 incident. Soon the incident itself disappeared from the front page altogether. Militant students and communist leaders confronted one another in relative peace for a few days. With all classes suspended and the poster writing campaign temporarily abandoned, nobody dared decide what the next move should be. Then in July, two separate but linked events coincided. Militant students from the capital, flushed with the success of the Peking movement, arrived in Changchi anxious to fan a real local rebellion. At the same time, the party committee of Changchi, following the lead of the Peking Party Committee, sent work teams into the schools to lead the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. At the first middle school, both of these new forces picked Party Secretary Chang as their target. They clamped a tall hat on his head and paraded him around the campus for criticism and ridicule. They charged him with neglecting his duties in favor of bird hunting in the mountains, with hiring questionable reactionaries as teachers, and with suppressing the study of Mao Zedong thought. The treatment meted out to Secretary Chang divided students and staff. One group of individuals, rallying around the head of the physics department, spoke out against dunce caps and the use of force. Another group of students and staff sympathetic to the physical education instructor who had launched the incident, and the work team as well, all immediately denounced this teacher and his followers as conservatives. They transferred the tall cap to the head of the physicist and paraded him around the schoolyard just as they had Party Secretary Chang a few days before. In Peking, the work team sent by Liu Xiao*I withdrew from all campuses on July 28, a day or two after Mao's return from the south. On August 5, the work team sent by the party committee of Changchi also quietly withdrew, leaving behind a badly divided campus. On the one side stood a faction of students and staff called the Yaowu or Want Violence Brigade, and on the other side an equal number of students and staff who called themselves the Hongpao or Red Storm Brigade. The Want Violence Brigade, though prone to extreme action and not averse to parading people around the campus with dunce caps on their heads, had not really organized itself around a program of violence. The name came from an incident that occurred at the Gate of Heavenly Peace, when Mao Zedong first met with one of the Red Guard groups that flocked to Peking in August for vast, million-strong rallies. Mao Zedong had asked one enthusiastic young girl from the provinces what her name was. "My name is Sung Ping, Sung Peace and Calm," said the girl. "Sung Ping," mused the chairman, savoring the contrast between the quiet name and the defiant posture of the fiery-eyed young woman before him. "How come your parents didn't name you Sung Yaowu, Sung Want Violence?" From that moment Yaowu became a very popular name among radicals all over China. Not to be outdone by the militancy of the opposition, the other group, insisting that it, too, wanted revolution, chose the name Red Storm. Later both sides changed names. The Want Violence Brigade, after merging with several smaller groups, finally settled on Red Union, while the Red Storm Brigade, also after merger, shifted to Peking Commune. More reasonable names did not, however, lead to more reasonable attitudes. For the next 2 years the differences between the two groups widened and sharpened until their members ended up, as did their prototypes in the capital, in open and violent warfare for control of their respective campuses and of their respective cities. The course of events at the Luan Middle School in Longbao village closely paralleled the events at the first middle school. Only at Luan 2 science teachers named Cao and Wang led the first rebel faction, while the loyalists temporarily sided with their school principal, one Fan Cio-Chi, whom the opposition called Fan the Landlord. Those who supported Cao Taisheng and Wang called themselves simply Red Guards, while those who supported Principal Fan called themselves Mao Zedong thought Red Guards. In the alliances that developed between students in Longbao and students in Changchi City, the Red Guards linked up with Red Union and the Mao Zedong Thought Red Guards linked up with Peking Commune. Just as these regional student organizations were forming and the differences between them were crystallizing, national leaders in Peking issued a most important document, the decision of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party concerning the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. Adopted on August 8, 1966, this extraordinary statement defined in a few words what the Cultural Revolution was supposed to be about, named its motive forces and its targets, its organizational forms and its methods, warned specifically against the kinds of excesses that were already taking place, took up some special questions such as the role of intellectuals and scientists, the army and the schools, and ended with a call for universal creative study and application of Mao Zedong thought. Its key paragraphs repeated and restated in various ways the central theme that the great masses of the Chinese people should rise up, challenge whatever stood in the way of transforming society, enter into lively contention and serious debate, learn by doing, and liberate themselves not only from party members in authority who were taking the capitalist road, from bourgeois academic authorities, and from cadres guilty of commandism, but also from all the old thoughts, customs, culture and habits of the exploiting classes so as to establish the thought, customs, culture, and habits of the working class. Furthermore, as a corollary of this theme, party leaders should under no circumstances stand in the way of this movement but should welcome it and help it along, even when it meant their own downfall, their own removal from office. The third paragraph of the opening point stressing class struggle deserves to be quoted in full. Although the bourgeoisie has been overthrown, it is still trying to use the old ideas, culture, customs, and habits of the exploiting classes to corrupt the masses, capture their minds, and endeavor to stage a comeback. The proletariat must do exactly the opposite. It must meet head-on every challenge of the bourgeoisie in the ideological field and use the new ideas, culture, customs, and habits of the proletariat to change the mental outlook of the whole of society. At present our objective is to struggle against and overthrow those persons in authority who are taking the capitalist road, to criticize and repudiate the reactionary bourgeois academic authorities and the ideology of the bourgeoisie and all other exploiting classes, and to transform education, literature, and art and all other parts of the superstructure not in correspondence with the socialist economic base so as to facilitate the consolidation and development of socialism. The decision went on to praise the young people who had already moved into action, excused their excesses and mistakes as the inevitable shortcomings of inexperienced youth in a complex revolutionary situation, and confirmed the main thrust of the struggle. Since the Cultural Revolution is a real revolution, it inevitably meets with resistance both from targets like the capitalist roaders in power and from the force of habit of the old society. Such resistance would be overcome in the course of struggle and setbacks, and from this the working people and particularly the younger generation would learn. The decision condemned those party leaders who in one way or another stood in the way of the movement, some because all these new challenges simply overwhelmed them, some because they had made mistakes themselves and feared criticism, and some because they actually recognized themselves as party people in authority taking the capitalist road and feared exposure and overthrow. In contrast, the decision directed high praise toward those leaders who stood in the vanguard of the movement and boldly aroused the people to criticize and expose. What the Central Committee of the party demands of the party committees at all levels is that they persevere in giving correct leadership, put daring above everything else, and boldly arouse the masses. Point 4 stressed the need for the mass of the Chinese people to liberate themselves. Trust the masses, rely on them and respect their initiative. Cast out fear. Don't be afraid of disturbances. Big character posters and great debates to argue matters out would allow the people to clarify correct views, criticize wrong views and expose all ghosts and monsters. Point 5 define the target as those within the party who are in authority and are taking the capitalist road. It also defined them as a handful of ultra-reactionary bourgeois rightists and counter-revolutionary revisionists. Revolutionaries should isolate these enemies by discovering and mobilizing the left, winning over the middle forces, and uniting with the great majority so that 95% of the cadres and 95% of the masses could join together as one. Revolutionaries should take care, of course, not to lump people who had made a few mistakes with the anti-party, anti-socialist rightists, and not to lump academics who had a few ordinary bourgeois academic ideas with the scholar despots or bourgeois academic authorities. Revolutionaries should also take care not to confuse differences arising among the people with conflicts between the people and their enemies. The decision characterized conflicting views among the people as normal. Disputants should resolve differences through debate, by presenting facts and reasoning things out. They should also protect minority views because sometimes the truth is with the minority, and even if the minority is wrong they should be allowed to argue their case and reserve their views. When there is a debate, it should be conducted by reasoning, not by coercion or force. Because the authorities had almost universally attacked the early rebels among the students as counter-revolutionaries, and because they had used certain mistakes made by the rebels as excuses for such attacks, Point 7 specifically warned power holders against this tactic and called those who indulged in it pickpockets. Point 7 refuted as a line error, an error of principle, and castigated unconditionally the attitude assumed by many people in power, that opposition to the leaders of a given unit or work team meant opposition to the party and to socialism. Power holders should resort to police action only when they uncovered clear evidence of crimes such as arson, murder, the use of poison, sabotage, or theft of state secrets. Holding opinions, this document declared, could not be classed as criminal activity. Point 8 defined again the target in regard to cadres. It classed them as falling into four categories: good, comparatively good, mistaken but not rightists, and rightists. Most cadres fell into the first two categories. Revolutionaries should expose, refute, and overthrow only the last category, the rightists. Even then they should give their targets a chance to turn over a new leaf. Point 9 defined the organizational models for carrying out the Cultural Revolution as cultural revolutionary groups, committees, and congresses such as many schools, administrative and productive units had already formed. It called them the organs of power of the revolution. The organizations set up in the schools, while consisting mainly of students, should include representative teachers, staff members, and campus workers. Because the revolutionary transformation of society must surely take a long time, the committees should be permanent, not temporary, and they should periodically reconstitute themselves through a system of general elections similar to that of the Paris Commune. Point 10 identified the transformation of education as a most important task and listed several specific goals. The period of schooling should be shortened. Courses should be fewer and better. Teaching material should be thoroughly transformed, in some cases beginning with simplifying complicated material. While their main task is to study, students should also learn other things. That is to say, in addition to their studies, they should also learn industrial work, farming, and military affairs, and take part in the struggle of the Cultural Revolution to criticize the bourgeoisie as these struggles occur. The concluding points of the decision called for education in ideology through criticism of typical examples of bourgeois and feudal ideology, but forbade the naming of people as targets in the press without the permission of the party committee responsible, or, in some cases, of the party committee at a higher level. Another point called for handling scientists, technicians, and ordinary members of the working staffs of advanced institutes who did not oppose the party and socialism through a policy of unity, criticism, unity. Revolutionaries should help them to transform their outlook and their working style. Still another point declared the concentration points of the Cultural Revolution to be the leading organs of the party and government in the large and medium-sized cities. The countryside should continue to carry out the socialist education movement and gradually merge it with the Cultural Revolution where appropriate. The decision defined the overall goal of the Cultural Revolution to be, through a revolution in ideology, to achieve greater, faster, better and more economical results in all fields of work and especially in production. Any idea of counterposing the great Cultural Revolution to the development of production is wrong. One further point specifically exempted the armed forces from the influence of the mass movement. Army, Navy, and Air Force personnel should carry out the Cultural Revolution and the socialist education movement in accordance with the instructions of the Military Commission of the Central Committee of the Party and the General Political Department of the People's Liberation Army. The final point, number 16, called for the creative study and application of Chairman Mao Zedong's works among workers, peasants, soldiers, cadres, and intellectuals. Mao Zedong thought should be taken as the guide to action in the Cultural Revolution, and party committees at all levels must abide by the directions given by Chairman Mao over the years, namely, that they should thoroughly apply the mass line of from the masses, to the masses, and that they should be pupils before they become teachers. They should try to avoid being one-sided or narrow. They should foster materialist dialectics and oppose metaphysics and scholasticism. Looking back on this document with some knowledge of all that has happened since, one must admit it still stands out as something extraordinary in history. Where had there ever been a ruling party that called on the people to rise up, criticize and expose anything and everything that seemed to stand in their way, a ruling party that called on the people to clean out the alien elements in its own ranks? The Cultural Revolution clearly started out to be a vast and decisive party rectification movement, a movement that would mobilize hundreds of millions of ordinary people, remove all the restraints of established authority, and allow these people to organize in any way they saw fit to transform their party leadership, their government, their culture, and their lives. On the surface, at least, the basic assumption underlying this call was faith in the Chinese people, faith that they truly wanted to build a new socialist society, and that once mobilized they would find ways to expose and criticize everything that interfered with this goal, and ways to reorganize and educate themselves so that the goal could be reached. Again, on the surface, Mao based his decision to take this extraordinary step on the failure of all previous limited mass campaigns and party rectification movements to solve the problems of basic line and direction. As Mao was reported to have said in February 1967, "In the past we waged struggles in rural areas, in factories, in the cultural field, and we carried out the socialist education movement. But all this failed to solve the problem because we did not find a form, a method to arouse the broad masses to expose our dark aspect openly, in an all-around way and from below." In 1966, with the great upsurge of the student movement, with the spread of revolutionary mass organizations from the schools to government units and factories, and with the 16-point decision of the Central Committee on the Cultural Revolution promulgated everywhere, the party and the people, it seemed, had finally found this method. All over China people harbored profound feelings of excitement and optimism. They sensed that a historic turning point had come within reach, and that if only hundreds of millions would rise up as activists, and if only they sustained their struggle, the future of China as a strong, socialist country would be assured. If indeed the people of China could have put into practice the 16 points of that famous decision, if they could have settled disputes by debate and through reasoning, if party activists could have united with 95% of the cadres and 95% of the people to isolate, expose, and remove from office a handful of bureaucrats and time servers designated as capitalist roaders, then the Chinese people could have won at least a partial victory and cleared away some of the barriers to economic and cultural progress that had developed in the course of socialist transformation. On the one hand, the constant expansion of the huge, increasingly inept, centralized bureaucracy menaced everyone. On the other hand, high-level opposition to Mao's socialist road undermined all efforts to consolidate that road. Since those in power could hardly be expected to reform themselves, why not put the matter in the hands of the people at large and help them rectify both party and state? In real life the remaking of China was by no means simple. Since from the very beginning no one proposed an objective standard for determining who the capitalist roaders might be, people disagreed sharply over the targets to be attacked and soon began to attack one another. The very thing that Point 8 so strongly opposed to prevent the struggle from being diverted from its main target, it is not allowed, under any pretext whatever, to incite the masses or the students to struggle against each other, was the very thing that developed unchecked. No sooner did rebellion break out anywhere, no sooner did the rank and file overthrow authorities in power, than the mass movement invariably split, and rebels began to fight one another, not so much over the shape of the new power to come as over who in fact had the right to hold and wield it. With few exceptions, every negative phenomenon which the 16-point decision warned against proliferated. Point 6 clearly stated that contradictions among the people must not be made into contradictions between ourselves and the enemy, and Point 5 stated categorically that anti-party, anti-socialist rightists should not be confused with people who support both the party and socialism but have made mistakes, and that bourgeois scholar despots should not be confused with ordinary scholars who held some bourgeois academic ideas. Yet these confusions arose almost immediately. Small contradictions among the people quickly escalated in the rhetoric of ambitious activists into contradictions with enemies. They called thousands and tens of thousands of cotters who had made a few mistakes rightists and counter-revolutionary revisionists, and called thousands of teachers and specialists bourgeois academic authorities. The government disseminated the 16 points to the whole country, urging millions to study them. It is doubtful if any document ever received such intensive perusal as did this Magna Carta of the Cultural Revolution, but as with the Magna Carta, people found in it what they wanted to find. They used its various passages to justify what they wanted to do, especially after Mao Zedong cranked up the tension by declaring that the great proletarian cultural revolution was in fact a great political revolution carried out by the proletariat against the bourgeoisie and all other exploiting classes. It is a continuation of the prolonged struggle waged by the Chinese Communist Party and the masses of revolutionary people under its leadership against the Kuomintang reactionaries, a continuation of the class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. By this definition, people who found themselves on one side of a factional split easily convinced themselves that the opposition did in fact represent not another segment of the people or of popular opinion, but the dreadful Kuomintang, and that therefore they should fight it by all means at hand, and thoroughly defeat it forever. Clearly what amounted to nothing more than contradictions between various groups of revolutionary people were here being mistaken for or deliberately promoted as contradictions with class enemies. Once the Cultural Revolution began, drastic escalations of antagonism, both spontaneous and rigged, infected almost all of China. Yet few, if any, reflected questions of principle. In the provinces as well as Peking, the original divisions arose primarily out of challenges to the revolutionary legitimacy of various groups based on their date of origin. Splits developed between those who rebelled against the status quo first and those who rebelled against the same thing later. At the time, of course, these distinctions seemed vital. Those who had rebelled earlier, when it was more dangerous, considered this their most valid credential. Hoping to preempt all authority, they would have nothing to do with those who had stood neutral at the beginning or even remained loyal for a time to the old administration. The latter, once they decided to join the revolution, had no choice but to form organizations of their own, and these organizations, once formed, tended to harden in hostile contradiction to those that had preceded them into the fray. Mao's call, issued after he returned to Peking from his first southern trip, for all mass organizations to unite with faculty, staff, and cadres who were good or comparatively good, some 95% of the total, in Mao's estimation, only served to deepen and widen the splits that already existed, because those contending could not agree on any estimate of the overthrown teachers and cadres. People whom one side regarded as good revolutionaries, the other side often regarded as hopeless revisionists. People whom one side regarded as mistake-prone but capable of reform, the other side most likely denounced as counter-revolutionaries. As the splits developed, mere adherence to one side or the other brought down condemnation by the opposition. If a certain teacher, in response to overtures from, say, the Red Guards at Luen Middle School, agreed to work with that group, students from the other headquarters, the Mao Zedong thought Red/506 Guards, automatically opposed that teacher and dug into the record for any adverse material that could be found on him or her in an effort, not so much to discredit the individual, as to discredit the collective which the individual had joined. From digging out adverse material to creating adverse material was but one short step. In the contest for revolutionary legitimacy that developed, frame-up and counter-frame-up crowded the agenda. As rivalry between student factions boiled up into seething contradictions that often led to physical fighting, and ended finally in armed fighting, the original issues of the Cultural Revolution sank in a mire of violence and counter-violence. A naked struggle for power came to the fore in the local institution, the city, the region, the province, and the nation as a whole, with each side doing whatever seemed necessary to take and hold high office while making sure that the other side could never do the same. Mao denounced this battle over power as bourgeois factionalism, bourgeois because it was unprincipled, because it was like the struggle between various commercial interests under capitalism for control of the marketplace, for power to pursue self-interest. Having overthrown the old authorities, each group felt that it and it alone had earned the right to take office and rule. Furthermore, each faction convinced its adherents that if they failed as a group, Mao Zedong could not hope to retain his position in Peking, and this would endanger the whole Chinese revolution. This seemingly solid revolutionary reasoning was in fact specious rhetoric used to cloak a raw struggle for power in a situation where there was very little room at the top, and the top stood temporarily vacant. The above description implies that the factionalism arose spontaneously from below as an inevitable trend rooted in the mass consciousness of the time. Factionalism did indeed break out at the grassroots, much of it a revival of old family, clan, sectarian and sectional rivalries, but there is reason to believe it would never have spread widely at this time had it not been provoked from above by rival groups inside the Central Committee of the Communist Party in Peking, who were themselves vying for supreme power and attempting to gather the kind of mass support necessary to win and consolidate their power against others. Only the naive ever believed that Nye Yuanzhu's poster came spontaneously from below. She and her colleagues in the philosophy department at Peking University wrote it with direct support from Mao Zedong, or at least with support from several individuals very close to Mao, including his favorite general of the moment, Lin Piao, his longtime personal secretary, Chn Po Ta, and his wife, Chang Ching. It was common knowledge in Peking that Nye formulated her list of grievances against Lu Ping long before her Marxist-Leninist poster came out, and that she had suffered for it. A work team under the leadership of Peking's mayor, Piang Chen, had summoned her and her colleagues to a rectification session in the International Hotel, and held them there for several months in 1965. Yet all the team's efforts to modify or suppress her obnoxious views failed because these views had the support of a second powerful clique in the Central Committee that the chairman himself backed. When Kui Tafu stepped forth at Tsinghua as a student rebel and steadfastly denounced the work team sent by Liu Shaochi to suppress the student movement, he did /507. So not simply as a brave young student committed to revolutionary idealism, but as a young man with connections to powerful figures on the Central Committee who stood behind him, encouraged him, and fed him information that he could use as ammunition. When higher cadres with something to fear from the upheaval saw the effective use which Mao and his supporters made of the student movement and the Red Guards, they quickly formed student organizations and Red Guard units of their own, so that they, too, might have a mass base with which to contend for and hold power. Some people went even further. It now seems clear that those who finally emerged as the Gang of Four quite early saw how useful factional contention as such could be to them. They were not interested in simply building factions as a mass base of support for specific goals of their own, but saw endless, spiraling factional confrontations as an ideal environment for preventing the consolidation of popular revolutionary power * while they moved to transfer all power to their own hands. They did everything, therefore, to play off one side against the other, feeding each with ammunition against the other, flattering each with assurances that the revolution could never stand without the victory of that side, and finding endless material that could be used to tarnish reputations and frame the members of each side when used by the other. The marvelous rhetoric of the 16 points cloaked, in the end, a venal contest of all against all that harked back to imperial times. It did not take the average power holder long to catch on to this new/old form of infighting unleashed by the Cultural Revolution. quick to perceive that what was at stake in the first instance was power and power alone, and that this had very little to do with the capitalist road or the socialist road. The whole bureaucratic apparatus of China fell to with a will, playing the centuries-old game of bowing to whatever wind blew most strongly from the center while jockeying ruthlessly for whatever power or position came within local grasp. The unprincipled quality of Mao's attack on Piangtai, now renewed as he put down Lu and Tang, set the standard for strategy and tactics in this free-for-all. While everyone carefully adopted the rhetoric of the 16 points because it had some prestige among the people, professional practitioners, in true Mandarin style, set out to pull down anyone who stood in the way of their own climb to the heights. Although Mao's program unleashed a surge of enthusiasm and hope for new forms of popular democratic rule at the village level, insiders quickly discovered that seizing and holding power remained the heart of the matter, that anything went as long as it contributed to that nefarious end. The Cultural Revolution soon became, as one Peking cotter so frankly explained, a contest to see who could send whom to the cotter school. Mao prepared May 7 cotter schools, ostensibly for the political education of functionaries who had immersed themselves too long in urban offices and isolated themselves too long from the realities of life. Here they were supposed to re-establish contact with the people, do manual work, raise crops and pigs, study politics, repudiate revisionism, take part in self and mutual criticism, and prepare themselves for the huge tasks of the socialist construction to come. Too often, however, those chosen for the honor found that they had simply been sent away to practice frugal living and hard labor at a spot so isolated that they could not hope to hold their forces together or ever mount a counter-attack on their rivals who had sent them down. Given the unprincipled nature of the infighting unleashed by the publication of the 16 points, unity at any level was out of the question. Had there been a unified student movement in Peking, there might well have been a unified student movement in the schools of the hinterland, but since factionalists, contending for the highest stakes at the very core of the Communist Party itself, split the student movement in the capital, they doomed the student movement elsewhere in the country to similar division. This fractured student movement in turn guaranteed that the great mass movement of workers and peasants developing under its influence and inspiration down below must likewise split asunder. Greater than 7. At the start the fractured student movement did not seem a very serious matter to the peasants of Longbao. Throughout 1966 and into 1967 the Cultural Revolution meant to them primarily a ringside seat for observing the activities and antics of the student movement at Luan Middle School, which occupied the old Catholic compound at the very heart of their community. In the evening, when the peasants returned from hard labor in the fields, they had no choice but to listen to the interminable debates between the factions that both sides broadcast to the world by loudspeaker. To many peasants this incessant broadcasting was a nuisance and an insult. How could one hold a quiet conversation, think or rest, not to mention sleep, under that endless noisy assault? The Cultural Revolution, they concluded, was for people with culture, so why not carry it on in a cultured manner and leave peasants, who had no culture, in peace? Others, inspired by Mao Zedong's pronouncement that everyone, including peasants, should pay attention to state affairs, took an interest in the struggle going on at the school, and did their best to learn something from the debates. Paying attention was not always easy, because the loudspeakers on both sides often blared forth simultaneously, each trying to drown out the other with superior volume. As a result, they cancelled each other out. At other times one side or the other had trouble with the electronic equipment, thus giving the opposition a monopoly of the sound waves, an opportunity which it made the most of. Among those peasants who took an interest was Kuo Changkeyuan, vice secretary of the Brigade Party branch and chairman of the Peasants' Association. He would have been miserable if he had not, because his house was built against the schoolyard wall. He and his family could hardly ignore the avalanche of sound that poured, night and day, over that adobe barrier. Changkeyuan talked about that time. Since I lived so close, I couldn't help but listen to their charges and countercharges. Once I even got involved in the struggle between them. This happened because the Red Guards stopped some army trucks on their way to the cement plant. Cao Tai Shen, one of the /5 IO science teachers at the middle school, led this group. When the students went out to stop the trucks, he led the way. Some of us peasants and a few workers saw them and we didn't like what they had done. The Mao Zedong thought Red Guards, the other faction, didn't like it either. We joined up and went to find Cao. He was in the school grounds, surrounded by loyal supporters. But we came in force. We pushed right through and seized him. Then the soldiers criticized us. They said it was wrong to use force, we should debate instead. So right then and there we held a meeting that lasted all afternoon. We decided to determine, on the spot, what was right and what was wrong. We criticized the Red Guards for stopping the trucks and they didn't have any good answer. In the end the Liberation Army men said they'd like to take Cao along, talk with him, and return him the next day. But his supporters wouldn't let him go. Some held him by the legs while others grabbed his body. The army men said, "Don't worry, we'll take good care of him. It is our responsibility to help him think things out more clearly." But that didn't convince the students of his faction, so the army men let him go. After that the debate really grew hot. The Mao Zedong thought members yelled, "Down with Cao and Wang." The two science teachers while the Red Guards yelled back, "Down with Fan Sui Chi," the principal of the middle school. At that time people talked a lot about seizing power. Those among us who could read knew that there was such a thing, but the rest of us who were illiterate didn't know what it was all about. You find power standing there and you seize it? It didn't make much sense. But the students at the middle school took it very seriously just the same. The Red Guards threatened to seize power. The school accountant and the janitor identified power with the school seals, so each one took a seal along in his pocket for safekeeping. The janitor's wife lived at the cement plant. One day when her husband went to see her, the Red Guards ambushed him on the road. They took the seal from him, then rushed back to the school and broadcast that they had seized power from the capitalist roaders in charge of the school. Immediately the Mao Zedong thought crowd cursed them over their loudspeaker and charged that the act was completely illegal, not a power seizure, but a power grab. For myself I couldn't figure out how anyone could seize power by grabbing a seal, but the deed had been done and there they were cursing each other. The Mao Zedong thought crowd said their opponents must repudiate their wrong thinking and abandon their bourgeois reactionary line, but the Red Guards responded that they had only done what had to be done. Thus they carried on, each side defending its own position and denouncing the other. After the Red Guards seized power in the middle school, some of the Mao Zedong thought group who had retreated to Changchi came out from the city to search the grounds. In one of the /52 teachers' desk drawers they found a picture of Liu Xiao Chi. On the strength of this they accused the Red Guards of protecting Liu Xiao Chi. While we are all busy overthrowing Liu, you are supporting him. They came in some 20 big trucks, equipped with several loudspeakers. As soon as they found this picture the loudspeakers all began to blare the news. To prevent the Red Guards from answering back they seized the loudspeaker the Red Guards had been using in the middle school. They also went out into the village and seized a second loudspeaker that the Red Guards had given to one of the Longbao peasant organizations. Young members of a rival organization had tipped them off about it. All afternoon chaos ruled in the school grounds. The Mao Zedong thought group wanted to take power back. They looked everywhere for the official seal. They seized one girl and beat up several people. But Red Guards passed the seal from hand to hand. Since they had more than 100 pairs of hands, the Changchi people never found it. In the end they retreated with the 2 loudspeakers they had grabbed and the picture of Liu Xiao Chi. No sooner had the city people left than the student factions started to accuse one another. One side charged, "You protect bad people like Cao." The other side countercharged, "You stand behind Fan the landlord." After supper a big confrontation took place. Many people gathered to debate, others gathered just to listen. According to Mao Zedong, nobody should curse others or use violence, but in this debate both sides cursed the other for protecting the wrong people. Nobody understood what it was really all about. But at least they didn't beat each other up. Every night these debates went on until after midnight. After we had eaten our supper we peasants had nothing to do, so we went to the middle school grounds, sat on the sidelines, and listened. Events such as those described by Kuo Changkeyuan strident, ludicrous, and at the same time threatening went on until a decision by the party center in Peking brought peasants all over China into active participation in the Cultural Revolution. Almost overnight central government action transformed Longbao residents from onlookers, both willing and unwilling, into deeply engaged protagonists. The document that precipitated this shift was called Directive of the Central Committee on the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution in Rural Districts, Draft. Underneath this imposing title the subheading read, For Discussion and Trial Application. The Central Committee issued it on December 15, 1966, after most of the fall harvest work throughout China had been completed. It represented a radical departure from previous official announcements, such as a Central Committee Directive of September 14, 1966, which emphasized the overriding importance of the coming harvest and warned Red Guard activists not to carry their revolutionary activities into the countryside or, except in very special circumstances, to go into the countryside at all. 512. Significantly, the directive of December 15 began with a paragraph urging the implementation of Mao Zedong's call to grasp revolution and promote production, and advised peasants to revolutionize their minds and move agricultural production forward. As a rule, no work teams will be sent, said the directive. The masses should take responsibility, educate themselves, liberate themselves and rise on their own to make revolution. They should do all this according to the principles laid down in the 16 points of August 8, combined with the 10 points and the 23 points issued during the socialist education movement. In fact, they should bring the For Clean campaign of the socialist education movement into the orbit of the Cultural Revolution and solve all remaining problems as part of this great new movement, the target of which should be the small handful of capitalist roaders in authority within the party and the landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, bad elements, and rightists not well reformed. Ominously, the document underlined and singled out the last-named 5 bad categories as if everyone understood that such people posed the principal contradiction in the Chinese countryside in 1966, a very doubtful proposition that helped lay the groundwork for all manner of excesses, frame UPS, false charges and political detours in the ensuing months and years. Next came the inspiring sentence that had earlier so moved the youth of Peking and other cities to smash monuments, invade homes, break records, burn books, and demand red as the color for go in traffic lights, destroy the old thought, old culture, old customs and old habits of the exploiting class and establish the new thought, new culture, new customs, and new habits of the proletariat. This basic revolutionary command, so seminal to the whole transformation of China, became an excuse for attacking anything and everything that activists didn't like, often resulting in the imposition of traditional feudal standards in the name of proletarianization. This same point, number 3 of the 10 in the December directive, advised the peasants to rectify bureaucracy and commandism among the cadres and to implement the system of cadres' participation in productive labor, a crucial ongoing requirement vital to the success of cooperative agriculture. And who was to do all these things? The poor and lower middle peasants uniting with the middle peasants and gradually uniting more than 95% of the masses and 95% of the cadres. Using what organizational form? Cultural Revolution Committees of poor and lower middle peasants elected democratically by congresses of poor and lower middle peasants. These committees were to take the lead in reorganizing, streamlining, and re-electing production leadership groups through mass discussion. That is, the peasants should democratically reap praise and reform their production teams. In addition, young people should form Red Guard units. The sons and daughters of leading cadres should not hold leading positions in the units, nor should children of landlords and rich peasants now residing in other places return home to establish revolutionary ties. This last prohibition /513. became necessary because the next point gave consent for revolutionary students from the cities to form groups to go to the countryside, build revolutionary ties, eat, live and work together with the peasants, and take part in the cultural revolution so long as they did not monopolize the movement or act in place of the peasants. Point number 7 stressed big democracy or extensive democracy, defined as the four bigs: big contending, big blooming, big character posters and big debates. The directive asked for a wide open, no holds barred, free-for-all mass movement of the people that was democratic and nonviolent. Struggle must be waged by placing facts on the table and reasoning things out. A variant of the slogan, persist in struggle by reasoning and refrain from struggle by force, enjoyed wide and persistent repetition. Point 7 also included permission to establish revolutionary ties between brigades and communes, coupled with a warning against factional strife stirred up by bad characters. All of which, in the HGHT of the real struggle that developed, bears today a wistful, utopian flavor, something of the innocent idealism of the revolution in its infancy. In order to make possible the widest use of big character posters and big debates, the document held communes responsible for distributing free paper, ink, writing brushes, and poster paint to all participants in the cultural revolution. Point 8 absolutely forbade retaliation against rank-and-filers who expressed dissident views, specifically naming a reduction in work point earnings as a common means of counter-attack by brigade and commune leaders. Anyone labeled counter-revolutionary or saboteur for having expressed such views should be vindicated. But at the same time the document designated the 5 bad categories: landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, bad elements, and rightists as the targets of mass dictatorship. It specifically enjoined them from rebelling, in the name of the cultural revolution, against the working class and the poor and lower middle peasants. These two provisions, in fact, cancelled each other out, for in practice, when a dissident wished to express his views, all that was necessary in order to suppress him was to label him or her as belonging to one of the 5 bad categories, in which case the individual had no rights at all that anyone need respect, and obviously no right at all to free paper, ink, and writing brushes with which to dispute the label already applied, and vindicate himself or herself. Point 9 concerned education. It declared intermediate schools to be on vacation until the following summer. It instructed work-study universities and middle schools to work out on their own an appropriate method for grasping revolution and promoting production. It asked commune and brigade leaders to guide primary schools in making revolution. The last point, point 10, like the last point of the famous 16-point decision of August 8, raised the question of Mao Zedong thought. During the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, Chairman Mao's works must be studied and applied in flexible ways, the class struggle taken as the leading theme, and emphasis placed on application. A final, stirring call through the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, changed the rural districts into big schools for studying the thought of Mao Zedong. 514. Wound up the document. This exhortation laid the groundwork for a vast increase in the study of Mao Zedong's writings in the countryside. It also set the stage for dogmatic memorization of Mao Zedong quotes from the famous Red Book, which passed for study in some places. In the following period, flexible study and flexible application were often conspicuous by their absence. Confucian rote learning applied to a new set of analects. The wisdom of Chairman Mao took their place. The leaders of Longbao took the December 15 decision quite seriously and immediately implemented it with the formation of a new administrative body called the Cultural Revolution Committee, and a mass organization called the Revolutionary Rebel Regiment. The Cultural Revolution Committee was made up of 7 elected delegates, 1 from each agricultural production team and 1 from the sidelines team. In theory, each delegate satisfied the 5 standards for revolutionary successors laid down by Chairman Mao in his polemic against Khrushchev in 1964. But because the party branch strictly adhered to the directives, caution against acting in place of the rank and file, and leaned over backward not to influence peasant choices, the elections brought forward some disappointing delegates, most notably Whiskers Shen, a man regarded by virtually everyone as a notorious rascal. he was chosen by the first production team. Other delegates on the committee were Zhou Chenglo, a party member, as chairman, Lin Lingqi, a teacher in the village primary school, as vice chairman, and Qi Ke Yuanshun, Wei Zukuang, Hui Tenkei, and Li Linfeng as ordinary members. Led by this newly elected group, the 7 teams met separately to choose who could enter the mass organization, the Revolutionary Rebel Regiment. The committee passed final judgment on all names approved by the rank and file and opened membership to all citizens not under supervision, regardless of age or sex. However, each had to fill out a form regarding class origin and current status, and the committee allowed only poor and lower middle peasants without any stain on their history and their children to join. Not even all of these were welcome because, since the Cultural Revolution was obviously another gate for the examination of leading cadres, the committee disbarred cadres and cadres' wives, husbands, and children. It also disbarred people who fell into any of 6 categories listed by the public security forces as undesirable. These included anyone whom the revolutionary regime had jailed since 1945 and any of their immediate relatives, including children, also the immediate relatives or children of anyone sentenced to death by the revolutionary regime since 1945. The application of these standards, very strictly interpreted, excluded from the Revolutionary Rebel Regiment a large number of people, and amounted to a surrender to the inheritance theory that had inspired so many of the early Red Guard organizations in Peking. A dragon begets a dragon. A phoenix begets a phoenix. The son of a rat, from the day of his birth, knows only how to dig a hole in the ground. /515. What are the requirements for worthy successors to the revolutionary cause of the proletariat? 1. They must be genuine Marxist-Leninists and not revisionists like Khrushchev wearing the cloak of Marxism-Leninism. 2. They must be revolutionaries who wholeheartedly serve the overwhelming majority of the people of China and the whole world and must not be like Khrushchev, who serves both the interests of the handful of members of the privileged bourgeois stratum in his own country and those of foreign imperialism and reaction. 3. They must be proletarian statesmen capable of uniting and working together with the overwhelming majority. Not only must they unite with those who agree with them, they must also be good at uniting with those who disagree and even with those who formerly opposed them and have since been proved wrong in practice. But they must especially watch out for careerists and conspirators like Khrushchev and prevent such bad elements from usurping the leadership of the party and the state at any level. 4. They must be models in applying the party's democratic centralism, must master the method of leadership based on the principle of from the masses, to the masses, and must cultivate a democratic style and be good at listening to the masses. They must not be despotic like Khrushchev and violate the party's democratic centralism, make surprise attacks on comrades, or act arbitrarily and dictatorially. 5. They must be modest and prudent and guard against arrogance and impetuosity. They must be imbued with the spirit of self-criticism and have the courage to correct mistakes and shortcomings in their work. They must never cover up their errors like Khrushchev, and claim all the credit for themselves and shift all the blame on others. Successors to the revolutionary cause of the proletariat come forward in mass struggles and are tempered in the great storms of revolution. It is essential to test and judge cadres and choose and train successors in the long course of mass struggle. Mao Zedong, on Khrushchev's phony communism and its historical lessons for the world, July 14, 1964, pages 72 to 74. Or, more succinctly, father a hero, son a great fellow. Father a reactionary, son a rotten egg. So it happened that this first attempt to implement the Cultural Revolution in Longbao resulted in the selection of a core group of peasants approved and trusted by a hastily chosen Cultural Revolution Committee, which in turn had the support and confidence of the Communist Party branch. People whose primary commitment was to the status quo would /516 carry out the Great Rebellion under the supervision of those already in power. By contrast, the rhetoric accompanying all this organizing sparkled with revolutionary words and phrases. The masses were going to rise up against party people in authority who were taking the capitalist road, they were going to criticize and repudiate the ideology of the bourgeoisie and all other exploiting classes, they were going to root out all vestiges of capitalism and revisionism. In the words of the famous January 1967, editorial, the great proletarian cultural revolution in factories and rural areas must firmly adhere to the line of letting the masses educate themselves, liberate themselves, and rise up to make revolution by themselves. No one should take everything into one's own hands. Furthermore, the movement must fully develop extensive democracy under the dictatorship of the proletariat. This extensive democracy means mobilizing hundreds of millions of people under the command of Mao Zedong's thought to launch a general attack on the enemies of socialism and, at the same time, criticize and supervise leading organs and leading cadres at all levels. Democracy on such a scale had to be guaranteed, of course, by the army, the militia, and the police. Our organs of proletarian dictatorship must resolutely and unswervingly guarantee the democratic rights of the people and guarantee that free airing of views, the posting of big character posters, great debates and large-scale exchange of revolutionary experience proceed in a normal way. The leaders of the party branch in Longbao assumed that after studying the 16 points on the Cultural Revolution put out by the Central Committee on August 4, and the 10 points for carrying out the revolution in the countryside issued on December 16, members of the Revolutionary Rebel Regiment would seize the 4 big democracies and complete the Cultural Revolution with dispatch. We originally thought, said Swiftly, at that time Vice Secretary of the Longbao Party branch, that one organization was enough and that it could solve the problems left over by the 4 Clean movement and solve all the problems of the cadres. To put it mildly, he suffered under an illusion. Events outside of Longbao had already rendered an orderly, party-led rectification movement in the village obsolete. In the period between August 8, when the Central Committee first defined the Cultural Revolution, and the end of the year, when the peasants began to act on the December 16 decision, a militant rebellion spread beyond the schools into all levels of the government and into the factories, mines, railroads, shipping companies, and other enterprises as well. Middle school and college students no sooner formed their Red Guard organizations than they began to travel. Aided by free railroad tickets for all activists, Peking students fanned out to distant provinces, and students from other parts of the nation flocked to Peking, where Mao Zedong, Lin Piao, Zhou Enlai and other leaders met them at huge rallies, 1 million or 2 at a time. The excitement generated by these rallies and the publicity that accompanied them soon broke down the barriers which many communities had built against Red Guard penetration. Students joined young workers contacted older workers and /517 staff members, and soon the factories, mines, mills, railroads, and truck depots of China seethed with as many activities, were decorated with as many big character posters, and were deafened with as many loudspeaker debates as the campuses continued to be. When the Cultural Revolution reached the working class, and particularly the working class of Shanghai, the only city in China where large numbers of people were born into this class, as distinct from being recruited into it from the countryside, political activity soon burst the bounds of popular agitation, debate, criticism, and exposure and moved on to the seizure of power. During the week that Longbao peasants sat down to discuss who was qualified under the 5 standards for election to a Cultural Revolution Committee, one faction of workers and students in Shanghai, calling themselves the 5/IAG/2A/Workers' Revolutionary General Headquarters, actually took control of the city by deposing the mayor, Tzoticiu, the party secretary of the East China region, Chen Shilin, and many other communists on the city and regional party committees. Press and radio presented this power seizure, the culmination of a long and complex battle between the Revolutionary General Headquarters and the Shanghai party leaders, to the nation as a rising of the working class, a victory of the people over capitalist roaders and counter-revolutionary revisionists. Official publicity conveniently glossed over the fact that at least half of the working class of Shanghai and its student allies didn't agree with the action and had long been organized in units that tried to block it. Inspired by this dubious example, power seizure by * the masses became the order of the day. Shanghai Workers' Revolutionary Headquarters took over that city on January 6 with stirring rhetoric. On January 2 a group of higher cadres took over from their superiors in Taiyuan, Shanxi province, and a few days later, on January 31, a similar upheaval occurred in Heilongjiang. Each toppling, which in reality more closely resembled a coup by one group at the top against another group at the top than it did a revolution from below, received noisy supportive publicity and turned attention throughout the country to the possibility of underlings overthrowing anyone currently holding position above them. In this atmosphere the prosaic, step-by-step measures adopted in Longbao for carrying out the Cultural Revolution from above broke down. 10 days after a well-organized series of elections and recruitments established the Cultural Revolution Committee and the Revolutionary Rebel Regiment, they both collapsed. 7 mass organizations, each formed by a different production team, took their places. These organizations represented the rank-and-file team membership more faithfully than the politically immaculate rebel regiment, and the members set up each one to attack a specific target, that is to say, a specific leading cadre in the brigade. Disagreement among the 7 on who the real targets should be made it impossible to unite as one body, but they were able to merge, as did myriad competing organizations all over China, into 2 headquarters. The 7 organizations were the Defend Mao Zedong Thought Platoon of the 1st Team, the Defend Mao Regiment of the 2nd Team, the Truth Champions of the 3rd Team, the Defend the East Guards of the 5th Team, the Expose Schemes Fighting Corps of the 6th Team, the Stormy/518 Petrels of the 4th Team and the Shankan Ridge Fighting Team of the Sardines Team. The first 5 groups chose names common to mass organizations all over China. The last 2 chose more original labels. The Stormy Petrels called themselves after the wild birds celebrated in Gorky's poem Rising Storm. The poet had watched petrels welcoming an impending sea storm as revolutionaries must welcome the imminent Russian Revolution. Primary school pupils all over China memorized his poem. The Shankan Ridge Fighting Team named itself after a famous ridge in North Korea that a detachment of Chinese volunteers held for months against heavy odds during the Seesaw War against the American forces fought in the mountains of Central Korea. With the formation of several conflicting organizations, a turbulent and exciting period began for Longbao. In the first flush of enthusiasm, all 7 organizations mounted poster attacks on a variety of targets, often within their own team. The Petrels of the 4th Team, for instance, attacked their team leader, Wang Wentie, because of his high-handed methods. Whiskers Shen, who worked on the sidelines team but always considered himself a member of the 1st Team, wanted to attack Chu Shixiaching, leader of his own team, and Qi Shaoxi, its political director. Dissident forces inside the 1st Team had already elected Whiskers to the Cultural Revolution Committee. When this collapsed, he joined Shankan Ridge as a sidelines worker. But when Shankan Ridge's 90 members refused to launch an attack on the 1st Team's leaders, Chu and Qi, he left Shankan Ridge and formed the Mao Zedong Thought Platoon inside the 1st Team to conduct rebellion there. Shankan Ridge, greatly influenced though not formally led by sidelines team leader Little Shen, first attacked an absolutely safe target for bad elements under supervision, on the grounds that the 4 of them, Yen Lai Shun, Lin Ho Shun, Yang Kuangheng and Qin Pao Chyuan, were not behaving properly. A few days later, however, they mobilized against more serious quarry, joined a meeting of the Petrels to help them confront Wang Wentie, and then launched a mass meeting to confront Lu Qinyong, the chairman of the Communist Party branch. When they attacked the prestigious brigade cadres Wang and Lu, the South End rebels split the community. With the removal of Chang Hsinfa in the Big Four clean, Lu Qinyong had become, in fact as well as in name, the leading cadre in Longbao. For many years Wang Wentie had served not only as a team cadre of the 4th Team but also as head of public security for the brigade as a whole. As soon as the Shankan Ridge Fighting Team began to attack Lu and Wang, other groups came to the 2 cadres' defense. They soon divided 5-2, with Shankan Ridge and the Petrels lined up on one side, insisting on overthrowing Lu Qinyong and Wang Wentie, and with the other 5 organizations, headed by the Defend Mao Zedong Thought Platoon, insisting on retaining them. A meeting to criticize Wang Wentii took place on February 2, 1967. It was a joint meeting sponsored by both the Petrels of the 4th team and Shenfan Ridge of the Sidines team. Initially they charged Wang Wentii simply with arrogance, high-handed methods, and repeated rejection of criticism. But once his team comrades decided to overthrow him, they /519 raised other, potentially more serious charges. Some people said that he maintained links with counter-revolutionaries, because, when he built his new house, he borrowed grain from Lin Hoshun, one of the bad elements under supervision, and accepted a plate of cookies sent over by Yen Lishun, also under supervision. As an illustration of his questionable attitude, some young people charged that he showed lack of respect for Chairman Mao. Only a few days earlier a film shown in Longbao had depicted Mao Zedong at a mass rally in Peking receiving red guards from all over the country. It caused great excitement, especially among the young. Seeing Chairman Mao in the film is like seeing him ourselves, they said. Wouldn't it be great if we could go to Peking and see him in the flesh? So what, said Wentii, displeased with the way the young people were neglecting their jobs to talk about revolution all the time. What if you did see him? You couldn't eat the sight or wear it? You'd still have to work hard here. This, said the young people, was no way for a poor peasant to talk. At the meeting Wentii, arrogant as ever, refused to accept any of the criticisms that his teammates made. This caused resentment among the people and the atmosphere grew tense. Kuo Chenkayuan's stepson, Kuo Ming-en, a leader of the Petrels, chaired the meeting. As questions, in the form of written notes, were handed up thick and fast, Kuo Ming-en read them aloud. Suddenly a question came up that influenced the whole course of the Cultural Revolution in Longbao. In 19,711 heard several different versions of the incident. Some said the question had been written on a note that Kuo Ming-en destroyed. Others said the question came from the floor, voiced by Qin Yunsheng, son of Qin Shenyi, a notorious speculator and Goedeloner. No one agreed on the exact wording of the question, but all agreed it concerned the fate of Wang Xiaonan, the middle peasant beaten to death in 1946 in an effort to find out if he had concealed more than one cache of gold coins for his landlord brother-in-law. Some said the question was, how was Wang Xiaonan beaten to death? Some said there was a second question, how many people did you, Wang Wentii, beat to death in the land reform? Others said the question was, how can you say when rebels criticize you that they are trying to reverse the case on Wang Xiaonan? Whatever the exact form of the question, and whatever its source, it did bring back on the agenda an ugly incident dormant now for 20 years, a matter that was supposed to have been settled in the rectification movement of 1948. Some people immediately took exception to the question. They said it should be ruled out of order. Others pressed for an answer. They began to shout at one another. Kuo Ming-en, finding it impossible to restore order, broke up the meeting. That is one version. Another version alleges that after the question was asked, Wang Wentii rejected it, as he had all other questions, and the meeting continued on to a normal conclusion. Whatever the truth, on one thing everybody agreed, the meeting to challenge Wentii ended in a standoff that led, for the time being, only to a hardening of position on both sides. But the fact that at least one question had challenged a major settlement of the land reform movement continued to rankle in /52 some people's minds. Several months later, after the factions began to attack one another, the question served as extraordinary ammunition in the hands of one side. The very next day a second mass meeting brought people together to confront the secretary of the Longbao party branch, Lu Qinyong. Because the loyal village majority felt that Lu Qinyong was a good cadre, this meeting likewise came to no satisfactory conclusion. Lu had been closely scrutinized during the Four Clean movement, had been judged and approved by the masses, and had been reconfirmed as Communist Party secretary. How could he suddenly turn into a capitalist roader? Those who opposed Lu insisted that he was a capitalist roader because of a whole series of mistakes, some of which they had brought out during the For Clean movement. During the movement a few people had held Chang Hsin responsible for the death of little 4Pei, the young man caught stealing tools at the railroad yards who had died at the bottom of a well. Now suddenly they charged Lu Qinyuan with responsibility for this because he had been party secretary at the time. They also held him responsible for the death of Wang Tianping's mother, a woman who had died of a simple illness because, some charged, the brigade leaders had not taken her condition seriously. A third death occurred when an itinerant sieve maker stumbled across a hot electric wire that was down in the street. The wire accidentally electrocuted him. As if responsibility for 3 deaths were not indictment enough, the opposition charged Qinyuan with taking advantage of his high position in the brigade to eat more, enjoy more, and win special favors. In 1965 the Longbao crop had been good enough to enable everyone to eat more while at the same time the brigade sold more to the State Grain Trading Company. In recognition of this achievement, the Changchi city government awarded a bicycle to the brigade. Lu Qinyuan, some said, expropriated this bicycle for his personal use. Also in 1965 the city asked the brigade leaders to recommend someone to serve on a For Clean work team in another village. Longbao's leading group recommended Qinyuan's sister, Lu Fengchen, a schoolteacher in Changchi City, for this honor. Why should Longbao's Communist Party secretary recommend his own sister? And why should Lu Qinyuan help a former puppet policeman, Zheng Chengshi, to build a shed on land that was distributed to the poor peasant all yearly in the land reform? Wasn't this reversing the case on land reform? And wasn't it because this particular person was the father-in-law of the Communist Party secretary? And why should Lu Qinyuan recommend the former rich peasant Yang Chengtao, of the Western Mountains, as a settler in Longbao? Why make him the buyer for the sidelines team? Why allow him to embezzle hundreds of yuan and lose outright another 9,000? Wasn't it because this Yang Chengtao was husband to Qinyuan's aunt? Wasn't this showing special consideration for a relative? To top it all off, there was the case of Lu Chenghi, like Zheng Chengshi, a puppet policeman under the Japanese occupation, who fled to Hungtung at the time of land reform, married there, fathered a son now in his /52 teens, and then came back to Longbao in I-960. Lu Qinyuan had allowed him to go out and make bricks for another organization as long as he turned money into the Longbao Brigade. During the For Clean the brigade chose him as an activist in the study of Mao Zedong thought. He went about relating his experiences as if he were a model, but in fact he was a traitor. The opposition posted these 8 charges against Lu Qinyuan all over Longbao. Lu himself could not avoid appearing before the mass meeting called by Shenfan Ridge and the Petrols, but he effectively took the edge off this meeting by supporting a diversionary attack launched by Whiskers Shen against the leaders of the first team, Chu Shi Ching and Qi Shaoxi. Whiskers Shen's Defend Mao Zedong Thought platoon concentrated its fire on Qi, the People's Liberation Army veteran and a Communist Party member who was the political director of their team. Huge posters calling him a capitalist roader and counter-revolutionary revisionist were pasted on the walls in competition with those attacking Qinyuan. Meanwhile Yang Suho, another well-known rascal on the first team who had served as team accountant, came forward to charge that Qi, the middle peasant, had oppressed him, a poor peasant, by forcing an examination of his accounts during the For Clean movement. In the end, he charged, the campaign had illegally forced him to turn over 5 sections of house in settlement for money grafted. Both Whiskers Shen and Yang Suho claimed that they had been framed by Qi, and that he, not they, had stolen the goods and money in question. They demanded that Qi be expelled from the party. Lu Qinyuan stood up to speak in support of this demand. As charges and countercharges grew in bitterness, the Cultural Revolution in Longbao gradually polarized the population, with everyone sooner or later lining up either as rebels behind the Petrols and Shenfan Ridge in their demand for the overthrow of Lu Qinyuan, or as loyalists behind the Defend Mao Zedong Thought platoon and its allies in his defense. I use the terms rebel and loyalist with some hesitation and place them in quotes for good reason. No one should assume any important ideological or political differences between the two groups. The peasants who challenged Lu Qinyung's right to the job of party secretary were neither more nor less revolutionary than he. Their challenge expressed no underlying programmatic dissent and certainly not any class contradiction. It was a case of the outs expressing dissatisfaction with the performance of the ins, in part because that performance was flawed, but mainly because this expression gave the outs a chance to get in. This distinction must be stressed because there is a notion widespread in the West that Mao urged political radicals to rise up, then betrayed and suppressed them. It would be unfortunate if the terms rebel and loyalist gave credence to this myth. I use these terms for convenience only, to describe two sets of activists, with essentially the same politics, who quarreled over power. By the beginning of February, power seizures were occurring in China every day, every hour, every minute, in all the provinces between the Amur River and the South China Sea and at all levels: provincial, regional, municipal, commune, brigade and team. Sometimes higher-level seizures led to lower-level seizures, but sometimes the process reversed itself, with upheavals at the bottom inspiring upheavals at the top. Horse Square Commune was typical of the latter. Rebels threw leading cadres out of office in several of its brigades, including Longbao, before the commune leadership changed hands, and rebels at the commune level carried out this latter coup only with the help of successful insurgents from the village level. Members of Petrol and Shenfan Ridge seized power in Longbao on February 8, sent a contingent on to Anyang on the 10th in support of an abortive coup there, and on the 12th went en masse to Horse Square to threaten party secretary Shi Chaosheng and commune chairman Chang Aichi. The head of the commune militia department, Yang Xiushan, riding a rebel tide, charged Shi Chaosheng with 8 crimes and got people from as many brigades as possible to confront him face to face. Not the least active in this endeavor were members of Longbao's Petrol and Shenfan Ridge, but this time around they failed. Helping others take power was an extravagant gesture on the part of Petrol and Shenfan Ridge. Their own power at home was far from secure, for they represented only a minority of Longbao peasants and not a very prestigious minority at that. When the leaders of these two organizations first decided to challenge Longbao's status quo, they tried hard for a broad coalition. They invited the Defend Mao Zedong Thought Platoon of the first team, the Truth Champions of the third team and the Defend Mao Regiment of the second team to join in, but only some individual members of the last group agreed to take part. They had more success with outside organizations. The Red Guards from the cement plant, the Rebel Regiment from the locomotive repair shop, the Mao Zedong Thought Red Guards from the Luan Middle School, and a group of workers from the power station at Anyang all sent representatives to take part in decisive action on February 8. This hastily collected force converged on the brigade office after dark, intent on taking over the official seals and declaring a new administration for the brigade. To seize power meant, concretely, to seize the seals used in the transaction of brigade business. The task of seizing the seals was simplified, to some extent, by the fact that Shen Chi Tsai of the 4th team, a member of Shenfan Ridge and brother to Shen Chin Tsai, served as chief accountant for the brigade and held the seals as part of his job. The rebels, however, did not simply want to possess the seals. They wanted the responsible leaders of the brigade to hand power over to them by handing over the seals. Unfortunately, they could not find Lu Qinyung. According to the rebel account, he had run away. In Lu's absence they rounded up Chang Kitsai, then vice-chairman of the brigade, so that Shen Chi Tsai could hand the seals over to him. Then they demanded that Kitsai in turn hand the seals to the rebels. All this went smoothly. When Kitsai finally put the seals in rebel hands, they passed them on for safekeeping to a young Petrol member whom they thought no one would search: Hsinfa's daughter, Xian Hua. Then everyone went home to bed. As the following narration shows, many older peasants in Longbao regarded any rebellion on their home grounds with skepticism. Chang Hsinfa, who in 1967 still nursed a grudge against the whole community for having set him aside as a leader, deprecated his own daughter's role. My daughter Xianhua joined Petrol. She told me about an important evening meeting. What meeting? I asked. The meeting where we talked about seizing power. How was it discussed? We just decided to seize power. But don't you have to have a 3-in-1 combination: poor peasants, support from the militia and all that? I asked. Well, we didn't really have much of a meeting, she said. Only Shen Chin Tsai, Qiwan Chang, and Yang Qiwan were there. We got together in the drugstore at the south end of the village. And what were you doing there? I asked. They want me to be a rebel team leader. My, you really are climbing up fast, I said. As soon as you go to the meeting they give you a big position. But I wouldn't go and seize power if I were you. I was afraid for her. If she goes and seizes power and everything goes well, that's all right. But if things go wrong they'll all say, see, Shenfan has lost power after 20 years and now he has put his daughter up to taking it back for him. At 10 p.m. they sent someone to get her. Their power seizure was about to begin. Why do they want you? I asked. To seize power. Don't you dare go, I said firmly. She heard me. She didn't leave, so I went to bed. But the next /524 morning I heard that the Petrols had already taken power and had given the brigade seal to my daughter for safekeeping. At noon when she came home to eat I asked her what she was holding the seal for and who gave it to her. Chi Yuan Shun had given it to her, he said. She's a young girl. It's safer with her than with others. She can keep it for a day and a night. Then we'll hold a meeting and elect a new brigade committee. That afternoon my daughter wanted to go out but she didn't know what to do with the seal. You had better give that back to whoever gave it to you, I said. We don't want to get involved in these affairs. They have nothing to do with us. She came back at supper time. Did you give the seal back? Yes. Let's just forget the whole thing, said my wife. Let's not quarrel at New Year's. But I didn't let the matter rest. Do you have it on you? She patted her pocket. It's empty, she said. A few days later I told ID daughter again, don't stay in that organization. We don't want to get involved. If you get into trouble I'll be pulled into it. Li Yushi had joined the organization with her but soon started to waver. When he decided to get out she got out at the same time. She put up a poster that said, I'm not a Petrol anymore. I've given up my armband. Later, when she went out she met Yang Qiwang. You've withdrawn? He asked. Yes, I don't want to be in now. Well, you had better think it over, he said. You could risk your Communist Party membership that way. So my daughter came home worried. Never mind, I said. None of them represents the branch. They can't expel you. Once she withdrew from the Petrols I stopped worrying. Kuo Chenke Yuan, longtime head of the Peasants' Association, shared Shenfan's doubts and hesitations about the strange business of grabbing power, but his stepson, Kuo Ming-en, played a leading role nevertheless. On the eve of the Chinese New Year the Petrols and Shankan Ridge joined forces. They called all the cadres into the brigade office that night and announced, we're seizing power. You had better hand it over. So the cadres gave them power, the brigade seal. On New Year's Day my son Kuo Ming-en didn't come home because he and others were in the office guarding power. The next day most of the members of the two organizations went to Anyang. Because a fraternal organization there asked for help. They marched out under a red flag singing at the top of their voices. Ming-en didn't go because he was guarding power at home. When he came home to eat I asked him where all the people had gone. Asterisk to Anyang to seize power, he said. You haven't done anything here yet, I said. How come you go running off to Anyang? You're flying all over the place. One day you pass the seals around, the next day you watch the office, the third day you rush off asterisk to Anyang. What for? We went to help the people there seize power. But things didn't go so well in Anyang. The Communist Party secretary, Old New Year Wang, stood up on a platform. He held up the brigade seal and waved it in the air. "Here's the seal," he said. "Who wants it? You'll have to elect somebody to take charge. If you don't, I won't give it up." Since those who had gone to seize power were few and most of the peasants of Anyang rallied around New Year Wang, the rebels there called on the Longbao rebels for help. But when our people got there and saw what the situation was, they hesitated. Old New Year Wang was holding the seal up with 2 fingers. It would have been easy for anyone to grab it. But nobody moved. "Why don't they seize power themselves?" the Longbao people asked. Then they turned around and marched home again. No one seized power in Anyang that day. My daughter, Kuo Mingyan, went to Anyang. When she came back, I asked her where she had been. "Anyang. Did you seize power?" "No," the Communist Party secretary stood there holding power up in the air, but nobody dared take it. "We thought they ought to seize it themselves." "You're just like a toad that wants to eat swan meat," I said. "You haven't done anything in Longbao yet, but you run off to Anyang." Both son and daughter began to debate with me then. "Our 2 organizations are helping each other," they protested. "Whenever they ask you to go, you go." "Yes, if they ask us, we go. We want to back them up. But if they won't take power, we can't do anything. We are only there to help. In the future don't meddle in other brigades' affairs," I warned. "Here you can join whoever takes the correct direction, but if the direction is not correct, don't join." At this point they brought out their red books and began reading quotations to me. "Power is to serve the poor and lower middle peasants. The bourgeoisie can't serve the poor and lower middle peasants. They are capitalist roaders." "Who are capitalist roaders?" "Some people in power who don't take the socialist road." "What do you know about it?" I said. That made them mad. /526. We won't listen to you. We're on top of the main trend. If you don't want to listen, to hell with you. When they left, I felt that these young people didn't think things through very well. They just wanted to do something, to act. And as for me, I couldn't make head or tail of what was going on. 2 or 3 days later, some people from the commune headquarters called on the young people to go and seize power there. They wanted the support of the petrols. So our young people went off and stayed away all night. All the detachments belonging to that faction, from Longbao, Anyang, Horse Square Primary School, they all went to the commune headquarters and debated in the darkness. At sunrise they finally got hungry and came home to eat. Those young people, they really had energy. They talked all night without food. "What did you accomplish there?" I asked. "We debated. Who was taking the right direction?" "We were. We debated against them." "Did you seize power?" "No. We just went to debate. Now it's the commune comrades who ask your help to seize power. What if some group in the city does the same? To say nothing of the city, if the Central Committee asks our help, we'll go. We'll seize power from Liu Shaoqi and the capitalist roaders." "All right," I said, and shrugged my shoulders. "Go ahead and stir things up." News of a power seizure by rebels in Longbao ran like an electric shock through the village, and immediately generated strong opposition. Nobody went to work the next day, or for several days thereafter. Production came to a complete halt throughout the brigade. Lu Qinyung's supporters rallied for a counter-attack and went to the commune for help in mounting it. Commune headquarters in Horse Square gave them copies of a brand new editorial from the party's theoretical journal Red Flag, entitled "On the Proletarian Revolutionaries' Struggle to Seize Power." They studied and discussed it avidly. As with so many of the major documents of the Cultural Revolution, all factions could interpret this article to support their special interests. The forces loyal to the old brigade leadership seized on those paragraphs that urged discrimination, when seizing power, between party people in authority taking the capitalist road and those leading cadres who have always firmly adhered to the proletarian revolutionary line and are the treasure of the party. To regard all persons in authority as untrustworthy is wrong, the editorial said. To expose, exclude, and overthrow all indiscriminately runs counter to the class viewpoint of Marxism-Leninism. Mao Zedong thought. Lu Qinyong, they claimed, was obviously not a capitalist roader, but one of the treasures of the party. Furthermore, the editorial warned, at the present stage of the decisive struggle being waged by the proletariat against the bourgeoisie and its handful of agents within the party, the landlords and rich peasants, who persist in their reactionary stand, the bourgeois rightists, bad elements, counter-revolutionary revisionists, and the U.S. Chiang Kai-shek special agents all emerge. These ghosts and monsters spread rumors to confuse people, and deceive and mislead those who are not aware of the true facts into forming counter-revolutionary organizations to carry out frenzied counter-revolutionary activities. The editorial went on to advocate firmness in exercising dictatorship over these counter-revolutionaries. For reactionaries even limited democracy is not allowed, not to speak of extensive democracy, not one iota. Toward them we should carry out only dictatorship. People of dubious origin and devious motives, people born of landlord and rich peasant parents, sons and daughters of counter-revolutionaries, bad elements of all kinds who were rising up to seize power from poor and lower middle peasants led both Petrel and Shankin Ridge, the loyalists charged. To prove their case they wrote up material on 5 of the leading rebels that made it sound as if, indeed, counter-revolution had raised its ugly head in Longbao. Did the vice secretary of the party branch swiftly, and militia captain Fast Chin, who worked behind the scenes mobilizing members of the Defend Mao Zedong Thought Platoon to compile and distribute this slanderous material, really think that landlords were making a comeback in Longbao? It seems unlikely. Their reason for condemning the overthrow that had occurred was that it annihilated their own power and that of close relatives. Personal interest compelled them to discredit the rebels by all possible means. The most effective method was to smear rebel leaders as class enemies. As they developed a case on class grounds they soon began to believe a substantial part of it, but the underlying reason for opposing what had happened had nothing to do with class politics. The truth of the matter was that Longbao, though not clan-ridden like many traditional Chinese communities, had long been divided north and south on old clan lines. The division had created 2 competing temples. The Lu family dominated the northern and larger section of the village, where the Old North Temple, built by the Qi family, stood until Fan's Hend peasants knocked it down in the 50s. The Shen family played a major role in the southern section, where the Old South Temple had disappeared much earlier but left behind persistent remnants of sectional pride. The Lu family, since liberation at least, and possibly for a long time prior to that, had played an increasingly dominant role in village government. People in the know had long called Longbao the Lu family kingdom. To the ruling Lus, an uprising based on the 4th team in the south and the sidelines team led by Little Shen meant that Southerners, instigated by Shens, were on the rampage and meant to take over. Obviously, self-respecting Lus had to stop them. They could not allow upstarts to get away with any such thing. A personal feud that had broken out years before between Little Shen, the moving spirit behind the takeover, and Fast Chin, the overthrown militia captain who was the Lu family's closest ally, made this upstart/528 rebellion even more intolerable. The feud began when Little Shen married the girl Fast Chin claimed as his, the widow of his dead brother Chin Tzai Pao. Fast Chin blamed Little Shen and not his widowed sister-in-law for this stunning reversal of fortune and bitterly resented the sight of him. When young people counseled by Little Shen rose up to seize power, their action deeply affronted Fast Chin. He saw it as another dastardly plot by the bride snatcher. This time, however, something more important than a bride was at stake. Power to direct Longbao Brigade hung on the outcome. As far as Chin was concerned, the challenge had to be smashed. As the saying went in Longbao, two big cases and two big hates dominated local politics. The Wang Xiaonan case, the case of the middle peasant who died of blows during the land reform, and the little 4PEI case, the case of the thief who jumped into the well, joined with hatred over power seizure and hatred over wife seizure as sources of dissension. These were some of the more pressing reasons why, when the Cultural Revolution began, the people of Longbao split into loyalist and rebel factions and then contested so bitterly for supremacy. But the struggle as it developed in 1967 obscured such venal motives more or less completely. What people talked about was the socialist road and the capitalist road, revolution and counter-revolution, poor and lower middle peasants mobilizing to defend their power and landlords and rich peasants conspiring to overthrow it. The case made by the loyalist Defend Mao Zedong Thought Platoon against the rebel Petrol and Shankan Ridge sounded quite convincing. Young Kuoming'an commanded the Petrols, chaired the meetings to criticize Wang Wenti and Lu Qinyuan, and led the group that seized power on February 8. Kuoming'an, said the loyalists, was the son of Meng Xiancheng, a notorious counter-revolutionary who headed the Puppet Security Bureau under the Japanese occupation and hounded many people to death during the Resistance War. When peasants rose to take revenge after liberation, they cut Meng to pieces with a fodder-chopping knife. After the matter of his father came up for review, the village school fired Ming-en as a teacher. Young Yang Qiwan was vice commander of the Petrols and an active participant in all of its program. According to the loyalists, his mother was a Catholic nun. Worse still, she was the daughter of the notorious landlord Fan Piyuza and sister of Fan Tungshi, leader of an irregular Kuomintang detachment that had avoided conflict with the Japanese but harassed the resistance forces, while robbing, raping and killing the common people at will. A detachment of 8th Route Army soldiers cornered Fan Tungshi and 10 of his men in a Longbao compound and set it afire. Fan Tungshi climbed into an earthen crock filled with water, but the heat boiled the water and cooked him to death. Peasants found his charred remains in the crock after the fire burned itself out. Yang's grandmother, on the other side, though a poor peasant, once hid some wealth for a landlord and was beaten for her pains. Young Zhou Lifu was a leader of Shankan Ridge. According to the loyalists, his bad background overshadowed that of the other two. He was /529. The son of Shi Zhenpao and the grandson of landlord Shi Laming. Shi Zhenpao had not only been a member of Fan Tungshi's marauding Kuomintang detachment, he had married Fan Tungshi's sister, Qianchang, and this made him a cousin of the suspect Petrol Yang Qiwang. After Fan Tungshi's fiery death, Zhenpao had led the remnants of Fan's group into the puppet 4th column and fought thereafter on the side of the Japanese. At the time of liberation he ran away, but his wife, who remained in Longbao, died of internal injuries after a beating inspired by the land reform campaign. Shang Yinkayu was an active member of Petrol. The loyalists stressed that he was the son of Shang Shi Tou, puppet village head under the Japanese, who was condemned to death by the liberated area's county court. Several 8th Route Army soldiers executed him in a daring midnight raid in 1942. Qin Kenso was also an active member of Petrol. The loyalists never failed to point out the rich peasant status of his father. Then there was Tai Mao Shang, son of a puppet Pao Chang, head of a Lu family security group in which a transgression by one member was held to be the responsibility of all. Loyalists pointed out many others with similar blood ties to bad elements. Most, if not all of them, had failed to qualify for membership in the officially sponsored Revolutionary Rebel Regiment, but when the regiment broke down they flocked into Petrol and Shankan Ridge in order, said the loyalists, to reverse the case on land reform, bring about a restoration of gentry rule, and avenge the sufferings of their parents. The loyalists of the Defend Mao Zedong Thought Platoon also attacked the record of Little Shen, the man they considered the Ho-Tai or backstage prop of the rebellion. Without encouragement from this older Communist Party member, Sidelines production team leader, and former Commune Credit Union cadre, the young rebels of the Petrol and Shankan Ridge would never have taken such bold action. But was Little Shen really the solid revolutionary he claimed to be? Of course not, said the loyalists. For one thing, he had a jail record. The 6 points issued by the security forces, as their supplement to the call for a cultural revolution in the countryside, proscribed ex-convicts from taking an active part. County police had arrested little Shen in I-960 for beating up a poor peasant who resented attentions paid to his wife, and had jailed him for 2 months. Not only had Shen spent time in jail, he had once given a gun to the son of the notorious counter-revolutionary Cao Shisui. Because little Shen found the son, young Cao Mingwang, standing guard over the threshed grain at harvest time, he gave him a gun to hold, a gross violation of procedure. Furthermore, the For Clean movement had exposed little Shen as a speculator in cooking oil. He bought oil at IUN per caddy and sold it to people in another brigade for 2 UN per caddy, not as part of any brigade project but as a private deal. From the very first day of the power seizure, the wide publicity given to these alleged transgressions stirred up tremendous controversy in Longbao. Worse, the social and class background of the Petrols and Shankan Ridge generated repercussions during the very first hour. Even the young /530 rascal Yang Suho, who headed a small group of Shankan Ridge rebels, walked out of the *C's power meeting when he saw Shang Yinkayu, Qin Kenso and Tai Maoshang patrolling the ground as sentries. "If these are the people who are seizing power," said Yang Suho, "I can't stomach it." He left the meeting and the organization. During the next few days, as the outcry against the Petrol and Shankan Ridge mounted, other young people like Hsin Fa's daughter Xian Hua and the poor peasant Li Yixi decided to get out. They formed an earned merit battle group, which defected with a resounding proclamation. But a loyal core of about 80 people remained in the two groups and steadfastly defended their class backgrounds, their political records, and their right to rebel against Lu Qinyong and other men of his clique who held office in Longbao. The facts, as the rebels saw them, were not what the loyalists were making them out to be. To begin with, several leaders of the loyalist majority, including Party Secretary Swiftly himself, had class connections that were not above suspicion. The middle peasant Li, who adopted Ti Zhengpao as a child, was related to Wang Lisun, the second largest landholder in Longbao. When Wang Lisun died in a distant county, the whole family went into mourning. When Ti Zhengpao's mother by adoption, also his aunt, since she was his true mother's sister, died, he invited all her husband's relatives to the funeral, including those descended from the landlord Wang Lisun. Was this a proper invitation for a poor peasant leader to send out? Then there was Fast Chin, the militia leader. He was descended from a whole family of Catholics. His father had been a member of the reactionary Catholic organization, the Legion of Mary, and his uncle, his mother's brother, Qi Shangyun, had been a group leader in the Legion. Could one trust the descendant of such Catholic fanatics with control over the brigade militia? People said that Swiftly had 2 barrels to his gun, both of them black, or bad. There was the black pen barrel Chi Lung Chn and the black gun barrel Whiskers Shen. Chi Lung Chn was the best educated peasant in Longbao. Swiftly used him as a brigade secretary whenever there were letters to write and as the leader of the agricultural research group because he had studied science. Yet everyone knew that his father had once been a member of the Kuomintang. How could the son of a Kuomintang member play such an important part in brigade affairs? No one questioned Whiskers Shen's background as a genuine poor peasant. His problem was a suspicious personal history, the way he hung around the blockhouse when the Japanese occupied the village, the way he led the Japanese to North Rock when they wanted to seize grain, and the way he and Li Xiaoping, another militiaman in the Two Gems clique, helped the Japanese uncover resistance fighters. Was Whiskers Shen the kind of man to trust with a gun? Could he enforce law and order? So much for the purity of the Mao Zedong thought platoon. When it came to the charges against members of Petrol and Shankan Ridge, most of them would not hold any water at all, said the rebels. Take little /531. Shen, for instance. Was he actually an ex-convict, a man with a jail record? No. While it was true that he had been held in a jail for 2 months on assault charges, His was a pretrial detention pending investigation of the incident. The court released him without any action, never brought his case to trial, and never sentenced him to anything. How, then, could he be regarded as a criminal? A brigade that barred from political activity every peasant who had spent some time in jail would seriously deplete the ranks of its activists. Or take Kuo Ming-en. It was true that his real father was Meng Xiancheng, a corrupt and ruthless puppet district leader. Meng, however, had never been a big shot, but only a minor official who smashed and grabbed, killed and looted but never got rich. At the time of liberation, the People's Court had condemned him to death and sentenced him to execution by dismemberment with a fodder-chopping knife. At that time his son, named Men Yongsheng, was 1 year old. His wife, widowed by the execution, married the bare-poor peasant Kuo Chengkeyuan, from the very beginning of land reform head of the Peasants' Association. She made Chengkeyuan a good wife, was classed thereafter as a poor peasant, and never told her son, now named Kuo Ming-en, that he was a foster child or that his real father was an executed counter-revolutionary. Ming-en grew up a poor peasant in a poor peasant household, a household in which the father was not only a Communist Party member but served as a leading cadre in the new revolutionary regime throughout the intervening years. When Ming-en graduated from primary school, he became a schoolteacher in Longbao, but earned so little as a teacher, less than 300 workdays, that he asked to be transferred to the sidelines team so he could better support his wife and 2 children. Working a day at sidelines could often earn a day and a half or 2 days worth of points and thus add up to 400 or more a year. The school had never thrown Ming-en out. He had requested a transfer. As for Zhou Laifu, he was not Shi Zhenpao's real son at all. He was the son of a peasant family so poverty-stricken that they sold him in the famine year for a few bags of grain to Shi Zhenpao, who was childless. He was 7 years old at the time. He lived in this family for less than 2 years. Then came liberation. His foster father ran away and his foster mother died of a beating, leaving him to shift for himself as a hungry orphan until Zhou Chenglo, a Communist Party member and brigade activist, adopted him. From birth to the age of 7 he knew only abject poverty. After the age of 9 he grew up in the home of a liberated poor peasant who was a communist. How could he be called a counter-revolutionary with blood on his hands? Yang Qiwang descended, on his father's side, from several generations of poor peasants. Before liberation his father was much too poor to buy a wife even at the low prices charged by the Catholic orphanage. After liberation, when the church collapsed and the orphanage broke up, the nuns of that institution lost their means of support. Here was a chance for a poor peasant. Yang's father moved quickly, married a nun who happened to be Fan Piyuza's daughter, and started a family. This woman, serving as a good wife to the elder Yang, won reclassification as a poor peasant. Their son, Yang Qiwang, born into a poor peasant family, of a poor peasant /532. Father and a poor peasant mother, could hardly be denied poor peasant status. As for Shang Yinkeiyu, he was the son of Shang Shitou, a poor peasant appointed to the post of village head under the puppet regime. 8th Route Army men killed this man when he refused to cooperate with the resistance forces. He had 2 sons, Shang Qinkeiyu, structure of gold, and Shang Yinkeiyu, structure of silver. Both these boys joined the People's Liberation Army during the Liberation War. Shang Qinkeiyu met death at the front. Shang Yinkeiyu fought through until victory, was demobilized, and came home to farm. He married a young woman, Qi Qingxian, who was a member of the Communist Party and played an active role in brigade life. True, the People's Court had this young man's father executed as a traitor, but he himself was a People's Liberation Army veteran, the brother of a revolutionary martyr, and the husband of a communist. Could he be called a monster with blood on his hands? There remained Qin Kenso. Members of both Petrol and Shankan Ridge agreed that Kenso was the son of a rich peasant, but they found him, in practice, to be a revolutionary, one of those who turned the tables on their reactionary class origin. Since this was the case, should they not unite with him, and struggle together with him to transform China? Not to do so would be to follow the reactionary inheritance theory which even the New Year's editorial had denounced. The slogan "A hero's son is a real man. A reactionary's son is no damn good," has been turned into something contrary to the proletarian revolutionary line, said the editorial. It should be pointed out that the way those people with ulterior motives have made use of the slogan is in essence to advertise the exploiting class's reactionary theory of family lineage. This is exactly the lineage theory spread by the feudal landlord class, that a dragon begets a dragon, a phoenix begets a phoenix, and those begotten by rats are good at digging holes. This is out-and-out reactionary historical idealism. Asterisk. What was reactionary historical idealism to the members of the Petrel and Shenfan Ridge looked like a common sense, poor and lower middle peasant class stand to the Mao Zedong thought faction. They were not about to let any rich peasant bastard, no matter what his or her record might be, share power in Longbao. And so the split developed and hardened with a minority made up of 4th, 5th, and sidelines team rebels stoutly maintaining their right to rebel and seize power. According to them, they were acting in harmony with the mainstream of history, and a majority made up of 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 6th team loyalists vociferously denouncing the rebellion as a counter-revolutionary restoration carried out by class enemies, notorious Fu Fan Hui, landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries and bad elements. Many 5th team members at first joined Petrel only to withdraw as pressure mounted, leaving the rebel units even more isolated. As a minority action led by people, so many of whom were vulnerable to political attack, the power seizure never had much chance of success. The rebels' hold on the village office and their possession of the seals lasted only a few days. Unable to rally any other section of the population to their side, unable to set up any acceptable leading body, unable to mobilize production work at any level, Petrel and Shenfan Ridge had to admit defeat. They seized power on February 8, but before the week ran out, they had to give it up. On February 14, 1967, they turned the village seal over to a takeover committee headed by Short Shen, a 6-foot-tall army veteran and Communist Party member who represented the other side in this burgeoning struggle. The takeover committee was made up of delegates elected by the teams, 6 production teams and 1 sidelines team. It contained many former brigade cadres such as Wang Manshi, and thus could be said by the rebels to represent a restoration even though they themselves had representation on it. On the one hand, the takeover committee represented progress for the rebels because Lu Qinyong and Swiftly, the party secretary and vice secretary, were excluded from it. On the other hand, it represented defeat because the majority of the delegates elected to it were supporters of these full brothers with different surnames. The takeover committee served only as a provisional organ of power. Both sides recognized this. Under its temporary leadership, brigade members went back to work while the jockeying over who should really hold power continued and sharpened. Both sides put up posters in profusion. Study sessions, mobilization meetings, strategy consultations, and mass meetings followed one another in dizzying succession. A large mass meeting packed the library of the middle school in Longbao on March 15. Petrel and Shenfan Ridge called it to review Lu Qinyong's record and hear his self-criticism. The rebels mobilized not only their supporters in Longbao but all the support they could muster from other places such as the Maoism Red Guards of the middle school, the rebel regiment from the railroad shops and the grain transportation station, and sympathetic fraternal groups from the cement plant. Lu Qinyong and Swiftly invited their allies from Anyang, Hsin Chu Chyuan, the commander of the Horse Square rebels who now controlled the Commune Committee, and other individuals and mass organizations sympathetic to their side. Chang Qinghai, commander of Changchi City Militia Headquarters, who had previously led a 4 clean work team in Longbao, came in response to invitations from both sides. His role was to chair the proceedings. According to Little Shen, the rebels carried the day at this meeting. Their supporters outnumbered those invited by the opposition. Commune leader Hsin Chu Chyuan, though invited by the other side, joined in the criticism of Lu Qinyong, supported the seize power line of Petrol and Shankan Ridge, and refuted those who called Little Shen a capitalist roader. At this big meeting, Little Shen said, all the people from the railroad shops, the grain station and the cement plant supported Petrol and Shankan/534 Ridge. As a result, the other side did not welcome any more such great debates. Whether this was true or not is very hard to say. Presumably there was some truth to Shen's statement. Almost all of the rebels I talked to said that they won the public debates and the poster confrontations but lost out in the battle for power. The strong seize power wind that blew throughout the province and the nation in the months that followed the January storm in Shanghai greatly enhanced their strength in debate. Seizing power, ostensibly from capitalist roaders, actually from anyone who happened at the time to hold it, dominated the order of the day in the early months of 1967. All the media, press, radio, party propaganda and word of mouth celebrated power seizure at every level everywhere and fanned up such a gale that no one could easily oppose it directly. Even Swiftly had to agree. He said to me in 1971, on February 8, 1967, we had power seizure from below. This was the correct direction. It was in accord with instructions issued by Mao Zedong. No one opposed the power seizure because this was obviously the thing to do. But afterward differences arose over how to judge the cotters. And, one might add, over how to judge those who seized power. Power seizure was obviously the main direction, said Swiftly, but still it created disunity. People who disagreed with the power seizure here went to militia headquarters to complain. They held that Longbao Brigade had successfully concluded a 4-clean movement carried out according to Mao Zedong's 23 points. It had set up a good leading group. It had chosen all leading members on the basis of the 5 standards for revolutionary successors. Those who had seized power, on the other hand, had all been targets of attack at the time of land reform, or the children of such targets. They also harbored social elements banned from leadership by the 6 points drawn up by the Security Department. These included people whose relatives had been killed as targets of the revolution and people jailed by the revolution. Since exactly such people led the power seizure in Longbao, people didn't agree with this takeover. Peasants who went to militia headquarters to complain received copies of the Third Red Flag editorial for 1967, a statement celebrating the seizure of power by the proletariat. Whose power should be seized? The power of a small handful of capitalist roaders, and not the power of revolutionary cotters, who are the precious possession of our Communist Party. The people must always be on the alert against landlords and rich peasants taking advantage of the situation to seize power from the poor and lower middle peasants. Loyalists pounced on this material from the third editorial as the basis for their counteroffensive. They propagated it in the streets, in the fields, on the walls and in meetings. They organized a Mao Zedong thought propaganda team to spread their position far and wide, wrote skits, read the editorials aloud, and plastered the village walls with posters. In debate and propaganda, the defenders of the status quo refused to take a back seat. If, as Little Shen and his comrades said, the loyalists lost out in the big public confrontations, they nevertheless retained the initiative on /535. Village streets and walls, showed greater organizational clout, and successfully stalled production until the rebels turned the brigade seal over to a takeover committee that included no rebels at all. Under the new committee's temporary umbrella, loyalists worked hard for a more permanent revolutionary committee that could, in the long run, re-establish the rule of those who had been overthrown. Organizationally, the confrontation came down to 5 groups against 2, with only Petrol of the 4th Team and Shankan Ridge of the Sidelines Team joining hands as rebels to challenge the other 5 organizations coalescing as one Revolutionary Alliance fighting team. A seesaw battle, primarily a battle of words, went on from the middle of February, when the Takeover Committee took charge, until the end of March. Then, after a new Revolutionary Committee assumed control in Changchi City, a cotter team known as the Grasp Revolution, promote production work team came to Longbao to help establish a satisfactory revolutionary committee at the brigade level. This work team was led, as the previous team had been, by the Changchi City Militia Commander, Chang Qinghai. With the arrival of the new work team, polarization in Longbao reached the point of no return. Chang Qinghai established close liaison with Yang Xiushan, commander of the militia in Horse Square Commune. Yang, having already decided to back the Longbao loyalists, convinced Chang that the rebel leaders were indeed a bunch of counter-revolutionary elements. The work team demanded that Petrol and Shankan Ridge expel Zhou Laifu, Qin Kenso, Yang Qiwang, Shang Yinkeyu and others under suspicion, or face dissolution as legitimate mass organizations. When Petrol and Shankan Ridge refused, the Commune C's power headquarters expelled them as counter-revolutionary groups. The expulsion of the rebels occurred on March 31. On April I, a so-called 3-in-1 revolutionary committee of old cadres, military representatives, in this case, militia representatives and leaders of mass organizations took over Longbao. This was not an elected committee, but a group designated by the work team after consultation with representatives of the 5 recognized mass organizations, the Old Peasants Association and the party branch. The new revolutionary committee was supposed to be a committee often. Actually, the work team designated only 9 members, holding 1 seat in reserve for a representative of the 80 or so peasants who belonged to Petrol and Shankan Ridge, when and if they ever agreed to clean house by expelling their leaders. Brigade leaders, describing the situation much later, tended to forget the demand made on the rebels to expel their leaders, and simply stressed that they had held a seat in reserve to be occupied by rebels, whenever they recognized the Revolutionary Committee as legitimate, a stand they never took, because to do so meant they had to condemn their own organization and its leaders. Members of Petrol and Shankan Ridge remained steadfastly loyal to each other and to the principles they professed. They refused to expel their leaders as landlords, rich peasants, and counter-revolutionaries. They also /536 refused to recognize the new Revolutionary Committee as legitimate. In their eyes it was nothing but a restoration of the old leading group, a big mixture of reaction. However, no one paid any attention to their objections. Swiftly, Vice Secretary of the party branch and head of the Youth League, came back to power as chairman of the committee. Fast Chin, captain of the brigade militia, Chang Kitsai, chairman of the brigade, and Al Heerly, another vice secretary of the party branch, joined him as vice chairman. Lu Qinyong, Communist Party secretary, Li Xiaohua, vice chairman of the Peasants Association, Lu Shuyun, chairwoman of the Women's Association, Sun Jingfu, newly appointed head of the sidelines team, and Li Kuangqing, a returned army veteran and respected party member, filled out the other 5 committee posts. Quite clearly, with some slight shuffling of positions, the old leading group had returned to power, just as the leaders of Petrol and Shankan Ridge said. But was it in fact a big mixture of reaction? Were these people capitalist roaders or revolutionary cadres, the precious possession of our party? On this question the two sides continued to hold exactly opposite opinions, just as they did on the question of the political character of the leaders of Petrol and Shankan Ridge, the question that had led to the whole conflict in the first place. The contention between them had begun as a debate, but as factional differences in the region, the province, and China as a whole deepened, Wentun, verbal or cultural struggle, transformed itself, step by step, into Wutuoyu, physical or armed struggle, and the rights and wrongs of all divisive questions sank into obscurity. The more force replaced reason, the harder the two positions became, the more real injury each side inflicted on the other, and the more difficult they found it to arrive at any lasting solution. 69 Hitting / smashing and robbing. The establishment of the new Revolutionary Committee and the expulsion of Petrol and Shankan Ridge from the C's power headquarters led to a drastic restriction on free debate. Once excluded from legitimacy, Petrol and Shankan Ridge could no longer draw on public supplies of paper, ink and paint for posters, leaflets, and wall bulletins. Once the commune leadership designated them as reactionary, it terminated their right to the free writing materials and paste guaranteed to all mass organizations. They had to finance by individual contributions any further written material which they wanted to put out. To an American this may seem like a small problem indeed. Paper and writing materials are not, after all, very expensive here. But the peasants of Longbao, committed to the cause of petrol and Shenfan Ridge, considered the ban a major blow. They pooled what resources they had, bought what paper and ink they could afford, wrote on walls with substitutes such as colored clay, made paste from flour contributed by member households, and carried the struggle forward as best they could. But for all intents and purposes the ban shut down free debate between the two opposing sides. Meanwhile the rebels lost no opportunity to protest to the Commune Committee and the Changchi City Committee against the action that had been taken. They sent notes of protest, letters demanding reversal of verdict, and delegations to plead their case in person. They demanded the restoration of their rights as a mass organization, cited chapter and verse in regard to Central Committee policy. No one has a right arbitrarily to dissolve any people's organization, but they were rebuffed again and again. Invariably the answer came back, if you will expel Zhou Laifu, adopted son of a Japanese collaborator, Kuo Ming-en, son of a Kuomintang officer, and Yang Chi-wang, son of a landlord's daughter, and other questionable members from your organization, then your rights will be restored. Hsin Chu Chyuan and Yang Xiushan of the Commune Committee demanded that the rebels turn these suspects over to the Commune to be placed under supervision. But Petrol and Shenfan Ridge refused to consider denouncing these members and turning them in. In their eyes the accused had done nothing wrong. Thereafter the pressure, especially the pressure against /538. Little Shen, the one old party member and cadre in the rebel organization, increased. During the first week in August the question of materials for putting out publicity on behalf of Petrol and Shenfan Ridge became acute. The rebels had run out of paper, ink, and paste altogether. Contributions of cash and kind had also slacked off. On August 8 they again sent a delegation to the commune to argue their case and ask for material support. The delegation members met with militia commander Yang. We appeal to you because you took a hand in dissolving our organization, they said. Mao Zedong himself started the Cultural Revolution. Everyone has a right to speak out and put up posters. Why do you deny us? Yang rebuffed them. On August 8 a larger group, more than a dozen people, went back to the commune. A Secretary Wang had replaced Secretary Yang in the office. Since this cadre had played no role in the exclusion of their organization, they appealed to him for help. Let us have some paper on loan, said Little Shen. The city committee doesn't agree to the commune's decision. When the case is settled, then we can settle accounts. But Wang did not dare acquiesce without consultation. He called party secretary Shi Chaosheng, the leader overthrown in February but now back in office. She said no. In the meantime some of the young people from Longbao made their way into the West Yard, where they found an office secretary named Chang. What are you looking for? We want to borrow some paper. There's a whole pile of it, said Chang, pointing to the cabinet. Take what you want. The young people took 500 sheets of white paper, 100 sheets of red paper, a bottle of black ink, a copying screen and 3 brushes. With these materials in hand they rushed home and began writing posters. The rebel raid on the commune office created a stir throughout the suburban area. Militia commander Yang mobilized supporters in 10 brigades to write posters condemning the counter-revolutionary element Little Shen for looting. Early in the morning Yang closed down the commune office, locked the doors, and descended on Longbao with his whole staff. Crowds gathered in the street in front of brigade headquarters to hear the commune cadres denounce Petrol, Shenfan Ridge and their behind-the-scenes leader. Members of the Longbao Revolutionary Committee joined in. While some people talked, others prepared to put up posters. A handful of counter-revolutionaries led by Little Shen went to Horse Square to TSA, Chiang hit, smash, rob. Undaunted, little Shen went before the crowd himself. In the 16 points Mao Zedong says we should use reason to convince people. He has given 4 rights, the 4 big democracies, to all poor peasants. If they are allowed to put up posters, we are allowed to put up posters. If they put up a poster against us, we can put one beside it defending ourselves. Let the masses see both. Let the masses judge who is a revolutionary and who a counter-revolutionary. While Shen talked, his supporters fanned out to put up the posters. Visitors from the commune joined Longbao loyalists who moved in to stop them. Fighting broke out as each side tried to place its posters in the most advantageous position and prevent posting by the other side. In Longbao that day the speeches, the debates, the rivalry over posters, the sporadic fist-fighting, jostling, shouting and milling about went on all day. Toward evening, in the course of one scuffle 2 young people from Petrol grabbed an office messenger from the commune staff * who had attacked them and hustled him off * to the 4th team's stable yard. They held him there all night, then released him in the morning. When he got back to the commune he said he had been beaten, threatened with a knife, and denied both food and water. The rebels stoutly denied this. As soon as I heard that we had captured a messenger, I went to the stable yard, said little Shen. I told the young people they must not hit their prisoner. Anyone who harmed him in any way must bear full responsibility. It was starting to get dark. The commune people were heading back for Horse Square. The captive wanted to go home, but I was afraid they would attack us if we took him home in the dark. If we let him go and something happened to him, they would surely blame us. "It's already dark," I said. "You had better stay over." We cooked for him, fed him, and asked him to study Central Committee policy with us. In the morning we saw him safely back to Horse Square. It seems unlikely that the young man's sojourn in Longbao was as pleasant as little Shen claimed. Whatever the truth about the treatment he received, this kidnapping incident added more fuel to the fire. Not only had Petrol and Shenfan Ridge raided the commune office to hit, smash and rob, they had seized and beaten a commune staff * member. This reactionary gang, complained their opponents, would stop at nothing. Now the charges against Petrol, Shenfan Ridge and Little Shen, as their real leader, escalated day by day. In August the question raised in the February meeting to criticize Wang Wentie, the question about the death of Wang Xiaonan during the land reform, developed into a cause célèbre. Now, loyalists charged. Little Shen and his group blamed Wang Wentie for Xiaonan's death. They were trying to reverse a case settled during the land reform movement. This was equivalent to trying to reverse the land reform itself. This gang of landlords, rich peasants, reactionaries, and bad elements was trying to overthrow the revolution in Longbao and restore feudalism. Vituperative posters went up all over the village and throughout Horse Square commune. Not only had the rebels confronted Wang Wentie with false charges at a meeting, but afterward they had tried to cover the whole thing up. At a secret meeting of 12 people held after the big February meeting was over, Little Shen, so it was charged, had demanded silence from everyone about the case, and had threatened reprisal against anyone who broke ranks. The original written note, sent up during /540. The meeting, had mysteriously disappeared. Kuoming-en, son of a Kuomintang officer, had saved other written questions but had conveniently lost this one. He was clearly bent on revenge for his father's death at the hands of the revolution. Had he not chaired the meeting, received all the questions, and read them out? By misplacing or destroying this note he had joined with Little Shen in a conspiracy to conceal the whole incident. Everyone involved, everyone responsible should be arrested, investigated, and punished. To drive their point home, the loyalists created a large mud statue of Little Shen. They placed it right beside 2 defamatory statues that appeared on the main street just south of the drug dispensary only a few weeks before. These depicted Liu Shaochi, ex-president of China, and Chang Linying, ex-secretary of the Commune Party Committee, as beasts on all fours. An anonymous sculptor had modeled little Shen in the same pose, substituting hooves for feet and hands. The faces on all three monuments bore an uncanny likeness to the individuals under attack, the outstanding feature of the caricature of little Shen being an exceptionally long nose. The life-size statues looked particularly frightful at night, as if three huge dogs were lurking in the shadows under the mission compound wall. Not content with slanderous and insulting propaganda, the Defend Mao Zedong thought platoon called on the security forces to take action. According to little Shen, 3 members of the Changchi City Police Department actually came to look into the affairs of Longbao, prepared to make arrests. They came secretly and stayed at the city-owned cement plant across the highway from the brigade. No one in Longbao knew they were there until some members of the Mao Zedong Thought Red Guards of the regional middle school in Longbao, who sympathized with Petrol and Shenkan Ridge, learned of their presence through contacts in the city and plastered protest posters on the main streets of Changchi. Armed with one of these posters, little Shen sought out the 3 policemen at the cement plant. He tried to impress on them that he was a poor peasant who greatly admired Mao Zedong, had survived the last 20 years only because the land reform had saved him and his family from starvation, therefore he could not possibly want to reverse the case on land reform, kidnap commune cadres against their will, or steal commune property. His pleas had little effect, but when Shen brought out a protest poster and proved to them that he and his organization did in fact have ties to the Mao Zedong Thought Red Guards of the middle school, the policemen decided that they had been wrong in judging him. Without taking any action or making any arrests, they went back to the city. Emboldened by the fact that the city authorities had declined at the last minute to take action against them, the members of Petrol and Shenkan Ridge launched a counterattack of their own against the Horse Square commune leaders who had made them such a target. Concentrating on militia commander Yang Xiaoshan and the restored Communist Party secretary Shi Chaosheng, their pesters read: "Bombard Yang Xiaoshan. Warn Shi Chaosheng. You do not carry out the directives of the city committee. /541. You press down ever harder on our organization. You are carrying out a bourgeois reactionary line, a line suppressing the masses." Strong words, averted eyes ignored. For Longbao peasants to appeal for redress to authorities in the city of Changchi at this time was an exercise in futility. It demonstrated a certain naive faith in salvation from above, in the correctness and goodwill of a communist leadership so badly fractured and so deeply mired in fratricidal trials of strength as to be all but incapable of rational action. In the summer of 1967, the city, the region, and the province as a whole, not to mention the nation, fell into a state of upheaval and disarray that intensified week by week. Hastily formed coalitions of higher cadres and grassroots organizations that represented, at best, only a small fraction of the people they claimed to speak for, everywhere wrested power from established authority. In response to directives from Peking that reversed the original call for elections along the lines of the Paris Commune of 1871 and opted instead for new organs of power called *revolutionary committees, rebel forces attempted to set up such committees from 3 elements: representatives of the mass organizations, old cadres considered to be revolutionary, and representatives of the armed forces. Mass organizations were supposed to form great alliances from below, then after forging political consensus, set up their 3-in-1 committees. Many groups knocked together such alliances for the purpose of setting up revolutionary committees, but they scarcely concealed the enmity and suspicion with which the various allies regarded each other, and the ink on the announcements scarcely had time to dry before old splits revived and new splits came about, primarily over conflicting estimates of the quality and integrity of old cadres. The makeup of the new revolutionary committees was usually enough out of balance, one side of the coalition holding more posts than the other, to cause the side that was slighted to feel aggrieved. Thereafter, what one side considered to be proletarian power, the other side called a big mixture of reaction. Those who thought they were wielding proletarian power considered anyone who attacked them to be by definition reactionary. Those who considered the ruling committee illegitimate thought renewed rebellion absolutely essential to save the revolution. Thus a new issue arose to aggravate and deepen existing splits for or against the Revolutionary Committee. And since the armed forces were involved in forming these committees and in making decisions either to support or oppose them, this issue developed into another one that was equally divisive for or against the armed forces, for or against the PLA. Thereafter anyone who opposed a new revolutionary committee that the PLA supported was in danger of being labeled anti-PLA, which was only slightly less damaging than being called anti-Mao Zedong or anti-Communist Party. The political consensus in China that had been developing throughout the country since the 1920s had three unshakable pillars: support for the Communist Party, support for the People's Liberation Army, and support for Mao Zedong, the founder and leader of both. To fall into a position of opposition to any of /542. The three amounted, in the popular mind, to fall into counter-revolution, to becoming an enemy of the people. The industrial department of the Changchi city government administered the coal mine at Wuchuan. This department had more power, a far larger budget, and cadres with more prestige than its sister, the agricultural department, which always got whatever favors, money and personnel remained after the city took care of industry. Perhaps this was the reason why the contest for control over the industrial department outdid in bitterness all other contests, and why that bitterness spilled over into all subordinate units, such as the Wuchuan mine. One of Longbao's more ambitious young men, Shen Tiang, got a job as a contract worker in the mine in 1967, just as the factional strife engendered by the Cultural Revolution began to heat up. He learned very little about mining but a great deal about political agitation, debating, poster writing and, finally, street fighting. As Shen Tiang described the miner's life, fighting began early in the year. In those days we fought with fists and sticks. If we began debating, we ended up fighting. If we put up posters, we fought over their content. Once I spoke up at a meeting and they beat me up. Sometimes, when we sat down to eat in the dining room, we began to argue. The arguments led to brawls. We threw stools at each other and smashed all the lights. Nobody got killed, but a lot of people got hurt. One night 2 or 3 of us were eating in the dining room along with 4 or 5 opponents. They began to talk about how good their faction was. When we disagreed, they grabbed our bowls and smashed them on the floor. Then we all took hold of stools and went after each other. I got whacked twice on the back. Since we were outnumbered, we already had a plan. We would knock out the lights, then skip out, leaving the opposition to fight among themselves. As soon as the fracas began, I got it on the back, but when the lights went out I managed to sneak to the far end of the hall and escape. I hid among the crops in the fields until I found my companions. Then, at 2 a.m., I ran back to Longbao. What this confrontation was all about no one could really explain. In early 1967 a plethora of organizations still maintained independent status, and the shifting of coalitions and alliances back and forth confused all but the most dedicated. Several of Shen Tiang's friends were members of the Mao Zedong Thought Red Guards at Luan Middle School, a group that adhered to an umbrella organization called General Headquarters, a loose coalition of units that supported the Revolutionary Committee in Changchi City but didn't like the Liberation Army commander Wu Tianming who headed it. This put them in opposition to another umbrella organization called Red General Headquarters that resolutely defended Wu Tianming. A staunch component of this second headquarters, the May 4th Railroad Workers Regiment, dominated the locomotive shops at /543. Longbao and tied up in turn directly to the February 7th Commune based on the railroad yards at Chengqiao, Honan, a freight hub of national importance. Shen Tiang couldn't even remember why his general headquarters opposed Army Man Wu, but the issue soon became academic because another loose coalition of units joined together to attack the whole Revolutionary Committee over which Commander Wu presided. Their first act was to block his military units from hauling any water. Shocked by this sabotage, General and Red General promptly settled their differences, agreed on a long joint name that ended in United, and went into action in support of the City Revolutionary Committee then in power. Trying to make sure that the army got its water, they started fights on the streets of Changchi that soon spread to all units under city control, including Wuchuang Mine. At that time United had no organization at all at the mine. The opposition with a long name that ended in red controlled every department. But 3 or 4 contract workers from Longbao, including Shen Chengtiang, and 5 or 6 from Horse Square, all followed the majority in their home communities in opposing Reds of whatever stripe and began to put up posters refuting the Red posters inside the mine headquarters. Posters led to fighting in the dining hall and Reds drove Chengtiang and his comrades from the grounds. But not for long. Shen described what happened next. Since they outnumbered us, we didn't dare go back to the mine for almost 2 weeks. During that time we got in touch with the United Forces at the Wuang Mine and the Changchi Steel Plant and formed the Wuchuan Red Cliff Regiment. Then we went quietly before dawn and posted up a declaration outside our mine gate. When the Reds saw this poster they sent people to debate with us. They urged us to join their organization and come back to work. Since we were so few in number, we refused. But later we decided to go back to work and to try and build up our forces. After I worked at the coal face for a while the manager assigned me to guard duty. Since we were united, while the mine was dominated by Reds, we didn't fit in. I always drew endless hours of stationary sentry duty. I had to stand still so long my legs swelled. My comrades got the same kind of treatment. Whatever the work, we always had to take the hardest assignments. When we met we all complained about how tired we were. When we couldn't bear it any longer we decided to open up a debate. By that time we had won over a few friends from our own area and we had solid support from the miners at Wuang and the steel workers at Changchi Steel. When any one of us started a debate the others came and mingled in the crowd. Nobody recognized them or knew what side they were on, but in case of trouble they would pitch in along with us. So we put up some posters and began a debate. The debate lasted all afternoon, then broke into a fight in the evening. This time we had so many friends in the crowd that we did well. As soon as the fighting began we sent out a call /544 for more help from Wuang Mine. The outside miners came in trucks, all armed with big sticks, and as soon as they arrived they began laying about with enthusiasm. Thus we drove the Reds out. Although most of them got away, we captured a few. We kept them prisoner in the mine guest house and named it our high-class jail. We beat up everyone we captured. One of these was the Red leader. We put him on public trial day after day. When we tried people, we hauled them before big mass meetings, holding their heads up to show their big ugly features and dragging their heads down to make them confess their crimes. If they didn't talk well or we thought they didn't tell the truth, we made them lean over a table and beat them on the rump. We took those who confessed before other mass meetings for repudiation. Actually we beat most of the confessions out of them. There was no question of right and wrong, we simply wanted to punish them. As you can see, bad fighting disrupted Wuchuan Mine and lots of outsiders were drawn into it. After that first fight when we ran away, we never lost again. Everyone we captured we beat up. The PLA assigned to our area demanded again and again that we free our captives. We finally had to let them go, the hurt, the wounded and the bleeding. The army men took them to the hospital in trucks and we criticized them for this. We thought that by saving our enemies they were suppressing us. Once our captives were taken to the hospital, we controlled the mine completely. We then held meetings to bring the fighting to an end and start up production again. Since we had driven all the Reds out, we had no one left to beat up and the mine became peaceful. Then the Liberation Army men went through the miners' home villages with trucks and loudspeakers urging all those who had run away to come back to work. The soldiers asked them to take up their shifts with confidence. But when they came back they couldn't help but be frightened. Sometimes fights broke out underground. The army decided to call a mass meeting aimed at creating a big alliance so that we could all concentrate on production. At this meeting the soldiers sat in the center while the Reds occupied one side and united the other. but before the meeting got well underway, fighting broke out. We of United began shouting down with CHN the Red leader. Someone threw a rock and soon both sides were throwing rocks and bricks at each other. Since the army men were in the middle, some of them got hit. They kept pushing outward from the middle, pushing the fighters apart. In the end they succeeded in breaking it up. That night after supper quarreling began again in the dining hall. Since many Reds had defected to our side, those who remained Reds made up a small minority. When the fighting broke out once more, a large group of them ran away for the second time. Of those who remained, some were persuaded to join us. Others, unrelenting, worked on without speaking up. So the mine was still solidly in the hands of United. 545. We all went to work, production recovered. The army men asked us to call back all those who had run away, but we didn't do it. The army men also asked us not to mix in city politics but to stay in the mine and work, but our leaders continued to go to meetings in the city anyway, and we got involved in lots of fights there. It was only a matter of time before the fighting at Wuchuan Mine and in Changchi City spread to Longbao village. On August 24, long after dark, more than 1,000, some said 1,600, students and workers riding in dozens of trucks came to a halt on the main highway where it passed between Longbao village to the west and the railroad shops to the east. The combatants who clambered off the trucks carrying clubs, spears and knives assembled on the threshing floor of Longbao's fourth team, then broke into three groups: one to raid the Luan Middle School, their primary objective, one to guard the northern flank, the heavily populated North Station area, and one to guard the eastern flank, a source of possible counterattack because of the proximity of the railroad shops and the known alliance between the railroad workers of the May 4th Regiment and the Mao Zedong Thought Red Guards who dominated the middle school. The raiders launched this expedition for a very mundane purpose: the capture of grain and grain tickets from the middle school, so that the Red Guard students, who had lost control of the campus, would have something to live on. In 1966, the Red Guards, rallying in support of teachers Cao and Wang in a challenge to the principal, whom they called Fan the landlord, had won control of the school grounds. Most of the members of the rival Mao Zedong Thought faction had been forced to withdraw. If they came back as raiders. But by midsummer, 1967, intense fighting had completely reversed this situation. The Mao Zedong Thought Red Guards, having started out life as loyalists, eventually linked up with other loyalists in the area who had joined together under the banner of United. This made them part of a majority coalition, at least in the North Station area. With the backing of their new allies, they took back the campus of the Luan Middle School by force. Then it was the Red Guard students who could no longer stay in Longbao. They fled en masse to Changchi, where they allied themselves with the Industrial Reds, who by that time were the dominant force inside the city. By fleeing they cut themselves off from their livelihood, the grain and monthly stipends that all middle school students received from the government. Without grain, or grain tickets that could be exchanged for grain at the State Grain Trading Company, these students could not long survive as an organized unit. No one in Changchi had more than a few days' grain. 547 to spare. Once this was gone, the uprooted Red Guards would have no choice but to disperse to their homes throughout the region and seek food from their parents. Neither the students themselves, involved as they were in a heavy struggle for the future of China, nor the factional leaders in the city, for whom the middle school Red Guards represented an important source of mass support, wanted dispersal. With their backs to the wall, the logical thing for the Red Guards to do was to mount a raid on the middle school grounds in Longbao and take back what was rightfully theirs, the grain and grain tickets to which they were entitled as students in good standing. Such a raid, a life and death matter for the students, dovetailed neatly with the interests of the factional leaders in the city, so they assembled a force adequate to the task, as they conceived it. No one foresaw what the raid might lead to. Aided by the element of surprise, the contingent assigned to enter the middle school quickly overran the whole campus. Strong forces then headed for the supply department to seize grain tickets and whatever grain could be found. They really wanted fine grains wheat flour, or rice, but they had to be satisfied with millet, which they found in some abundance. This they hauled out, bag after bag, and began to load on the trucks. Meanwhile the Mao Zedong Thought Red Guards, stunned by the unexpected and overpowering attack, sent messengers to ask for help from the railroad shops across the highway and the tracks. To forestall any counterattack, the Red Guards, in their turn, decided to take the railroad shops as well as the middle school grounds. The railroad shops themselves were not heavily defended. Altogether only about 50 workers lived there, but they were well organized and well led, and they put up a defense in depth. While one group manned loudspeakers that called on the Red Guards to go away, another group fired up a steam locomotive and deployed it on the track between the highway and the repair shops. As the steam locomotive moved up and down, it sprayed live steam right and left, threatening to scald anyone within 50 feet. This lethal new weapon forced the attackers to regroup. A detachment of stalwarts split off to find some rocks, which they piled on the track after the locomotive went by going north. When the locomotive returned, it stalled on the massive barrier, giving the attackers time to climb aboard, overpower the crew, and wreck the machine. As Red attackers swarmed across the railroad tracks into the factory yard, the defenders, all workers from Honan, retreated. The majority ran to the upper floors of the buildings there and began to throw down whatever they could find. Meanwhile a small detachment ran out the east gate, made a big circle behind Great Ridge Hill, and came up the highway below the line of parked trucks. By this time it was quite dark. The defenders switched on the yard lights so that they could see their attackers moving down below and make every missile count. Hsupo, the leader of the attacking force, packed 2 pistols as he went into battle. He shot out the lights. Under cover of darkness his .548. Stalwarts then rushed the buildings, confident of victory. According to the intelligence they had received, the defenders had no firearms, so it was just a question of who could overpower whom in hand-to-hand combat. Since the forces from the city had come in overwhelming numbers, they had no doubt about the outcome. Unknown to the student Red Guards and their worker allies, however, the railroad workers had armed themselves only a few days before. As their situation became desperate, several of them began firing at the attackers from the windows on the second story. One bullet soon hit home. The sudden shift from cold to hot weapons threw the invading forces into a panic. With one of their number hit and dying, they turned and ran for their trucks, only to find that an important segment of their transportation had been disabled. The small detachment of railroad workers that had circled behind the hill to the highway had reached the line of trucks from the south and slashed the tires on at least 9 of them. The trucks that could still travel soon overflowed with people. They roared off toward the city in the darkness, leaving behind hundreds of frightened workers who had no way to flee but on foot. Some of these took to the highway. Others, afraid of being caught by their pursuers in the open, hid out in the fields, waiting for dawn. Railroad workers rounded up some of these the next day and took them to the shops as prisoners. When news of this incident reached higher levels of the government, the city forces excused themselves, saying they had gone to Chincha's North Station with printed copies of a provincial directive. Their railroad workers had stopped them and had seized their trucks. Later, when they asked for their trucks back, the railroad workers beat them. The railroad workers had a different story, the story of a major offensive mounted by their city rivals to take the railroad shops, the story of how 50 valiant defenders routed I-600 determined assailants. No Longbao peasants took part in the famous Battle of the Railroad Yards, or if they did, they didn't admit it. However, all of them could talk at length about what they saw and heard. They couldn't avoid sights and sounds that invaded their very dooryards. Chow Tiongmin, a brigade accountant in 1971, gave the most complete description. I came back home from work at the brigade office about 2:00 p.m. and went to bed. About midnight I heard a knock at my umdao. Who is it? A Mao Zedong Thought Red Guard from the middle school. I opened the window and shone my flashlight in a man's face. I recognized one of the teachers from the school but didn't know his name. "Hurry and get up," he said. "What's up?" "Red guards have come to attack." "Did they beat you up?" He pulled up his sleeve. I shone my light on his arm and saw purple welts. /549. "Why did they beat you?" "They went to take the grain tickets from the supply department. They grabbed all the grain tickets and all the millet in the warehouse. The cotters and clerks didn't want to release it, but the invaders outnumbered them and beat up anyone who disobeyed them. This teacher wanted me to get a group of people together to go out and spread the word that students mustn't come to the middle school to smash and rob, that if they did Longbao peasants would retaliate. I got up and started back to the brigade office. I asked him to go first while I followed. First I checked to see if the brigade office gate was shut. I knew there wasn't any cash there, but all our accounts and records were there. We couldn't afford to lose them. When I saw that the gate was shut, I was relieved. I tried to rouse the barber, Mao Shen, who lives inside, but even though I shouted a long time, no one answered. While we were standing there, about 30 people came down the street going south. We didn't have any idea who they were, so we ran away. Chite was still up and let us into his yard. When we told him about the strangers, he said we had better not try to rouse any more people, so we just sat there. Finally the teacher left. 15 minutes later we heard shouting coming from the railroad shops. A locomotive whistle sounded and loudspeakers began to blare. Over the loudspeakers came the message, "Deceived masses of the Red faction, don't come here anymore. Don't allow yourselves to be cheated by bad leaders." After a lot more shouting and broadcasting, we heard people yelling, "Attack, attack." After that we heard shooting. Many shots were fired, but they were all single shots, rifle fire, no machine guns. Soon after that everyone ran away. We heard many footsteps pounding down Longbao streets. I didn't dare go home. I talked for a while with Chite, then went to sleep at his place. When I woke up it was breakfast time. My family was looking for me. I had left home at midnight and had not come back. They heard that someone had been killed on the playground at the middle school and they were afraid it might have been me. My wife's brother finally found me. He woke me up and said the whole family was worrying. After I got home I went out to see the dead person. He didn't die on the playground but on the threshing ground of the 4th team. He was a youth only 17 or 18 years old. A bullet had blown half of his safety helmet away and had smashed his head. A pool of blood darkened the ground beside him. Out on the road we saw 9 trucks with slashed tires. A few days later we learned that the dead youth was a middle school student from Changchi. Old Kuo Changke Yuan's house was built against the wall of the middle school. He was one of the first to wake up after the raid began. As he described that night, /550. The sound of breaking glass woke me up. Then I heard the school guard blowing his whistle. I was frightened. I heard windows cracking and doors splintering. They broke every pane of glass in the schoolyard and forced every door open. After a student jumped over the wall into my yard, I heard people shouting, "Don't let him get away. Catch him alive, catch him alive." He ran off down the street. His pursuers caught a lot of other people and beat them up. I could hear their victims screaming. "Now we are done for," I said to my wife. *TT's too bad. *. Suddenly I heard the train whistle blowing. It didn't stop. It kept on and on. Just as suddenly the whistle stopped blowing. Then shooting started. Guns fired one after the other. It was 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. The raiders thought the defenders had no guns, but they were wrong. The railroad workers had armed themselves a few days before. When the attack came, they started to shoot back. Unprepared for live ammunition, the attackers started to run. Some ran toward Nashonkong, some toward Tungtao, and some ran from Horse Square to Futsan around the hill. I heard several running past my door. People hid in village homes, in summer kitchens or storehouses. 3 hid in the straw stack on the 13 threshing ground. On top of everything else, it rained in the night. While it was raining and afterward, many people ran through the village. They left odd articles lying all over the place. They lost shoes, hats, knives, pens, shovels and everything else in the muddy street. Just before dawn I got up. Everyone was already out on the street. Just as I went out of my gate, several railroad workers came along saying, "Don't come out. Go back to your homes." I ignored them and ran to the place where our team keeps its draft animals. Right there a donkey started to give birth. I stopped to see how the donkey was faring, and just then a man told me 2 people had been killed, one on the 4th team's threshing floor and one at the crossroads east of the railroad shops. Someone said a third had died at our brick kiln, but that wasn't true. Only 2 died. The railroad workers combed our village looking for people who had hidden away. I followed them to the 3rd team's threshing ground and watched them pull 3 people out of the straw stack there. They took them back to their shop. They questioned them and set them free. Some of them knew all about the plan of attack. Others didn't know anything. They didn't know what they were doing or why they had come. As soon as the shooting started, they ran in all directions. The dead body on the 4th team's ground belonged to a student. His family came for his body. Family members wore a strip of adhesive tape on their faces for identification. Someone also put a strip of tape on the dead boy's face. The railroad workers won this battle, and afterward a lot of people came to look at everything. It was just like our autumn fair. All the /55I villagers from Longbow, Horse Square, Futson and other places came to see the 9 trucks with their slashed tires. And everybody praised the May 4th Regiment. They had won a battle against enormous odds. As victors, the May 4th Railroad Workers Regiment, a detachment of the February 7th Commune of Honan Province, a nationally known left organization supported directly by the Cultural Revolution Group and Mao's wife, Chiang Kai-shek, became famous throughout the southeast region and even far beyond it. But if people who sympathized with United admired the fighting regiment, people who supported Red feared and criticized it. One of the May 4th commanders called himself Fang Yang Cow, sheep-herding dog, shepherd dog, or sheepdog. He was notorious for the long whip he used when repairing people. He had made it out of a coiled steel spring, and used it with devastating effect to bite into raw flesh as he slashed it down across a limb or a back. Sheepdog's second in command also won fame for brutality. He chose his own pseudonym, Hulukan, hooligan. It came from abroad, but how such a word ever reached the heights of the Shangtang Plateau remains a mystery. The student who died on the 4th team's threshing floor and the worker who died at the crossroads east of the railroad shops were among the first, if not the first, casualties of the Cultural Revolution in all of Shensi province. Their deaths, far from calming things down, only fueled the conflict. Now that hot weapons had come into use for the first time, all sides realized that the future depended on firepower. Any group that did not already possess arms had to find ways to make or seize them. Peasant militiamen who supported the factional bias of their commanders had no problem. Militia captains passed out guns whenever they felt threatened with serious confrontation. Workers in plants that boasted machine tools quickly developed techniques for making not only rifles and hand grenades, but heavy artillery and artillery shells as well. This left students, peasants who did not belong to militia units or peasants who opposed the politics of their militia commanders, and workers in ordinary plants at a distinct disadvantage. They had no recourse but to raid other units and seize weapons wherever they could find them. In Longbow the majority faction had no problem securing arms. Swift Lee's closest friend and ally was Fast Chin, captain of the brigade's militia battalion. At the first sign of conflict Fast Chin called out the stalwarts whom he trusted, issued arms to one and all, and confronted the opposition with overwhelming force. Members of Petrel and Shankin Ridge, even though they had originally belonged to the militia, lost their right to bear arms and had to redress the balance by illegal means. Charges that they were stealing arms soon reinforced the charges about reversing the case on land reform and kidnapping commune cadres that their enemies used to prove they were counter-revolutionaries. After August 28, 1967, the opposition blamed Petrol and Shenfan Ridge for the notorious weapons raid on Kuyi Brigade, Horse Square Commune, even though as organizations they had nothing to do with it. Lewin Middle School students who were members of the Mao Zedong Thought Red Guards mounted the Kuyi raid. Having /552 survived the grain raid of August 24 and the Battle of the Railroad Yards, they decided to arm themselves as quickly as possible. They linked up with the May 4th Railroad Workers Regiment at the railroad shops and the Red Guards of the Changchi Transportation Company, a trucking unit with headquarters at Changchi North Station, for a daring attack on the well-armed militia unit at Kuyi. They chose this distant brigade as a target because its members could not easily identify them. Since no one in the raiders' ranks knew Kuyi well, they wanted Wan Tianshui, a young man from Longbao's 4th production team, to be their guide. Wan worked out on contract at the irrigation station in Lijiachuang on the banks of the Chang River, so lived temporarily in Kuyi. First, however, the raiders had to lure Wan back to Longbao. They sent a messenger to tell him that his mother had died. The alarmed youth came home in a hurry, only to find his mother alive and well and himself under heavy pressure to lead a raid on Kuyi. In the end he accepted. Since the members of his family had all joined Petrol, Wan's capitulation amounted to a member of that embattled unit joining the other 3 organizations in their quest for arms. The raiders gathered at the Changchi Transportation Company to board a company truck for Kuyi. But the truck no sooner started out than it broke down. Everyone had to get off. At this point the railroad workers and the transportation workers lost their enthusiasm for the raid and decided not to go on. The middle school students, more desperate for arms, said, "We're going anyway," and set off on foot, taking Wan Tianshui with them. When they arrived at Kuyi, Wan led them straight to the brigade headquarters, where they found the militia battalion head Keung Changying, and the Revolutionary Committee head, Chung Hu Chuan. As the raiders blindfolded these two, they told them that they were Reds from the Huaihai arsenal south of Changchi City. They ordered Keung to take them to his home, where they seized 10 rifles and a machine gun, then retreated to the outskirts of the village, where they led their captives around in circles so they wouldn't know one direction from another and ordered them to lie down in a dry irrigation ditch. "Lie quiet or we'll beat you to death," they said as they departed. The 2 Kuyi cadres lay quiet for a long time. Finally, as dawn broke, one of them managed to pull the bandage off his eyes. He saw his companion lying unharmed only a few yards away. Afraid that the raiders might still be in their village, the 2 set out in the opposite direction toward Lukang County town. Meanwhile their wives and children had mobilized the whole community, including the militia, to search for them. The women, surrounded by weeping children, arrived at commune headquarters before dawn to report their menfolk missing. It was 2 days before the militia located the men in Lukang and convinced them that it was safe to go home. When the Lewin Middle School raiding party returned home, its leaders gave the machine gun they had seized to the May 4th Railroad Workers Regiment and turned the rifles over to their own organization, the Mao Zedong Thought Red Guards. After investigating the incident for 4 or 5 days, the leaders of Horse/553 Square Commune decided that it was not Huaihai Arsenal workers but students from the Lewin Middle School who had seized the weapons. They sent security officer Shen to get them back. He found it hard to get into the school grounds. Students had converted their quarters into an armed camp. Guards with rifles manned every entrance. Once inside, tense attendants herded him from office to office at the point of a gun. When his hosts said go here he went, and when they said come here he came. He had no choice. If he hadn't been from the same political faction, they would never have let him in the gate. His request for the guns drew only blank stares. "We borrowed them for a while," said the students. "When we get through with them we'll return them." A young activist named Li Kai led the student raiders. When Long Bao swiftly and Fast Jin learned of the raid, they conducted a village-wide search for Ke Hai, arrested him, and beat him. Then they sent him to Kuyi for criticism. There the villagers beat him again. The beatings so incensed Ke Hai that many months later, at a meeting presided over by army officers negotiating the return of the guns, he attacked swiftly with a meat cleaver. Li Ke Hai felt that he had been betrayed. He considered himself not only to be on the same side of the factional split as Swiftly, but even to be related to Swiftly's forces by marriage. While studying at the Luan Middle School he had boarded in mine guard Shen Chengtiang's home, had courted his sister, and finally married her. After that he had joined his brother-in-law Chengtiang in many smashing and robbing expeditions on behalf of the loyalists of Long Bao. In the end, what he got for his pains was beatings. Loyalists knew the true story of the Kuyi raids, but nevertheless managed to fasten the blame on Petrol on Shankan Ridge and ultimately on Shen Chin Tsai. They concentrated their fire on Wan Tien Shui, the guide, whom they classed as a Petrol because his relatives were Petrols. They also used Li Ke Hai's leading role as evidence, constantly bringing up reminders that the student firebrand had once been a Petrol and conveniently passing over the sudden midsummer switch in allegiance he had made after he set eyes on Chengtiang's sister. The more Petrol and Shankan Ridge protested this flagrant distortion of the evidence, the more firmly the other side pushed it. Members of the Loyalist Defend Mao Zedong thought platoon never hesitated to push whatever was necessary to discredit the opposition and lost no sleep at all over turning the truth inside out or upside down. Needless to say, their victims, led by little Shen Chin Tsai, used the same tactics whenever a suitable opportunity presented itself. Pursuing the history of the Cultural Revolution in Long Bao through August 1967, convinced us that in order to understand it we had to review developments in the city, the region, and the province. Most of the political currents that battered the brigade and set its members at loggerheads came from above and outside. We had to track them to their source. To accomplish this we made appointments with higher leaders for the following week. Part VIU. All-out civil fire. There must be an immediate and unconditional cessation of hostilities between the two camps. All special fighting groups in any form and under whatever name must be dissolved, all combat bases must disappear, all arms and equipment must be returned. The Central Committee is convinced that the two factions are equally dedicated to the revolution. Warning to Shenxi issued by the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. July 23, IG-6G. Commander Li Yingkui was Chief of Staff and Acting Commander of the provincial troops assigned to Southeast Shenxi. He impressed us as an officer who combined intellect, ambition, rhetoric, guile, and charm in fascinating proportions. In the military sphere Shenxi province made up an army district, the Southeast region an army sub-district. Li Yingkui presided over the Southeast Shenxi Army sub-district headquarters. That was his military job. He also held a civilian job as vice chairman of the Regional Revolutionary Committee, and a party job as vice secretary of the Regional Party Committee. The top spot in each of these categories he yielded to Commander Wu Tianming. Holding so many posts simultaneously was part of a new system universally applied during the Cultural Revolution called Yunhua or Unified Administration. At every level the leading party functionaries held lesser government posts, all graded according to rank. This was true, almost without exception, from team and brigade level in the countryside right up to the ministries at the heart of the central government. The big exception, of course, was at the very top where Mao held the post of chairman of the party, but not that of head of state. Once Mao engineered the overthrow of Liu Shaochi, he would neither assume that post himself nor allow anyone else to assume it. The Central Committee abolished the post. Commander Li Yingkui had the short stature of a Cantonese, a very small head and a wizened face badly twisted to one side. The right side of his mouth thrust over and down, forcing his right eye into a permanent squint. Whether this was the result of some wound or injury, or whether this was a defect suffered since birth, I do not know, but it made a deep impression on all who saw him. Li's was a face one could not easily forget. When he was in a good mood, joking and laughing, this sharp twisted face seemed like the countenance of a mischievous elf. When, on the other hand, Li Yingkui became serious or angry, his contorted features took on a sinister quality more devilish than elf-like, and one could sense a hard, ugly streak behind the jovial front of the man. With us, in 1971, he almost always managed to maintain a friendly, jovial stance, polite, calm and brilliant, intellectually brilliant. 558. He was by nature quick and voluble. He talked more rapidly than most Chinese, certainly than most Northerners, and rarely if ever found himself at a loss for words. He loved to tell stories, often giving them a humorous twist, and the words rolled out quite freely in what sounded to anyone addicted to Peking speech like a most atrocious distortion of Mandarin, a distortion so severe as to be all but unintelligible. Stories about Li Yingkui's terrible accent circulated widely in Southeast Shensi. We heard that he once lectured his troops on the left opportunist mistakes made by Wang Ming and Po Ku in the days of the old Jiangxi Soviet, 1931. His listeners thought he was talking about btsai, cabbage, and lopo, turnips. On another occasion he told his men to chenchua, earnestly and deeply take hold. What they heard was nhntsa, take a needle and puncture it. Li Yingkui was smart enough, however, to turn weakness into strength. He put his aptitude for southern coastal dialects to good use. In order to talk to colleagues in Peking without anyone monitoring his words, he found 2 soldiers from Fujian, sent one to the capital and kept one in Changchi. When they talked to each other on the phone, no one else on the line stood a chance of understanding anything. Messages went through as if they had been in secret code. In 1977 I learned that Li Yingkui was not always jovial and that his stories were not always humorous. Those who replaced him in power in the region said that he was notorious for his bad temper and that he kept his staff in fear and turmoil, cursing, swearing, and denouncing. Although an outsider to Southeast Shensi, Commander Li always spoke proudly of the region and knew it fairly well. He loved to recite Mao's description of the Civil War battle there. The Shangtang area, rimmed by mountains, is like a tub. This tub contains fish and meat. Yan Shishan sent 13 divisions to grab it. Our policy was set long ago to give tit for tat, to fight for every inch of land. This time we gave tit for tat, fought, and made a very good job of it. In other words, we wiped out all 13 divisions. Commander Li also loved to recite certain basic facts and figures that summed up the special character of his domain. Southeast Shensi, Li said, consisted of a high plateau, called the Shangtang, surrounded on all sides by mountains, the Taihang to the east, the Taiyue to the northwest and the Chengtiao to the southwest. High ranges and the steep hills leading up to them dominated 85% of the 23,500 square kilometer area. Valley land filled in the remainder. Only small segments of the valley land, such as the old lake bed around Longbao, lay flat. The plateau, standing at 2,600 feet above sea level, linked mountain ranges that rose to 6,000 feet. Behind them Huapo Mountain in Qingyuan County towered to 8,000 feet. 3 rivers trisected the plateau. 2 smaller streams, the Qin and the Tan, plunged southward into Honan, while the mighty Muddy Chang dumped its waters eastward into Hopi, where they merged with the Clear Chang and finally the way to form the Grand Canal near Shinston. The south branch of the Muddy Chang flowing /559 north past Changchi filled the city reservoir and supplied irrigation water to Longbao village. The climate of the southeast was relatively mild, but it was also dry. More than 150 frost-free days each year encouraged agriculture, but a 23-inch average rainfall limited plant growth. Most of the rain fell in July and August. When these months failed to supply their quota, even the reservoir dried up, causing crop failures on the valley floor. In 1971 3,730,000 people inhabited the region, 3,500,000 of them peasants. They lived and worked in 22,700 production teams, organized into 4,965 brigades and 341 communes. They tilled 1,286,666 acres of land planted to corn, wheat, millet, grain, sorghum, cotton, hemp, and ginseng. This amounted to a third of an acre per capita, but they had to feed, in addition to themselves, some 230,000 city residents. 25 years after land reform and 15 years after collectivization they had succeeded in doubling grain production. But since the population, too, had almost doubled, grain and people remained evenly matched at levels close to those of the past. The industrial accomplishments of 25 years were much more impressive. Southeast Shensi, with rich mineral resources that included coal, iron, sulfur, copper, magnesium, and aluminum, had attracted heavy state investment between 1949 and 1970. As a result, the value of minerals extracted and commodities produced had multiplied 10 times. Coal mines alone numbered 564 and most of them were new. The total value of industrial production in the region had reached 616,660,000 yuan. Commander Li boasted of the variety and vitality of the region's social and economic life. The Nanjing Brigade leader, Li Pingpai, had won fame as a mechanical genius. In 1954 he swapped 2 mountain mules for a burned-out Ford tractor, hauled it home from Hopi behind donkeys, then fixed it up to run on wood gas. This tractor, shipped to China in 1946 by the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration, UNRWA, he converted back to gasoline fuel in 1971. In the 60s Li Pingpai bought enough new, Chinese-made tractors to plow and fit most of the land of his brigade. Defying male supremacy, he put girls under 18 on a dozen walking tractors and set them to hauling supplies and crops to and from the fields. Young men and women in a brigade-financed foundry and machine shop cast blocks for tractor engines and turned out lathes and drill presses that found a ready market nearby. In the open fields a group of peasants formed bricks for baking with an electrically powered press. Nanjing also boasted disease-free pigs, heavy draft horses, pens of cattle raised for the manure they dropped, community rather than household grain storage, a brigade middle school, facilities providing free baths once a week and free haircuts once a month to all. On top of that, brigade leader Li Pingpai rose at 4 each morning, drove a truck to a local mine, and brought home coal for every household that had run low. Families paid for the coal but not for the hauling. Nanjing, it was clear, had something to teach to K. The Tungsuyi Brigade, taking an entirely different path, specialized in /560 medicinal herbs, sanitation and all-around health care. Cooperators there raised domesticated herbs in a special garden, gathered wild herbs in the mountains in season, and processed herbs for shipment to Peking during the long winter months. They had stocked and equipped an excellent clinic, they had paved their streets with slabs of stone, and they had dammed the muddy stream that flowed past their village gate and lined the body of water thus created with masonry walls so that it looked like the lake at the Summer Palace in Peking. Outside the village they fitted a brick kiln with a tower that cracked nitrogen fertilizer from the fumes given off by burning coal. Taiyang, a brigade in Xinjiang County, specialized in iron smelting. Iron mines dotted the hillsides there. From well-like holes in the ground peasant miners brought up ore in baskets by winding rope on simple wooden reels. Above ground they trundled the ore to furnaces in the village by wheelbarrow, by donkey cart or by ore wagons pushed by hand down a narrow-gauge track. Brigade members lived in a cluster of stone houses huddled below a steep bluff. On top of the bluff a 1,000-year-old temple dominated the countryside. Iron furnaces, scattered among the houses, poured smoke night and day across the face of the temple, soaking its beams and intricate carvings with corrosive acid and turning them black as soot. Taiyang furnaces demonstrated 3 levels of technology. At the brigade level, members dug pits in the lowest soil, installed cold air fans, and turned out 1.5 tons of white iron per pit a day. White iron, too brittle to machine, could still be cast into cooking pots and other household utensils. Commune-level technicians and workers had built a large, cone-shaped adobe furnace with a hot air blast that turned out 6 tons of gray iron a day. County employees, not to be outdone, had put up 2 steel towers that rivaled the temple in height, if not in beauty. They turned out 40 tons of gray iron a day. Taiyang peasants had smelted local ore as a sideline for hundreds of years. Long before the Great Leap promoted backyard furnaces everywhere, they had built their own. That is why they were still making iron there long after peasants abandoned Great Leap furnaces elsewhere. At Taiyang 600 people worked at the iron trade all year round. They dug ore in the east, coal in the west, and smelted pig iron in the shadow of the temple in between. Each year Taiyang's 15 furnaces turned out 20,000 tons of metal. Rich in coal and iron, Xinjiang County specialized in small industries. In the county town an industrial exhibit displayed hundreds of local products and demonstrated indigenous ways to make everything from fertilizer to barber's shears. One Xinjiang County man invented a gravity system for unloading railroad wagons that allowed the running gear and wagon bed to drop away from the loaded gondola, then rejoin it once the load had dropped. Models of this and many other inventions, all original and practical, packed the exhibit hall. Commander Li Yingkui convinced us that socialist transformation, far from imposing uniformity and mediocrity on the region, had unleashed great stores of energy and inventiveness. The depth, breadth, and variety of creative talent in Southeast Shensi could not help but impress any visitor. 561. But as Commander Li and other regional and city cadres went on to talk about the Cultural Revolution, we could not help but conclude that local talent, energy, and inventiveness had deepened, broadened, enriched and complicated factional strife to a degree unmatched in these mountains since the days of the Warring States, several centuries before Christ. Our questions concentrated on the critical year 1967. In the summer of 1967 the Revolutionary Committee of Southeast Shensi represented a grand alliance that was an alliance in name only. Unity had become a convenient charade to be acted out tongue-in-cheek while 2 hostile factions of cadres inside the ruling committee gave primary attention to mobilizing all possible allies and all possible resources for a showdown over power. In the regional arena both sides covertly backed not only slanderous propaganda against each other, but raid-seeking documents, kidnappings, physical assaults, power seizures, and coups in subordinate units. Dissension and infighting at higher levels required each side to mobilize support down below, a mobilization that polarized the population at the village level and spread dissension and infighting far and wide. Since neither side could allow itself to be isolated or outflanked, every move kindled countermoves that tended to go beyond the provocation that had inspired them. Action led to overreaction, overreaction to violence. Once violence broke out, it was almost impossible to return to rational negotiation, not to mention peace. As grievance generated grievance, injury generated injury, and conquest generated conquest, people on opposite sides could no longer stand to look at each other, much less talk to each other. They took up fighting almost with relief. The origin of the split at city and regional levels, like the origin of the split in Longbao Brigade, could be traced back to the student movement of 1966. An early band of rebels at the first middle school called the Want Violence Brigade found allies and formed a coalition called Red Union in order to overwhelm an early band of loyalists called Red Storm. In retaliation Red Storm formed Peking Commune. By the time the Workers' Revolutionary Rebel headquarters seized power in Shanghai in January 1967, 2 more or less comprehensive networks of mass organizations existed in Southeast Shensi. Each had crystallized around one of the student coalitions and each continued to compete for membership below and recognition above. At this early date, however, organizational lines still showed fluidity, alignments constantly shifted, and units formed, dissolved, or switched allegiance, as did alliances, headquarters, battle stations and all other special forms of mass activity, thus 563. Thoroughly mixing those who had once been rebels and those who had once been loyalists to the point where such distinctions no longer had meaning. Through it all, Red Union and Peking Commune could still be traced with some consistency, but the large, hostile coalitions that finally emerged came to be known simply as Red and United. Asterisk. While Red and United were forming, they carried on only desultory activity, a period of calm before the storm. Changchi students who went out to the mining towns in Honan came back with tales of bitter confrontation, but they failed to stir up anything comparable on the Shangtang. A detachment of students that came down from the provincial capital at Taiyuan found the inertia in Changchi depressing. Before they had even selected a place to sleep, they put up posters condemning the southeast region as stagnant. They called for action that would stir things up and create a little chaos. Without sharp debate, fighting and chaos, the old order could not be torn down or the new order built. If no one aroused the masses, if groups failed to fight each other, the cultural revolution could not succeed. To celebrate violence and chaos proved not only popular, it was mandatory in those days. Those who hesitated to speak in favor of it were automatically labeled conservative, revisionist, reactionary, even counter-revolutionary. To stir things up, to slander, to denounce, and in the end to fight, that was revolutionary. The militants of the southeast region soon rose to the challenge posed by their mentors from Taiyuan. News of the power seizure in Shanghai reached Shanxi on January 7. On January 14, high-level rebels overthrew the government in Taiyuan. Less than a week later, Red Union, better known as Red, mobilized all possible allies in Changchi and surrounded the offices of the City Party Committee and the Regional Party Committee simultaneously. Armed squads took the official seals into custody, but they failed to get support from local Liberation Army units. Opposition organizations refused to recognize the coup, and within a few days Red power collapsed. On January 25, the rival coalition, Peking Commune, better known as United, mounted a second assault on the cadres in power. 52 organizations representing 10,000 people sent thousands of fighters onto the streets. This time, when the leaders seized the seals, the army ordered crack units to march back and forth in front of City Hall. Stiffened by the atmosphere of legitimacy thus created, the coup succeeded. United ruled the roost in the city and the region. Chain-smoking Smart Fan Wen, whom we came to know so well in Longbao, played a key role in the takeover of City Hall. Formerly a clerk in the State Grain Bureau, he rose to prominence in June 1966, when he wrote a poster attacking bureau leaders for failing to mount a mass campaign of criticism and exposure aimed at Peking journalist Teng Tu's essays Notes from Three Family Village. He followed this up with a slashing. Asterisk. In telling about it, people used these terms retroactively, calling units that eventually ended up on one side or the other Red or United, even though these terms had not been invented at the time some of the events described took place. 564. Attack on Yang Ying, the Grain Bureau head, for writing a handbook about how to buy, store, treat, keep track of and sell grain, without including a word about Mao Zedong thought, proletarian dictatorship or class struggle. Smart Fan's polemic won support particularly among the grain station workers who resented having to master the intricacies of grades, weights, moisture levels, and prices that define the grain trade. They denounced all this as technique in command. Taking Smart Fan's poster as his platform, Vice Bureau Head Chow gathered a group around himself and went after Bureau Head Yang. To strengthen his attack, he threw in a charge that Yang had a suspicious history. Not to be outdone, Yang mobilized some supporters and went after Chow, with an accusation that the Vice Bureau head had collaborated with the Japanese, sold heroin for a Korean capitalist, and covered up for an alleged renegade named Wu, a man who, after he was freed from a Japanese jail, parlayed his war record into a post as vice mayor of Changchi. As the two bureau heads slugged it out, rank-and-file party members joined hands with Smart Fan and threw them both out of office. A newly elected party committee asked Fan to lead the cultural revolution in the Grain Bureau. The ex-clerk took up the task with enthusiasm, turned his fire on former Vice Bureau head Chow, and developed the charges against him into a major renegade case. In 1968, Chow, in despair, hanged himself in a broom closet. In the meantime, Shenfan's activism and literary talent brought him to the attention of city leaders. Student militants with outside support had mobilized a rebellion against the city newspaper, the Changchi Daily, and the party committee needed someone with rebel credentials to cope with the crisis. They picked on Shenfan, promoted him to the city party committee, and put him in charge of the paper. Thus they brought in the man who eventually threw them all out. The big organization formed to carry out the cultural revolution in the city committee was called the Red Flag Fighting Team. At its height it numbered 180 members, all of them communist cadres. Even though it established ties with the Reds who claimed to be the original rebels, it supported the party secretary of the city and was therefore dubbed loyalist by Shenfan. Red Flag set strict standards for membership. Every recruit had to prove cadre, worker, or poor and lower middle peasant origin and a faultless revolutionary history. Of the 18 party members under Shenfan's leadership at the newspaper, only 2 qualified by class origin and past record to join the group entrusted by the majority to make the new revolution. Shenfan was one of the 2, but Red Flag's exclusive bylaws repelled him, and he decided to set up his own organization, the Red News Rebels, with 13 founding members. This so-called mass organization later expanded its membership to 17. Its goal was to carry out struggle, criticism, and transformation well at the newspaper office, support student demands, and create public opinion for the cultural revolution in Changchi. Another group of 8 party members, also excluded from Red Flag, organized a Red Rebel team and vowed to stir up the dead water of the /565 City Party Committee, settle accounts with its reactionary line, and remove all stumbling blocks to the cultural revolution in Changchi. These 2 minority groups established ties with a wide range of student and worker organizations loosely affiliated with the so-called Loyalist United Coalition, among them detachments of workers from Changchi Steel, the Diesel Engine Works, the State Construction Company and the printing shop that printed the newspaper. Allied student detachments included groups from the Taiyuan Engineering School, Shensi University, Changchi First Middle School, Changchi Second Middle School and Luan Middle School in Longbao. After news of the big revolution in Shanghai reached Shensi, 7 united organizations led by Shenfan's Red News Rebels and the Red Rebel team seized the city newspaper that the Red News Rebels already controlled, sealed up its doors, and then, from the back door, issued an inflammatory sheet called the Changchi Battle News. Its program: denounce the city committee and prepare to wrest away its power. Shenfan described how the conflict developed. After we took over the newspaper, we asked why it was that the city committee could suppress both students and cadres and decided that it was because they held state power. The obvious solution was for us to take over both at the city and the regional level. We sent out 2 Red Rebels to sound out our allies and they came back saying, "Tonight is the night." I was confused. How could it be done? They said all we had to do was to get all the leading cadres together, tell them they had no right to rule, order them to step aside, and set up a command headquarters of our own. I asked if that was the way it had been done at the provincial level in Taiyuan. They said it was. But I still had a few doubts. Was this what the Central Committee in Peking was calling for? Whom did we really represent? What sort of an administration could we organize? How would we handle power once we had it in our hands? The outside students repeated what they had said before. The Taiyuan rebels had copied the Shanghai pattern. We ought to copy the Taiyuan pattern. There was nothing to worry about. Everything was in line with Central Committee directives. Some of my newspaper group taunted me for being afraid to tackle such a big job. The outside students got impatient. They said, "We'll go ahead without you." That did it. I thought, if they are going to act, I had better join them, even if I can't see what the future will bring. So I said, "Okay. Let's not worry about whether it's right or not. Let's just discuss how to carry it out." Having agreed on that approach, we set up a command head /566. quarters and made our assignments. My group undertook to get all the party secretaries of the city together in one place, hold them, and shut down the building so that no one else could get in. It sounded easy, but how could a mere 7 lean of us corner all 5 of them at one spot and seal off the building at the same time? More than 500 people worked in that building. How could we cope with them all? The others said if we could handle the party secretaries they would help patrol the building, so we accepted the task. Then we decided that everyone involved in the action should wear a white towel on his left arm. That way we could be sure what side any person cited was on. On the afternoon of the 25th, the city party committee called a plenary meeting. We walked in and challenged its members to say whether or not it was right for us to close down the Changchi Daily. Some of them, suspecting a plot, walked out right away. They escaped. We ordered those who remained to stay put. The mayor, Wang Qingsheng, the vice mayor and the 3 standing committee members obeyed. Old Kuo of the standing committee asked if he could go out for something to eat, but we wouldn't allow it. We said he had to answer our questions first. The rest didn't even suggest leaving. They were afraid we would start a fight. The opposition group, Red Flag, sent a contingent to block the entrance of the building. A few members came inside to argue with us. They said we at least ought to let the older members out to eat, but we didn't agree. Instead, we divided our forces. Half of us talked with the Red Flag members and the other half talked with the city cotters. That way we kept them all busy from 6 in the evening until after 8. By that time some 3,000 students and workers, mobilized by the Red Rebels, a unit of 8 members, had surrounded the building. They began to shout in unison, "Down with Mayor Wang Qingsheng." That's when the mayor realized he was in trouble. He asked, "What's going on?" We said we didn't know. The Red Flag members went out to have a look. They never came back. They didn't have any white armbands on, so our people arrested them and sent them to a ground floor room under custody. We grabbed the 3 most important city officials and, holding them by the arms, hauled them down the stairs to the front door. They're a worker from the railroad shops organization named HSU Chiyu and a student from Peking named Lo Ting Chan, representing RC's Power Command headquarters, announced that we had removed the 3 from their posts and that our headquarters was now in charge. A tremendous cheer went up from our supporters outside. We hustled the 3 city officials into a car and drove them to the regional guest house, where we held them for several days. While we were seizing the offices of the city party committee, other/567 contingents seized the regional offices, so in the course of a single day both the city and the region fell into our hands. The bold coup carried out by organizations affiliated with United forced many who adhered to the other side to question their own stand. Seizing power was, after all, the main current of the time. If they opposed it, where would they end up? Scores of city-level cotters left Red Flag and set up new organizations, some 15 in all. Some of these asked to join the new rebel command headquarters, but others felt that though taking power was proper, the action had been premature, that command headquarters had not won enough support down below, and some of the contributing organizations did not meet the standards required of allies. They appeared to be unclean, even reactionary. Those who felt this way linked up to form a revolutionary rebel liaison station and set up headquarters in the south end of the city hall. Their office became known as the South Station and linked up with Red in the region. Those who supported the power seizure set up a Proletarian Revolutionary Alliance liaison station, with headquarters in the north end of City Hall. Their office became known as the North Station and linked up with United in the region. South Station members held a clandestine meeting to plan the overthrow of command headquarters, but before they could act, word got out. Under relentless attack for their January 29 black meeting, they had to drop their plan. From January 25, when city and regional offices changed hands, until April 5, when the North and South Stations finally forged an alliance, turmoil ruled in Changchi. Students from outside, especially students from Shensi University in Taiyuan, who arrived as two hostile cliques, constantly fanned up new controversies. They brought the rupture in the provincial student movement down with them to the region and contested their differences with an intensity that reflected their fratricidal rivalry for dominance on the home campus. Several members of the Shan Tapa Yao Su, Shanxi University August 14, threw in their lot with the South Station. They could not stand the sight of the 12 members of Shan Tapa Pa, Shanxi University August 8, who had thrown in their lot with the North Station. August 14 accused August 8 of opposing Quan Feng, a member of the Central Cultural Revolution group in Peking who was much in the news as a leading leftist in those days. Defying Quan Feng, August 8 had pulled out of the coalition that seized power in Taiyuan, thus exposing its own reactionary nature in the eyes of its opponents. How could such an organization claim the right to share power in Changchi? Its very presence called into question the legitimacy of command headquarters. What with August 14 versus August 8, Red Flag versus Red News Rebels, and South Station versus North Station, the polarization of the mass movement seemed complete. For a while, however, a few maverick independents still hovered in the wings. One of these was the Tsunyi Sharp Sword Team, formed by 6 section-level cadres of the city government. They supported command headquarters, but command headquarters refused to have anything to do with them, so they wandered aimlessly about looking for an organizational home. Conflict in the early months of 1967 still boiled up primarily as verbal debate. Night and day hot arguments dominated the foyers of City Hall and the streets around it. Since most people had to work during the day, students carried on from 8 to 4, but toward evening when plant workers came off *shift and government cadres left their desks, half the city joined in. Surging polemics reached their peak around 9 p.m., then fell off sharply until about 2 in the morning when the diehards finally gave up and went home to bed. The huge crowds milling about in the streets formed numerous small clusters that constantly dissolved and reformed. A dozen activists debating hotly in one spot could draw an audience of twice that number as long as they kept their altercation at a high pitch. As the pitch fell off, bystanders drifted away, only to crowd some other spot. Partisans of one side might lose out in one location but win the argument decisively in another. In the confusion, fights broke out frequently, many of them provoked. Members of one faction would surround a debating group, then send people in to take part. Once they had dispersed themselves throughout the crowd, they would pick up bricks and start throwing them out. Thus provoked into self-defense, their comrades on the outside would hurl rocks and bricks back. The heavy fighting that followed appeared to generate spontaneously, but in fact one collective or another stage managed each such incident. Lone debaters could also provoke fights. A youth would hold his red book high overhead with one hand and shout, "Use reason, not force." With his other hand he would punch one of his opponents in the stomach and simultaneously step on his feet. Most of the people on the street wore cloth shoes, but many plant workers wore heavy leather boots. When they put their feet down they could break bones. If the victim said, "Hey, what was that all about?" the speaker would deny everything. "Were you hit?" "I didn't hit you." "What are you getting excited about?" Most bystanders couldn't tell what was going on. From a group named East is Red everyone learned a surefire method for turning a debate into a fight. It could be called the three-ring two-step. A group of militants would lead several opposition leaders to one side to talk things over, then surround them. The cluster that formed looked casual but was actually well organized. In the inner ring stood young women. A second ring made up of men of the same organization backed them up, while behind them more men and women of fraternal organizations, especially mobilized for the occasion, formed a third layer of encirclement. As the debate waxed hot, the young women in front would start to shout, poke people with their fingers, even prick them with knitting needles. Sooner or later one of the opposition would retaliate by slapping one of the women. Then the men would jump forward to defend the weaker sex. As the /569 women ducked out, the stalwarts from the fraternal organizations would wade into the fray while the small group at the center quietly slipped to one side. By the time the fighting reached its height, those who provoked it had long since left the scene. East is Red was a faction of medical school students who adhered to Red. They chose as leader one Wang Xiangqi. His enemies said he was a hooligan type who knew how to talk and also how to cry. When the army commander called him in to question his rough tactics, he started to cry and all 30 of his followers burst out crying with him. Some of them even fainted, a trick they learned to carry out on command. Would young people weep and faint if they were not persecuted? Asked Wang. In the free-for-all on the streets, posters supplemented debate. Contending organizations put up temporary billboards, one touching the other, all the way from the north to the south end of Main Street, and on many side streets as well. The various groups were supposed to use their own billboards, but they soon learned to disregard that rule and paste posters wherever they felt like displaying them. Poster writers wrote "Leave" for 5 days all around the edge of their latest creations, but nobody paid any attention. Rivals pasted new posters over the old long before the old ones had a chance to dry on. At the start people wrote their posters at home, then brought them out and pasted them up, but they soon abandoned this method in favor of carrying paper, ink, and paste right onto the street and slapping up each message as fast as they could write it. Even then, by the time they got to the north end of the street, rivals were already beginning to cover what they had left behind at the south end. The poster war soon spread beyond the city. The Red Rebel team, still boasting only 8 members, placed posters up the highway all the way to Taiyuan. This zeal earned them the label Iron Loyalists from those who opposed the power seizure and the new command headquarters in Changchi. Red Rebel leader Li Qicheng was also known as the Black Stooge of Wei Hung, a charge that linked him to the overthrown chairman of the provincial government, who, it was rumored, had sent followers to take power in Changchi after he lost power in Taiyuan. Poster writing and poster pasting often led to fighting, and this grew more frequent and more serious as time went on. However, the most serious fights did not originate over posters in the streets, but as the result of planned marches and raids. On February 29, members of Shensi University August 14 marched on City Hall with 200 supporters. They wanted to seize the 12 members of August 8 and repair them, which meant to give them a serious beating. Singing defiantly, the August 8 dozen locked themselves in their North End office. Their ally Smart Fan ordered his supporters to defend the building, then to make sure of victory, notified the headquarters of the Liberation Army in the city. The army sent 2 squads, one on motorcycles, the other on horseback, to maintain law and order. The mere sight of this half-mechanized, half-mounted force was enough to deter the 200. They retreated in disarray. 570. On April 5, in response to nationwide calls for unity and the insistent demands of local army commanders, the North Station United Coalition joined the South Station Red Coalition in a Grand Alliance. On April 8, leaders of the Grand Alliance chose a revolutionary committee composed of army officers, old cotters, and key leaders of mass organizations to run the city. On April 17, the Grand Alliance of the region chose a similar revolutionary committee to run Southeast Shensi. Once the new governments took over at both levels, they declared political struggle outmoded, called on all mass organizations to dissolve, and urged everyone to join hands to reform society and develop production. By May it became clear that no such peaceful progress was possible. Setting up grand alliances and unified committees resembled pasting paper over an active volcano. All the jealousies, hard feelings, and rivalries that had set people against one another from the beginning continued to fester, to multiply, and to escalate. It was only a matter of time before the flames of the old conflagration broke through. The first sign of dissension came with the creation, early in May, of a new center for opposition to the power seizure of January 25. It was called the Red Liaison Station to repudiate Lu and Teng, and rallied not only those members of the Red Coalition who still could not accept the status quo but various groups of defectors from the opposing United Coalition. Workers from the Huaihai Arsenal, the region's most important industrial plant, made up one large contingent. They had supported the original attempt at power seizure mounted by Red, but had not turned out at all for the second successful attempt carried through by United. When the Revolutionary Committee was finally chosen, this opposition called it a big mix-up, a mishmash, a tub of mud and sand, a restoration, not a revolution. In their view, what had really come to power was the army, an army they perceived as a conservative force. There was no question that the army had played a decisive role in all the events of that strange season. The January 25 power seizure succeeded primarily because it had the support of the army units assigned to the region. The commander of these troops, Wu Tianming, and his chief of staff Li Yingkui, failed to cooperate with the first seizure. It is possible that no one even asked them, but gave full support to the second, even sending armed units into the streets to create an atmosphere of legitimacy. Much later, when the factions joined to set up their new Southeast Shanxi Revolutionary Committee, both Wu Tianming and Li Yingkui automatically assumed leading roles on it. They played such an active part that many people concluded the gun is in command. If they had been even-handed in their relations with disaffected people and groups, they might have won broad support, but from the very beginning they played favorites, working closely with those cadres and movement leaders who obeyed and flattered them while isolating the others. The chairman of the new Revolutionary Committee, Chen was not a military man but a Communist Party cadre originally designated by the Provincial Party Committee to head up a core leading group for the region. Because he was an outside appointee, United rebels simply bypassed him when they seized power. Then, because he was the highest-ranking party official in the region, and did not oppose the January 25 coup, they chose him to head the Revolutionary Committee that emerged. But Chen very early fell out with Commander Wu Tianming and Chief of Staff Li. Differences arose, as might have been predicted, over the evaluation of old cadres who had been overthrown. By May, antagonism over the issue of which ones to rehabilitate and which ones to set aside had developed to such a point that Chen helped organize a breakaway detachment called the North China Rebel Army to take revenge for Wang Shangqi. Wang Shangqi, former secretary of the Regional Party Committee, and head of its 4 Clean Work Team, had been assigned to Southeast Shanxi from a post in Inner Mongolia less than a year before the Cultural Revolution began. City police found him dead at the bottom of a well on December 31, 1966. 6 months later they were still investigating the cause of his death. Had he committed suicide, or had the members of some hostile faction thrown him into the well? Nobody knew. But Chen, who had been the political director of Wang's 4 Clean Work Team, blamed his death on the People's Liberation Army. On July 19 several thousand demonstrators, including a large contingent of workers from the Huaihai Arsenal, surrounded army headquarters in downtown Changchi. They accused the army of monopolizing power in the region, of suppressing the left, themselves, of supporting a revisionist restoration, and more concretely of causing the death of Wang Shangqi. They called for the dissolution of the ruling Revolutionary Committee and the selection of a new one staffed with people they could approve. On July 21 another group of demonstrators, assembled around a militant corps of Huaihai Arsenal workers, surrounded the regional medical school, a United stronghold, and tried to break in. In the fighting that ensued, United later charged, Huaihai workers beat up 200 of the defenders, injured more than 90, 17 of them seriously, and damaged property to the value of 100,000 yuan. On July 22 Red units surrounding the army sub-district headquarters demanded that Commander Wu Tianming come before them for criticism. They questioned him roughly for several days and, United said, conducted a struggle against him. HSUPAO, the workers' leader who led the abortive attack on the railroad shops at Longbao, said, Wu Tianming must be overthrown. If we can't do it in a week, I'll see that my severed head is hung in front of his headquarters. On July 23 Commander Li Yingkui took the West Gully labor hero Li Sunta with him to Peking to find the chairman of Shanxi province, who had been called to the capital for discussions on the chaotic situation in the southeast. Chairman Liu said that even though it was not wrong for /572 the Revenge Army to surround the Army Sub-District headquarters, he would advise it to break off the action. The next day, July 24, the Revenge Army did call off its demonstration. A few days later, members of the Standing Committee of the City Revolutionary Committee sharply questioned Red sympathizer CHNCOCHUN about the anti-army demonstration and the fighting at the medical school. This time it was he who responded by going to Peking to seek out the provincial chairman. When he got there, Chairman Liu invited him to take part in the discussions on Shensi. A 69th Army escort brought him back to Changchi on August 11, whereupon United supporters called him before a mass meeting and, according to Red partisans, conducted a struggle against him in turn. In the seesaw conflict, the most extraordinary confrontation took place as the Huaihai workers surrounded the Army Sub-District headquarters. According to Commander Li Yingkui, their demonstration built up to a shocking climax on the afternoon of the last day. Only one soldier stood guard. As the hostile crowds marched by shouting anti-army slogans, those who passed near the soldier spat on him. The lone sentry never changed his position, or even, so far as anyone could see, moved a muscle. The saliva from thousands of hostile workers landed on his face, his hands, his gun, and his uniform, wetting him from head to toe. As the spitting continued, excess fluid began to run down the front of his body to the ground. When the last of the demonstrators had passed, the sentry, still motionless, stood in a pool of saliva that spread slowly outward from his feet. After a few minutes, Commander Li relieved the sentry, but the sight of that uniformed man, soaking wet and standing in an expanding pool of spit, did not quickly fade from the mind of anyone who saw it. In 1977, regional leaders denied that any such incident had taken place. I tend to believe, however, that Chief of Staff Li spoke the truth. Even his fertile imagination could not easily have conjured up such a bizarre scene, such a shameful form of attack. Assuming that it really did happen, could the death of a former party secretary have brought thousands of workers to the point where they wanted to spit on a soldier of the People's Liberation Army? What else lay behind this contempt? Why were the workers attacking the army in the first place? The first and most compelling reason for these workers to hate the army in Southeast Shensi was that its commanders were at loggerheads with the faction to which the workers belonged and had effectively excluded them all from any positive role in the politics of the region. Their grievance on this score was reinforced by an anti-army wind that blew through the whole nation that spring. In April 1967, Wang Li, Quanfeng's militant colleague on the Cultural Revolution Group in Peking, had warned of imminent danger to Mao Zedong's proletarian headquarters from a four-tiered bourgeois encirclement that specifically included a right-wing trend backed up by the army in Shensi. On July 14, one of the capitalist road army commanders he castigated, General Chntzai Tao, arrested Wang Li himself. When CHNCOCHUN's Revenge Army militants surrounded military headquarters in Changchi and proceeded to spit on the sentry. 573. Their hero Wang Li still sat incommunicado in a room in Wuhan, central China. We could now understand how rank and file workers, dissatisfied with the way power had been seized in the first place, angry at the slanderous accusations hurled against them, denied a place in the sun, and alarmed by events in Wuhan, might fall in with the political wind blowing so strongly from Peking and decide that they indeed confronted counter-revolution in military garb right in the heart of Changchi. We could also understand how the local commander, Wu Tianming, and his chief of staff, Li Yingkui, might see the revolting demonstration at army headquarters as part of a nationwide anti-army plot fanned by ultra-left conspirators. The march of the Revenge Army coincided with numerous assaults on army installations and army commanders from Shenyang to Canton. Such a many-sided offensive could hardly be spontaneous, the army commanders reasoned. Cherishing the Liberation Army as the bulwark of the revolution, they convinced themselves that organized counter-revolutionaries planned the attacks on army units. When, on September 5, Mao's wife, Chiang Kai-shek, denounced the national anti-army wind and blamed it on a group of unnamed conspirators called the May 16th Group, Wu, and Li felt vindicated. Clearly it was they who had been defending revolution all along while others were attacking it. The opposition leaders who opposed them were dangerous counter-revolutionaries. They must be exposed. In the ensuing weeks Wu T***Ming and Li Yingkui launched a counter-attack designed to discredit the opposition once and for all. Their strategy was to zero in on Chen chairman of the Regional Revolutionary Committee and leader of the opposition forces, discredit him as a renegade, a counter-revolutionary, and a Kuomintang agent, and by this method discredit his entire organization and all the major and minor groups that had joined together under his leadership. The mastermind behind the counterattack was Commander Li Yingkui. When Commander Li sat down to tell us about Chen in September, 1971, his characteristic informal, voluble style suddenly gave way to a curious hesitation. He talked extremely slowly, pronounced a single sentence, then paused, looked at the ceiling for what seemed like an interminable interval, then added a second sentence. It was as if he could not make up his mind what word to use next or what sentence to say next, and this was so even though he had plenty of time, while Karma translated his words, to formulate whatever was to follow. It seemed to me that he was not at all sure of himself, that he was groping his way, trying out one idea after another, marking the effect of each on his hearers, then proceeding with the development of his case. This uncharacteristic performance lasted throughout Li's basic presentation, then gradually gave way to more normal talk as he elaborated on the significance of the facts laid out. When he came to his own views on how this case should be settled, no hesitation at all marred his delivery. Speaking forcefully, he said, Chen should be sentenced to death, but he should be given a 2-year stay of execution to give him a chance to reform. If, during the 2 years, he makes no more mistakes, he may win a reprieve. Otherwise the sentence should be carried out. The first thing Commander Li Yingkui described for us was the investigation he had conducted into the background, work record, and party history of Red leader Chen. He told how he sent teams of fact-finders throughout the region and the province and even into neighboring provinces to look into every facet of the regional chairman's past. But, said Commander Li, as soon as teams from one side went forth to pick holes in Chen's record, other teams went forth from the other side to bring out the best possible side of Chen's record. When Chen's opponents found 10 documents that called his record into serious question, his supporters countered with 86 documents that proved he was a solid revolutionary cadre. Chen's supporters, he charged, went even further. They did everything possible to block, even to wreck, the fault-finding investigation of the other side. When United sent people to Lycan County to look into enemy and puppet files, Red mobilized its supporters to seize the county town by force so that no one could get at the files. United people made their way to Lycan several times, but each time they were beaten, arrested, and imprisoned. When supporters of Chen from the regiment of Taiyuan City went to Lycan, on the other hand, they had no trouble gaining access to all pertinent material. United investigators who went to Luoyang and Taiyuan for evidence met Red harassment at every step. In Luoyang, Red made an attempt to kidnap them, but local Liberation Army forces foiled the plot. Commander Li Yingkui charged that the Red investigators themselves unearthed damning material about Chen, but lied about it and suppressed it, just as they suppressed the efforts of the United investigators to find any evidence at all. Thus, said Li Yingkui, the investigation and counter-investigation initiated a sharp and complicated class struggle. In spite of all difficulties, Li's men soon compiled a dossier of damning evidence, which they divided into several categories. 1. Chen's bad class background and social connections. 2. His fraudulent career as a patriot in the war against Japan. 3. His overt counter-revolutionary activity. 4. His subsequent misleading record as a revolutionary cadre. 5. His rise to power in the Cultural Revolution. 6. His divisive activities and many crimes during the Cultural Revolution. Here are some of the asterisk data that General Li compiled on his adversary CHN. CHN was born in 1919. He said that his parents were poor peasants, but actually they were rich peasants. With only 4 members in the family, they owned 80 mao of land, a mule, and a horse. From 1935 to 1947 they hired laborers on a long-term basis and took in over 10,000 caddies of grain in land rent. Chen's father headed the family clan and practiced geomancy, the science of picking propitious sites for ancestral graves, buildings, etc., thus guaranteeing good fortune. His mother headed the Taoist Sun Worship Society. His older sister, Chnait, first married a landlord, then had an affair with the Kuomintang Party branch secretary, Chao Pan Chen. His second sister, Chn Changping, also married a landlord. Chn, at an early age and by arrangement, married a girl named Sung. While he was away from home, his wife became pregnant by another man, so his mother sold her and arranged for him to marry a second Sung girl from the same village whom they called Sung Yihuan, or Sung in exchange. This second Sung was the widow of the head of the local Yi Quan Tao, the gentry-dominated secret society, who had taken part in an uprising against the liberated area's government in 1942. After the 8th Route Army captured and killed her first husband, she married Chn. Said Li Yingkui, *TN his whole family background there is not one clean person. In 1936 Chn became warden at the Licon County Jail, recommended for this post by a Kuomintang special agent, Yang Chengfang. In 1937 he joined the National Army Officers Training Team organized by the Shensi/576. Warlord Yan Shishan as part of his new model army. This was the force that under Po Yipo's leadership turned into the Dare to Die column in the anti-Japanese war. Chn started out as a squad leader in the 5th Company, 1st Regiment. He won promotion to the post of political cadre in the 5th Company and finally became the political director of the company. In 1939 he was wounded fighting Japanese troops in the battle for Pianjiao County and went to the hospital. According to Chn's own statements, he was already a communist when he entered the hospital, having joined the party in 1937. He named 2 members who he said had introduced him. In 1967 when the investigation was made, one of the men was already dead. The other claimed that he himself had not joined the party until 1943, so could not possibly have introduced Chn in 1937. Thus Chn wormed his way into the Communist Party, said Li Yingkui. In 1943, in the most difficult year of the resistance war, Chn went home for 12 months. Li Yingkui said it was because he lost his nerve in the face of the Japanese offensive. While at home, Li charged, Chn linked up with Kuomintang agents who ran a cooperative in the village. It was ostensibly under communist leadership but actually served as cover for an organization of agents. Enemy files showed that Chn had joined the Kuomintang Party branch in November, 1944. They also contained a letter from Chn to the branch giving information about revolutionary cadres. A Kuomintang agent, later executed, named Chn as a fellow agent. 2 other Kuomintang agents, one of them in Chn's home village, another in Sichuan, verified that he had introduced Chn and his wife to the Kuomintang on November 6, 1944. Further investigation showed that Chn's wife's home served as the liaison station for Kuomintang agents in Tunliu County, part of a network of stations leading from southeast Shensi down into Honan. So, said Li Yingkui, investigation showed that Chn was a false communist and a true Kuomintang. Late in 1944 Chn became a member of the military committee of the 2nd District of Lekeng County, and in 1946 was transferred to the county militia department. While serving in this capacity he stole 4 rifles and 1 pistol and grafted 24,000 yuan. As a result the Communist Party placed him under supervision for a year. The most severe punishment short of expulsion, said Li Yingkui. In March, 1948, CHN transferred to the military district of the 3rd subregion of the Taihang region, with headquarters in Changchi. This militia command merged with the People's Liberation Army Command on August 1949, when the army set up its Southeast Shanxi headquarters. CHN fell ill while serving in Changchi and went to the Liberation Army Hospital in Tientsin to recuperate. He spent 2 years under medical care. In 1951 the regional government assigned him to the Shangtang Coal Company as party secretary. In 1952 the government transferred him to the Enterprise Company as manager. In 1953 it appointed him head of the Changchi City Industrial Bureau. In 1954 city workers elected him a delegate to the Changchi People's Congress and the Congress appointed him vice mayor of Changchi City. In 1956 he became mayor. In 1958, provincial officials promoted him to the post of vice liaison officer for the Southeast Shanxi region, a provincial appointment making him responsible for the work of the whole region. After the power seizure of January 1967, when the rebels failed to knock him down, he became head of the Regional Communist Party Corps leading group. When rebel groups established their new Regional Revolutionary Committee on April 17, 1967, they chose him as chairman. This looked like a record of steady promotion based on merit, but Li Yingkui didn't interpret it that way. From 1937 when he slipped into the Communist Party he transferred 29 times and filled in 11 false histories. He often wrote down higher levels of office than he had actually held, saying that he was chairman when in fact he was only vice chairman. Concerning those places where his work raised questions he often wrote nothing at all. In 1943, for instance, he made no mention of going home, but claimed to have served as section head in the sub-district army office that year. In fact there was no such office that year. How then could he assume so high a post? Because he made up his history. As a cadre transferred from the Liberation Army to the local region he was able to deceive people for a while. The Liberation Army sub-regional staff didn't know him well and the people didn't know him well either. He claimed he was a cadre who had been under attack by the old party leadership. So this gave him prestige. It was necessary to appoint representatives of the old cadres to every revolutionary committee, a three-way combination of leaders of the mass movement, army men, and old cadres, so the committee chose him. After January 1967, CHN's record, according to Li Yingkui, went from bad to worse. First came the death of Wang Shangqi. While the case was still under investigation, before anyone could determine whether the party secretary had been killed or had committed suicide, CHN demanded a memorial meeting for him. Since he died while under fierce attack from certain mass organizations, a memorial meeting meant, in fact, a repudiation of those organizations. It was an EFF** or to use the dead to suppress the living. Commander Li alleged that CHN had acted ruthlessly against people who knew or revealed information about his past, also that he had ordered a mass organization to seize and beat to death a county Communist Party secretary who put up a poster containing adverse historical material. CHN supporters also beat to death an accountant from his home village named Yang Chi-cheng who had publicized some material unfavorable to CHN. Yang was targeted for retaliation. While CHN professed on many occasions that the army was his mother and his home, he attacked the army stationed in the region at every opportunity. Was it not CHN who had organized the demonstration of July 19, 1967, when thousands spat on a lone sentry? And was it not CHN who organized an attack on the medical school on July 21, when Huaihai workers beat students and staff with iron rods, slashed them with saw blades, and cut them with knives? 17 were seriously sounded. CHN tried to cover up this atrocity by asking the army to say that no one had been beaten at all. 578. On August 2, after he returned from a high-level meeting in Peking, CHN divided the mass movement and personally launched the whole factional struggle that led to armed fighting. According to Li, before CHN pulled his faction together in the summer of 1967, factionalism didn't exist in Southeast Shensi. Once CHN got the factions going, Li charged, he initiated one atrocious incident after another. "Allow me," said Li Yingkui, "to give my views on this man CHN. I think he is a renegade, a Kuomintang agent, a die-hard capitalist roader and an acting counter-revolutionary. After he joined the revolution he joined the counter-revolution. This makes him a renegade. He joined a group of Kuomintang special agents and exposed some of our anti-Japanese fighters. This makes him an agent. During the period of socialist construction he wildly pushed Lui Xiao's revisionist line, hence he is a die-hard capitalist roader who won't change. During the Cultural Revolution he gathered together all sorts of landlords, rich peasants, and so-called leaders of mass organizations, including people just released from jail after serving sentences, Kuomintang agents, and all the dregs of society, and together with them planned a whole series of counter-revolutionary incidents. He directed assassination plots to do away with witnesses who had evidence against him. The blood of revolutionary martyrs is on his hands. He owes the people a blood debt. This makes him an active counter-revolutionary. Every time Commander Li Yingkui succeeded in expanding his dossier on the chairman of the Regional Revolutionary Committee, CHNCOCHUAN, he congratulated himself. His goal was to prepare an airtight case that could stand up to cross-examination in Taiyuan or even in Peking. As his collection of documented charges grew, it approached the point where he would be able to discredit and crush completely the forces under CHN, consolidate the forces led by himself and Commander Wu, and take unchallenged control of the region. When anyone asked whether the alleged counter-revolutionary record of one man constituted sufficient grounds for condemning half the people's organizations in the Shangtang Plateau, Commander Li emphatically defended his choice of target and his method. "We are solving a problem of revolutionary tactics," he said. "In battle one has to concentrate forces against the weakest link and make a breakthrough. Exposing Chen's record as an enemy agent gives us a place to stand, a solid foundation for solving whatever difficulties may arise. If we start discussing policy questions we can only provoke a big debate and bog down in recriminations over our own mistakes as well as those of others. But if we concentrate on CHN we can avoid such digression and go straight to the heart of the matter. CHN, the agent, is the crucial factor, the main stumbling block to progress in the whole region. Remove this stumbling block and we can get at all the other problems. In any struggle you have to take hold of the principal contradiction, the main point, and battle it out. Basing ourselves on such a main point we become invincible. We can maintain our footing in front of the Central Committee and never be defeated." Commander Li needed a particularly strong case against the opposition because he did not have a monopoly of legally constituted armed power in the region. Although he commanded all the units of the People's Liberation Army, he had no control at all over any unit of the Navy. To his dismay, the Naval Unit 0115 under Commander HSU Li Shen challenged every move he made. True, the Navy could not boast any major presence in the landlocked Taihang Mountains. The first handful of naval personnel came to Changchi in the 50s to man a weather station. Later, Navy men came, it was said, for construction work. By 1967 they numbered several hundred, too few to control the region, but enough to upset the local balance of power and give the Navy, if not a decisive voice, at least some veto power over local politics. Problems arose early in 1967 when the Military Commission in Peking ordered all the armed forces to support the left. Commander HSU Li Shen never did see eye to eye with Commander Li Yingkui on the question of who represented the left. By jumping in on the opposite side of the factional struggle, he broke Li's mandate as the final arbiter of all local quarrels and stiffened the resistance of all those whom the army officer proposed to crush. Outnumbered 10-1, 20-1, even, in the end, 100-1, by army personnel, Navy men could not hope to turn the tide in their own favor. Nevertheless, by merely existing as armed units in opposition, they undermined the influence and the credibility of the army and its commanders and made difficult any overt action against those the army considered hostile. Clearly, in the short run, the presence of the Navy had a moderating influence. One thing Commander Li Yingkui wanted to avoid at all costs was a direct clash with any naval unit, no matter how weak. Mao Zedong and the Central Military Commission had taken a strong stand against fighting between regular units of the armed forces and especially between units of the separate services. No commander wanted to court disgrace by being the first to initiate such fighting, regardless of the provocation. The reluctance of the army to attack the Navy also had a moderating influence, for the time being at least, on factional strife at the civilian level. Placing armed units in a solid block across the middle of Hero Square, army units on one flank, Navy units on the other, made it possible for vast contingents of hostile civilian forces to gather on the same parade ground without making contact and consequently without assaulting each other. A group of army commanders who called themselves the Support the Left leading body organized a huge unification meeting for September 5, 1967. The purpose of the meeting was to demonstrate to higher authorities that the army was at least trying to breathe new life into the Grand Alliance formed in April. By bringing opposing forces together in one place, the army could demonstrate progress toward formal unity and thus make a case that it was carrying out Mao Zedong's instructions even while, behind the scenes, it maneuvered for a political showdown. 580. The Mine Guard from Longbao, Shenfan, attended the September 5 meeting and described what happened. The crowd divided into hostile camps. The armed forces occupied the middle of the square with the army contingent and the Navy contingent dividing the space between them. United supporters filled the ground north of the army while Red supporters filled the ground south of the Navy. Both sides agreed that neither Commander Wu Tianming, who was in fact a leader of United, nor Chairman Chncocchuan of the Regional Revolutionary Committee, who was the acknowledged leader of Red, should appear. They also agreed that neither faction should shout any slogans. The Support the Left leading body advised United to drop its demand for the overthrow of CHN, and Red to drop its support for CHN. Put aside the issue of Chncocchuan temporarily and get together. As the meeting opened, the Red delegate spoke first. While he was still making his introductory remarks, Chncocchuan suddenly appeared in a Navy truck and, guarded by 20 naval personnel, rode round the square once. "Firmly support Chncocchuan," shouted the Red speaker, breaking the rules. Members of United immediately began to throw rocks. Red partisans responded in kind. CHN, startled by the sudden violence, quickly drove away. The rocks from both sides fell, for the most part, on the servicemen in the middle of the square. But the soldiers and sailors were under strict orders. They could not leave their posts. Under a mounting barrage of rocks, bricks, and other hard missiles they stood their ground. Overlew were hurt. This big meeting, called to revive the Grand Alliance, ended in one nasty brawl. We Wuchuan miners and Changchi steel plant workers ran for our trucks under a hail of bricks and stones. When bricks and stones ran out, Red partisans grabbed pieces of fruit and garlic from the stalls on the street. We kept our heads down, but our driver couldn't start the truck. The attackers moved in and broke all the glass. We had come prepared for a fight. We had stout sticks stacked on the truck bed. When the windshield broke, we grabbed our sticks, jumped down, and drove the Red attackers away. Soon after that, our driver managed to start the truck and we got out of the city altogether. It was about 5:30 p.m. We went into the city several times after that to put up posters and got involved in fighting, but never anything as serious as that incident in Hero Square. The army leaders knew that we were going into the city not to work or to debate, but to fight, so they tried to keep us at home. When our group went on shift at night, they sent a soldier along with each guard to make sure that he stayed on duty where he belonged, and they kept close watch on the gate so that no one could go out. They were also very strict about home leave. They wanted to know exactly where we were going, how many days we would be gone, and what day we planned to come back. Sometimes I took a few days off to come home to Longbo. Then my father cursed me for taking part in the fighting. If the presence of the Navy cooled the ardor of the Army and helped put off overt military action in support of United, it also polarized the conflict between United and Red and made escalation all but inevitable. Since each side could claim military approval and support, neither saw any reason to back down. Quite the contrary, each side felt justified in raising the level of its demands and the violence of its attacks. The single most divisive element in the conflict in Southeast Shensi was the case Commander Li Yingkui continued to build against CHNCOCH. Since Li Yingkui clearly planned to deliver a knockout blow, CHNCOCH had no choice but to plan an equivalent counter-blow, and so, step by step, the antagonism intensified. Confrontations, denunciations, mass mobilizations, and open fighting surged to such heights that the authorities in strife-torn Taiyuan became alarmed. In the fall of 1967, the chairman of the Revolutionary Committee of Shensi Province, Liu Keping, decided to tour the southeast region in one final effort to patch up a peace. Evergreen Liu succeeds to a province. For provincial chairman Liu Keping to set out for Southeast Shensi as a peacemaker struck most observers as ironic, to say the least. In the fall of 1967, the conflict between irreconcilable factions in Taiyuan was, if anything, more virulent and extreme than the conflict anywhere else, including Changchi. The antagonisms in the southeast continued to sharpen in large part because of the encouragement each side received from fraternal units in Taiyuan that had to build bases in outlying regions in order to maintain their footing in the capital. Just as regional and city groups sought support in the communes and brigades under their leadership, thus spreading their quarrels to the village level, so provincial groups sought support in the regions, thus spreading their quarrels to cities and towns in the four corners of the province. It goes without saying that groups in the national capital spread their rivalries to the provinces in the same manner and for the same reason. The cultural revolution at the provincial level in Shensi, as described for us by such varied informants as General Tzao Chengnan, Vice Chairman of the Provincial Revolutionary Committee, Commander Wang Qiping, Member of the Standing Committee of the Provincial Revolutionary Committee, and Ma Qi, Vice Secretary of the Taiyuan City Committee, was complicated, bitterly fought out and bizarre. In a briefing given us by Premier Zhou Enlai, in Peking, we had been forewarned. Shensi, said the Premier, was one of the first provinces where rebellion led to power seizure. But neither faction that grew out of the mass movement did well. At first they challenged the old provincial Communist Party leaders and seized power. This was correct. Two key leaders rose up in rebellion. The first was a member of the old Provincial Party Committee and vice-head of the provincial government Liu Keping. The second was the political director of the Shensi Military District Chang Erching. At the start these two men worked together. But later they fell out, built antagonistic factions, and quarreled fiercely. I don't know how many times they quarreled. Both of these men opposed the old Shensi leadership right back to Po Yipo. They were both new faces, not old faces. But this only goes to show that new forces can also fall out. As a result of their split, factionalism influenced the whole of the cultural revolution in Shensi. I can't begin to tell you how many times we held meetings right here in the Great Hall of the People in an effort to solve the Shensi problem. We used this room and many other rooms. We wanted those two leaders to unite. At the meetings they talked well and promised to unite, but when they went back to Taiyuan they fell to quarreling again and instigated armed fighting. In Taiyuan, on Liu Keping's side, there was a leader who was very fierce, a real rascal. His father once worked for the Japanese and he himself had a bad record in puppet manhukyo. His name was Yang Changshio. I once met him face to face in the Peking Hotel. This Yang was then commander-in-chief of the Shensi rebels. The political director of his unit was none other than Liu Keping's wife, Ting Lei, and she also served as chief of staff. We invited all these factional chiefs to come and study in Peking. but to get the Shensi factions to cooperate was very difficult. In the end we had to send a new army to take over from the old army. At the 9th Congress of the Communist Party the delegates elected Liu to the Central Committee and Chang Erching as an alternate member. But after the 9th Congress they still quarreled. They quarreled until they destroyed their political support. This time when we held a party congress of Shensi province no one supported either of them. Even though one of them was a Central Committee member and the other an alternate, not a single person voted to have them on the provincial committee. And this shows the strength of the Cultural Revolution. No matter who you are, if you oppose the proletarian revolutionary line, you will collapse. *T and the end we transferred both Liu and Chang from Shensi. We sent them to work in other places. Then conditions in the province began to turn for the better. The Shensi problem lasted a long time. The quarrel went on for more than 2 years, longer than anywhere else in the whole country. It was 1970 before the situation began to improve. Therefore, whoever goes to Shensi should first look into the underlying situation. The Premier had given us good advice, but it was far from easy to carry out. Chairman Liu Keping's support in Southeast Shensi came from the Red faction. By 1971 Red members in the Southeast and their allies at the provincial center had suffered such thorough defeat and suppression that no one with the courage to speak for them could be found. Most of the cadres in power who were eager to tell us about the struggle came from United. They were loyal supporters of Chang Erching. The military commanders who were supposed to be above the battle also supported Chang Erching, some of them covertly, others openly and brazenly. As a result, everything we heard tilted outrageously to one side. We heard no criticism at all of Chang Erching, the military man, but heard many fascinating and lurid descriptions of Liu Keping, the civilian, who seemed to be a universal/584. Target, not so much of hatred as of contempt. In 1967, when he came to power, he was entering his 68th year. Absent-minded, hard of hearing and a hesitant speaker, he blurted out short sentences that faded into long silences. One cocky army officer, Tin Huaipao, described Chairman Liu as half-dead. He coughed after each spoken phrase. Live air, dead smoke describes his spirit. He preceded every sentence, every phrase, with a che-he meaning this or this thing, at least one che-ke if not more. Listening once and timing his speech I counted 86 che-kes in 10 minutes. First comes a che-ke, then he clears his throat and with each half-sentence throws in a ma-syllable indicating a query. In 10 minutes he can get through only 4 or 5 sentences, especially when he doesn't have a script. You get so bored, so anxious, so impatient when you hear him. Our friend Smart Fan loved to imitate the old man's style. Some people call Ting Lei Che old broken shoe prostitute. Comrades. Ahem, aha throat clearing, long pause. Che attitude is no good. Ahem, aha. Long pause. You shouldn't say things like che this. Ahem, aha. Long pause. Ting Lei is my wife. Ahem, aha. Long pause. Or. Some say che Chncochoan is a bad person. Ahem, aha. Long pause. He's not a bad person, he's a che good person. Aha. Long pause. If he were a bad person would I support him? Ma. Ahem, aha long pause. If he were a che bad person he'd fall by himself. Aha. You wouldn't need to push him over. Even the factional names United and Red indicated a certain dullness of wit on Liu's part. In the beginning these two coalitions had long revolutionary titles that reflected some of the complexity of their origins. Liu was unable to remember these titles or even to distinguish one group from the other, but he did notice that a majority on one side had Red in their title while a majority on the other had United in theirs, so he said, let's call them by their trademarks, their brand names. united and red. That way we'll keep them straight. And so they came to be known throughout the region by two words each, the United Brand and the Red Brand. In 1971, remembering Chairman Liu's halting, long-winded speeches and the pedestrian character of his thought processes, people delighted in imitating him and holding him up to ridicule, but in 1967, after Liu led the group that seized power in the provincial capital, Taiyuan, these were not laughing matters. The coup of January 14 and the Revolutionary Committee Liu established on January 28 received almost immediate support from the Central Committee in Peking, which held it up as a model for the rebels of other provinces to follow. Liu soon won an ardent band of supporters who named him Liu Wei Lao, never old, eternally young, or, with poetic license, evergreen, after those youths described in Mao's famous poem Huichang, who wandered over the green hills of Jiangxi and never grew old. When the east lights up, it is not too early to march. Everything here is so fair to see. Wandering these green hills we do not grow old. As Liu's fame spread, his admirers even issued a red book of his most pithy sayings in imitation of the famous red book compiled for Chairman Mao by Lin Piao. They printed it in thousands of copies and distributed it far and wide. They culled the quotations of Chairman Liu from the halting speeches he delivered while traveling through the southeast. Since his words gave all-out support to the embattled Reds, members of that faction did their best, thereafter, to immortalize them. When I visited the famous West Gully Brigade in 1971, labor hero Li Sun-ta showed me a copy of the quotation book, but he considered it so atrocious an attempt at deification, so monstrous an example of arrogant folly, that he would not allow me to have a copy, to hold it long enough to record any of the quotations or even to savor their flavor. In China, to this day, when a man falls into disgrace his detractors must wipe him out completely. They feel compelled to bury the wrong or foolish things he has said or has done, lest they contaminate the present and the future. And this is particularly true of the written word, which, simply because it is written down, tends to become sacrosanct and worthy of the most pious respect. Most people cannot afford to deal with suspect reality, and certainly not with any unvarnished tainted record, but only with that part of the record that currently pleases heaven, something like hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil, and evil will go away. This formalistic approach, passed down through the ages, makes it hard for anyone to examine what really has happened, even that which they themselves have directly experienced, if it is currently under attack. Evergreen Liu's main claim to fame rested on an exercise in formalism that had tremendous influence on the course of the Cultural Revolution. Liu, it turned out, was one of the young North China communists whom the Kuomintang arrested in the 30s and held prisoner in Tientsin. As the Japanese threat to China escalated, some 65 of these prisoners, on the advice of their party organizer, Liu Shaochi, reportedly signed anti-coup